my beautiful people. How are we? How are we doing today? I am very excited to play this. I am very, very excited to play this. Chat, you have no idea. Where's the audio capture for this? Where's the audio capture for this? Hang on. Oh, there it is. Okay. But hello! Hi, Sothoa! Love the Halloween costume. Thank you! It's so cute, isn't it? I'm a cute little kitty cat. Today, chat, we are playing the demo for Habromania. I don't know how long this is going to last. I'm going to probably... We'll see. I don't have plans to play anything after this. So, it'll probably just be this today, but that's okay. We can have short streams sometimes. Who am I kidding? All my streams are short streams. But yes, Habromania. I have been keeping an eye on this project for, months on months. Maybe even a year at this point, I'm not sure. It's very exciting. I am very excited for this project. It's huge to me. It is an Alice in Wonderland game. It's a point and click adventure. I'm very excited to just delve into it. Let's get to it. Let's do it. Oh. It crashed. Let's try this again. Hopefully a one-off? Yeah, I hope so. I like the little kitty cat loading screen clock. Oh. It's so beautiful. Ow. Oh, my head. Goodness, did I fall from all the way up there? I love this. The little piano keys for all the talking. It's so cool. That's got to be at least 100 meters. 1,000 actually. How am I not dead? Oh, I've landed on a tea table. It must have broken my fall. How peculiar. Yes, the piano notes for speech. It's so cute. But it's like kind of eerie at the same time. It's very fun. It's an odd place to have tea though, isn't it? At the bottom of a hole. It's quite strange. Oh, good God, my head. I think I must have bashed it on the way down. I can't seem to remember how I got here. Well, usually when I can't remember how I've arrived somewhere, it's because I'm dreaming. So you must be dreaming again. Oh, I know. You're dreaming again, Alice. Though, usually I wake up before I hit the ground. I've never stuck around after. That's odd. I guess I should try to wake up. Ouch! Well, that didn't work. I suppose I should try again. Harder. Ouch, ouch, ouch! That's not working. Oh dear, I'm not dreaming, am I? Then how did I get here? And where is here? And how am I still alive after such a very long fall? Oh, Alice, your head is just full of questions, isn't it? Come on now, let's try and unravel this. I suppose the first thing I should find out is where I am. I do remember how to walk at least. Though on such wobbly knees. Hi, Litchi! An Alice in Wonderland game? Yes! This is Habromania. I have been keeping an eye on the development for months on months on months, and the demo is finally here. I'm very excited. Look at that animation. Look at her fun walk cycle. Oh, she's precious. Look at those strong girl arms. I hope you're doing well, Litchi. Guys, Litchi is someone I met through FF14. They're lovely. What an odd place for a table. I wonder who set this up. That was quite the fall. I must be 100 kilometers down. Why on earth would anyone make a hole so deep and so person-sized? 9 o'clock. I don't think that's right. That clock must be broken. Also, who put a clock into the wall of a cave hole? That's awesome. I love the art and anything Alice in Wonderland. I really like it when Alice in Wonderland is used interestingly. I think a lot of people, I think Alice in Wonderland is going through a bit of interesting renaissance period right now. At least I hope so. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. You're doing good. Just got some food before you get back to the level grind. Oh, nice, nice. How are you? I'm good. I'm having a good day. I'm having a good one. What's under here? Oh, what a pretty pair of scissors. I should like to keep them, I think. Our first item. I think I can see some light peeking through here. Though I'll shred myself to ribbons if I try to climb through all these thorns. Those nasty thorns. Perhaps I should check on my newly acquired shiny pair of scissors. My shiny pair of scissors should make quick work of this. Yay! First puzzle solved. There we are, nicely done. We did it. Our first puzzle out of the way. Oh my goodness, where are we now? A white rose. Pretty, prickly little thing, aren't you? Oh! Is this your bag, Mr. Skeleton? Or Miss Skeleton? I couldn't say either way, I suppose. I should quite like to take a peek inside of your bag, if you don't mind. It's a book! No, a journal. Oh, were you a writer? I'm a bit snoopy, I'm afraid. I might give it a read. Oh, it's blank. Well, what's the point of an empty journal? Journals are meant to be written in. If you won't use it, I will. I can use this to keep my head on straight, to keep things sorted and organised. Oh, I do hope I remember things soon. Worst case, if someone finds my skeleton here, they'll at least know who I was. Oh, objectives. Nice! Look at the cute little doodles. Writing her name a lot to remember who she is. That's very fair. Oh, the rabbit. We haven't seen a rabbit yet. Remember, my head hurts. Remember your past. Check out journal. What could we use this journal for? Diary tab and save tab. Find a way out. How on earth did we end up here? Diary. Oh! If you're reading this, I might be dead in the bottom of a hole and you found this near my decaying corpse of... a corpse. If so, hello! My name is Alice. I'm 19 years old and that's just about all I can remember about myself at the moment. I've fallen quite a long way down and I think I must have hit my head. Hopefully no important bits are damaged aside from the whole memory thing. Which I suppose is an important bit. But I can worry about that after we've gotten out of here. Wherever here is. Oh, it looks like that's an auto overwrite. This is a lovely save system. And look, it's a realistic portrait of her. That's nice. Okay, we've looked at our journal. That's what we have to do. One of our objectives is done. Oh, it's blinking. How odd. Oh. What was that? How curious. Goodness, it's a... Well, that's the most horrifying thing I've ever seen. Oh dear. I don't do well with dead bodies, I'm afraid. Poor skeleton. Whatever happened to you? Did you get stuck here as well? Your VTuber model seems to be stuttering a bit also. Oh god, no it is. Thank you for letting me know. Oh, what a pity. No model today. Where is my little picture? Just a moment, chat. There we go. That'll do. Thank you for letting me know. My computer is a bit shit, but I'm working on getting a new one. You certainly look like you've been down here a while. I suppose this doesn't bode very well for me. Let me close VTube Studio. There we go. Were you married? That's a bit sad, seeing as you're dead. Oh, thank you for the sub, lady, the resub. Oh, 7 months. Wow. The passage of time sure is strange. It is. It's very odd. Were you married? That's a bit sad, seeing as you're dead. Your ring is so very shiny, though. Sticky fingers, Alice. But nobody's here, so it must be fine. It's a little plush doll. Yeah, it's my little Fugi. My little Fugi image. Oh, more jewelry. If this necklace is real, it must be ridiculously expensive. He's seen better days. She's very beautiful and very nude. That's a bit ironic, isn't it? What a pretty young lady. And what pretty flowers. Lady Justice, I'd hate to be at the business end of that axe. Why do they always make old people look so unpleasant? I've always found old women delightful. Oh, it's a photograph of a fountain. Where is this? Can I look at it? Ah. I see. Oh, what was that? I saw something there. I wonder if I have a mother. Well, obviously I know I have a mother. Everyone has a mother. But I mean in a more specific sense. I can't remember. This is the kind of basket I'd used to go picnicking with. Drat. I'll have to get closer. Can't reach it, and I'm not nearly agile enough to make that leap. And this bank is too deep to climb down. I don't think I'd be able to get up, and I've fallen down enough holes for today. Oh, guys. Is the game lagging too? Just a moment. It looks like I can't change my settings from in-game. Just a moment. I will need to save. Man, I really can't run anything except visual novels right now, while streaming at least. To title. It's some sort of bucket. Water elevator system. It's not moving though, obviously. It's a lever, but it's covered in thorny vines. Oh. Snip, snip. There you go. Oh, nothing happened. For some reason I thought that would make it work. Me too, Alice. This might work over a bridge, if I'm strong enough to carry it. Huh. Actually a lot lighter than I thought. Maybe I can use this plank here. Look at that! A bridge! Very clever stuff, Alice. Now, just try not to fall off it. I can also use... That didn't work. Oh. I'm not hungry at the moment, but this apple is too pretty to eat anyway. Oh, hi Jackie! Thank you for the hydrate and stretchies. I hope you're doing well today. This looks amazing. Yeah, it's very cool. I'm having a lot of fun. Very interesting game. Oh? What a miserable looking clown. Poor thing. Mercy, that's a lot of rubble. I could get crushed. Poor Dolly, down here all by herself. Where's your mama, baby? Well, that's unpleasant. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Hello, Miss Raven. That's quite a lovely nest you have there. The raven blinks in a flattered sort of way. Oh, it's a bird's nest. There's a bunch of sparkly bits and bobs in it. I wonder if I can give her a sparkly bit. Can I give you a sparkly? That didn't work. No? What if I... Don't be daft, Alice. Well, don't call me daft. I thought it would work. There's shinies there. Why wouldn't she want another shiny? I wonder if this old thing still works. What a pretty handheld mirror. Gosh, my reflection certainly looks worse for wear. Chin up, mirror Alice. We'll get through this. Well, we've collected a bunch of little things. Now I think we have some puzzles to solve. We need to find out where that fountain was. Pass a check, thank you, lady. There was a fountain. Inspect. Okay, we need to see if we can find those statues, I think. It won't budge. Well, maybe it'll open if I sort out... Hang on. Oh. No, not the right statue. Maybe it was back this way. Oh, there was something I could have picked up. I almost missed that. Big Grin cigarettes. Guaranteed to give any man, expectant mother or child, a big grin. There's still a few left in here. There must have been some sad statues. Hang on. Where's a statue that's not smiling? You're not smiling, but you're Lady Justice. You're Medusa, so I'm not sure. Expectant mother. Obviously the cigarettes won't be very... Well, excuse me. I thought I was onto something, Alice. What about the Skelly Man? Do you want a cigarette, Mr. Skelly Man? Oh. Symbols on here are the same ones as the tiles near those statues. Is it the moon cycle? There, a pretty flower for a pretty statue. The symbol is glowing now. How very strange. Okay. Do I give you... What if I... Here you go. Miss Statue, I found a baby for you. It was in the trash. That's another one. Only one symbol left, and then, well... I actually don't know exactly what this is doing. But it's doing something, and that's better than nothing, I suppose. She reminds me of those old crones from fairy tales, like Hansel and Gretel or Snow White. Let's see... Would you like this apple, ma'am? That's the last one. Yay! Oh, it's the fountain! That's a lot of rats. Yes, you're right, Alice. That is a lot of dead rats. She's holding out her hands like she's waiting for something. It's a fountain, I think, but there's no water. I think he's missing a piece. Maybe it's a memorial? It gives me the heebie-jeebies. Whatever heebie-jeebies are. I never thought about it, actually. What's this? A note? Death and life were not enemies, as the humans had always supposed. Just as there could be no warmth of day without the cool hand of night, so too could there be no life without death. Life brought beginnings, mornings, and light. Death brought endings, sleep, and peace. And so it was for all time, always and forever. Let's have a look at that picture we found of the fountain. Now that we've found it. Oh, we do need that. That was the thing that the raven had her nest in. I wonder if we can get it now that we know where the fountain is. Let's go have a look. I'm enjoying these puzzles a lot. They're very fun. Miss Raven, could I have that? Hello, Miss Raven. That's quite a lovely nest you have there. Now, Miss Raven, I understand this might be an inconvenience for you, moving and all. But you see, I really need that picture you're sitting on. I think it belongs to a fountain, not to you. The raven does not care about what you need. It's a raven. Look, it's just that I really need that picture. How about we make a deal? You let me have that picture and I'll help you find a new one. A better one, even shinier than this one. The raven looks mildly interested. I'll go put together a nice new nest for you. You'll love it, I promise. I have an idea. Combine. Yes. It's still a bit plain. Okay. Combine these. Aside, should we combine one more thing? I think we're ready. That should be enough, I think. I put a lot of nice shiny things on it. If I were a bird, I'd sure like to live in a nest like this. Yay! It worked. The raven looks very happy in her new home. She has a gift for you too. Oh, for me? A feather! Wow, thank you very much, Miss Raven. What a lovely lady. Finally, it's the picture. If I can stick this back where it belongs on the fountain, hopefully it'll work. And then we might get the water working with the bucket system. I don't quite know what the buckets do. But I get the feeling that we want them to move. I love this walk cycle so much. It's so cute. It's actually perfect. Look at that fun jaunt she has going on. Oh, the water! It worked. Oh, would you look at that? It's working again. Where is the water coming from, I wonder? I suppose it's unimportant so long as it's working. It's best not to think about things too hard sometimes. Now we go back to the water. What items haven't we used? We've got the feather. We've still got the fountain painting, but I think that's okay. We've got cigarettes and the scissors. It's working! Oh, hang on. There's something in it. Looks like it goes all the way up. Should I try hopping into a bucket? Yeah, let's give it a go. Oh! Where am I? Oh dear, this isn't the surface, is it? I'm still underground. Well, where is this place? It looks nothing like the ruins from before. Is that a house? Somewhere. Oh dear, that painting is very unsettling, I have to say. I don't like this painting very much. No, Alice, I didn't think you would enjoy it. What's this though? Bit ominous. Life sowed the seeds of the living, and when the time came, death harvested. He cleaved their souls from their flesh and blood and teeth and brought them to the after. He would leave them there, because their souls did not belong to him. Death did not belong to anyone, anywhere, and no one, and nothing belonged to him. All death knew was taking, and there was so much taking to be done. Oh! She doesn't look very happy. No, she doesn't, does she? They're a very attractive couple. Are they? Oh, it's a house key. Ah! Oh my gosh. Yes, same Alice. Who was that? Oh my god. I hate that quite a lot. God help me. Me too, Alice. The complete works of Edgar Allan Poe. What a sad poem. Oh, Poe. Oh, the tale, this one. Be that word our sign of parting, bird or fiend. I shrieked, upstarting. Get thee back into the tempest and the night's Plutonian shore. Leave no black plume as a token of that lie thou soul hath spoken. Leave lime in my loneliness unbroken. Quit the bust above my door. Take thy beak from out my heart and take thy form from off my door. Quoth the raven, nevermore. And the raven, never flitting, still is sitting, still and sitting, on the pallid bust of Pallas just above my chamber door. And his eyes have all the seeing of a demon's that is dreaming, and the lamplight o'er him streaming throws his shadow on the floor, and my soul from out that shadow that lies floating on the floor shall be lifted nevermore. Oh, goodness. Can't go this way, okay. Trying not to miss anything, that's all. Oh, it's completely wrecked. It is, isn't it? Must have been one nasty crash. Is anyone home, I wonder? It's locked, of course it is. Hello? Is somebody there? I guess nobody's home. Hello? Anyone? I'm in a bit of trouble, I think, if anyone is there. Hello? Anyone? Hello? I don't think I should even bother. I'm rather weak, unfortunately. We lost the house key. How do we get it back? Can we go this way? No. How do we get the house key? Let's is a lot of clocks. It's that key. He didn't have that before, did he? That makes no sense. How did that even... Well, in any case, I can have the key now. Oh, hi Zach. Thank you for the posture check. And the hydrate. Well, we have the key now. That was odd. I'm not sure why that happened. Butterfingers. Let's try this again. How are you doing this fine morning? No cat still today? My model was lagging. Hello, you look a bit lost. Jesus Christ, a talking cat! Jesus Christ, a talking girl. That's a bit of a rude greeting, don't you think? Goodness, where on earth did you... My God, you're a talking cat. I believe that's been well established, yes. Jesus, Joseph and Mary. Are you some sort of radio toy or something? Are those the only options? Radio toy or something? In that case, I suppose I would be a something. Oh gosh, now you've done it, Alice. You've hit your head and now you're talking to cats, just like Aunt Edith. Your Aunt Edith is a cat? Oh, sorry, no. I mean she talks to cats. But she's loony, and so am I guess. So, you seem shocked. Certainly you've seen a cat before. Oh yes, of course, but not one, well... I can't say I've heard one speak. Really? I found most cats quite verbose. Maybe they just don't want to talk to you. Well, they meow at me, but I obviously don't understand them. But you speak English. I'm also fluent in German. Okay. I think I must be hallucinating. I hit my head pretty hard earlier. Yes, I saw. That was quite the fall. Nobody's fallen down here in a while. You saw? Have you been watching me? Oh, sure. You're quite clever, Alice, getting that fountain working again. The last one just fiddled with those statues for a while and then gave up. Well, Wait, sorry, how do you know my name? Because you look like an Alice. Because that's what you are, aren't you? An Alice? What does that mean? How exactly does an Alice look? Well, you don't look just like any old Alice. You look perfectly like yourself. And since you happen to be Alice, it means you look rather like an Alice. After all, how else would you look? I'm terribly confused. Well then, which is it? You're either confused or you're Alice. Which one? I think both. I'm both, I suppose. I'm a very confused Alice at the moment. Sorry, I'm just a little overwhelmed right now. So much has happened since I woke up and it's just all a bit much, you know? If you could just help me get my head sorted, I would very much appreciate it. Sure, very confused, Alice. How can I help? How did I get here? Do you know how I can get out of here? That depends on what you mean by out of here. I want to get out of this, wherever we are. Out of this hole, or wherever, whatever it is. Back to where? I'm just not here, mostly. Back to where I was before. The outside. Do you know the way out? I should imagine the way out is the opposite of however you fell in. Though it's usually a one-way trip. See, that's just the issue. I can't remember how I fell in. Or much of anything, really. I mean, I remember a few things, like books and basic arithmetic and how to speak English, of course. But all the helpful memories are just gone. I just remember waking up here. Does this sort of thing usually happen to you? Forgetting things, I mean. How should I know if I usually forget things when I can't remember who I am? You love this cat? Jackie, I love this cat too. I am a big fan of the style that people often write the Cheshire Cat's talking in. It's very fun. It's very all over the place. It's very silly. He asks a lot of questions, and I like that too. You're Alice. Well, I didn't forget that, obviously. Do you know the way out of here or not? Sure, it's in the house. Swinging his legs and smiling at me, I'd put him on my computer monitor. Honestly, yeah. He'd be very cute as a little desktop pet. He could be a very fun little desktop pet, I think. Really? Well, alright. May I have the key back then? I shouldn't think so, no. Why not? Does it belong to you? No. Well, no, it doesn't mine exactly. But I found it, and this whole place seems abandoned, so I thought I could keep it. Yes, I saw how you took that ring earlier. Quite the little looter, aren't we? I didn't... I guess he figured he wasn't using it anymore, and it was very... shiny, and I'm not a thief. What would you call someone who takes things that don't belong to them? Fine, but then the key isn't yours either, is it? It's mine now. How come? I stole it from you. Ah, look, Mr. Cat. I just really need to get out of here. Can I please have the key? No. I like this guy a lot. Can you at least just unlock the door for me? You can keep the key, I just need to get in. No. Well, why not? There's nothing behind that door for you yet. But you just said that's the way out. Yes, but not for you. Not yet. See, this is just a demo. And the house and everything after it is all content that's not quite ready for you yet. That's early access stuff in there. Early access? What are you talking about? Well, this is the demo. It's only the first tiny little bit of your story. If you'd like to experience the rest, you'll have to wait for the next bits to be out. Though that's up to you too. Up to me? What do you mean? If you want the rest of the game, you can check out the Kickstarter that's currently up. Let me link that in chat, the Kickstarter. Because I'm enjoying this a lot, and if you guys are able to fund it some more... I'm not mad about our fourth wall? Oh, you know the Cheshire Cat doesn't give a shit about the fourth wall, bestie. There we go. Fourth wall break is very funny. So far they have the expanded... They've been completely funded for the base game. They have reached the expanded story goal and the expanded levels goal. They do have goals for language support, more outfits for Alice, platform support, so like consoles, cutscenes, and an extra ending. So if you guys want to support them, there's 53 days left on the Kickstarter, so you've got time. Over a month even. And there's some fun rewards. If I was able to, I would get the Queen bust. There's like a bust you can get of the Queen of Hearts, but it's a bit pricey. Yes, it's where they're hoping to get funded for full game production. You can find the link on the title page. If I can't go into the house, what should I do now? You can look into the Kickstarter for the game or the socials, or just stay here and walk around for a bit. See if you've missed anything. Okay. Well, it seems like that's all the demo is. I have to say, I really, really like this demo. It's not long. I don't think it needs to be, though. It's showing off its puzzle writing chops very well. Like, the puzzle writing, absolutely exceptional, I must say. I haven't seen puzzle writing in games this good for so long. Let me see if there's a new diary entry. Oh, there is. Spooky statues. This place is terribly overgrown. Where am I? I have this awful feeling something is watching me. It's probably nothing. Just leaves. Just nerves. I need to get out of here. I love all her drawings. They're so nice. I don't know where that well spit me up, but I'm still deep underground. How far did I fall exactly, and whose house is this? Why anyone would want to live here, I have no idea. Everything's destroyed. It looks like a bomb was dropped here. I think I'm probably going mad because I just had this strangest interaction with a talking cat. I've seen lots of cats before, but never met one who could talk. Or one with such a large grin. This has been a lovely demo, I must say. I will be saving this. If you are able to support the game, please do. They have their own deck of habromania playing cards. They do! I'm not a big fan of playing cards, but I know that a lot of people like that kind of thing, so I would... They have a lot of interesting options. You know what? I'm not gonna pull it on my screen because that's a lot of work right now, and I don't want to do that. But I will go over the rewards they have available for you guys. You can just get the game, access to all 3 acts as they're released during early access. You can get the digital download to the OST, which is really nice. You can get button pins of the cat, the Queen of Hearts, Tosca the Clown, we saw her in a painting, Alice and the Hatter. You can get stickers. You can get an illustrated poker card deck, which is very pretty. There's a digital zine, and there's a physical one as well. There's the limited edition Queen of Hearts painted bust. Oh my goodness, which I really want, but I cannot feasibly make that pledge. But there are a lot of amazing, it looks really good. And I think if you guys are able to just throw a couple of bucks their way, please do. This is a project I would absolutely, this is the sort of project that needs support, that should be supported. I 100% believe so. And this person behind this project has a track record for completing their work. They have a webtoon called Love Bites, which, very different. Very, very different story. Very different art style. But they upload new episodes for that every Saturday. Do it for the Queen, fund the game, everyone. Yes, yes, please, do fund the game. I am a huge fan. We're gonna, chat, would you like to have a small break and then we'll get back into Cage of Roses? Because this is way too short for a stream. I think we should have a small break and then we get back in Cage of Roses. How's that sound? I think that sounds fantastic. I will need to grab the safety jumper. as I must. And I will... You like breaks? I know you do, buddy boy. I will also need to pull VTube Studio up again because this game will let me have my model. Resting is so important. I might have a little walk around about it. Just go for a little walk out in the garden because it's nice and sunny. But let me just turn that image off. It's my model, my sprout capture. There we go. And I will be right back. The safety jumper has been deployed. My chair feels a bit low though, hang on. It had dropped a bit. I hate how chairs do that, where they just drop over time. It's really annoying. I'm back. I'm back. The squeaky gamer chair, yeah. The squeaky gamer chair. At least it's not a total gamer chair. At least it has some structure. They all get squeaky though, don't they? But we have the safety jumper once again. I should take a photo of it. Don't mind me, chat. I'm just making social media posts when I should be playing a video game. Don't be like me last night, stay stream with a friend and don't promote it. Oh, honey. We've all been there. Sometimes you just want to start streaming, you don't want to think about what you're doing. You just want to do a thing. But my rule is that... Oh, we need to change the category, hang on. You're supposed to promote? Honestly, that explains a lot. Guys! You're supposed to promote! You can't get viewers if they don't know who you are! If they don't know that you exist! Oh my god. Now she tells us. So I thought that was common sense. Everyone does that. Hi, Piranha! Hi. You just missed out the Habromania demo. But that's okay, because the Kickstarter for it is still pinned. You draw a webcomic that's good enough for you? That's totally fine. You do promote that webcomic a lot though, which is really good. You are following your ethos there. So I'm very pleased about that. You know how to do it, you just forget to do it for streaming. Energy drink time. Micah knew Magdalena meant well. Part of her wished that her captor's fingers would slip, and she would nick a major artery which would douse her skirts and her sheets bright red. Magdalena's motions were well practiced, however, just as they had been the night before. Her gloved fingers did not wobble, though her resolve might have as she introduced the blade to the inside of Micah's arm. One time at even that was only part of watching. As long as you're having fun when you stream, that's really, really good. That's really important. The fun factor. People can tell when you're having a good time, and that I think that really helps sell what you're doing. I shouldn't say sell. That sounds a bit ridiculous. That sounds a bit too capitalist, but you know what I mean. Micah shivered to feel the cold steel pressed against her flesh. Magdalena had not cut. Not yet, at least. But she could feel the edge of the blade and knew of the pain it promised. She had endured that pain once before already. Had that not been enough? The anticipation was unnerving. Micah began to shiver. If you're going to do it, then can you please hurry? I cannot stand the waiting. Capitalism on Twitch? No, never. Listen, I stream for the love of the game. However, I understand that I live in a capitalist economic situation and that I cannot work. So in my mind, I am not engaging with the capitalist rhetoric. I enjoy the fact that I have more money to survive on, but it is not. I am not viewing it through a capitalist lens, which is how I keep sane about this whole situation. Does that make sense? Maybe. My apologies. I had hoped to prepare you for it. But I suppose pain is not something one can really prepare for. Not even if they have fair warning. I've seen hardier men than you cry at my heels. Though I never cared to be half so gentle with them. I don't much want to do this myself, but... well, never mind that. I can't wait to see this horrific mistress that Magdalena is serving. I do wonder if it's going to be some otherworldly beauty, or some terrifying beast, or a combination of the two. Like, I am very excited to see this mistress eventually. I will cut now. Hold your breath and maybe close your eyes if you must. It might help. Micah began, yet was unable to finish. Magdalena, true to her word, had moved her hand, the blade, once inert, now slicing into Micah's flesh. Magdalena scored the blade across the inside of Micah's arm, an inch beneath her previous incision. Pain flared up inside Micah in an instant, hot like all the flames of hell. Fortunately for Micah, however, the incision was made quickly and cleanly. The blade retracted before Micah had a chance to truly register what had occurred. A bowl was soon placed beneath Micah's cut, into which Micah bled, rivulets of crimson trickling down her pale skin and into the basin beneath. Micah did not look at her cut. She could not bear to, but she could feel her life's blood oozing from her. Chat, I wonder if in our next Yuri we read something cute. Should we read something kawaii and adorable for our next Yuri? I feel like all the Yuri we've read together has been kind of like intense. But even though that's my taste, I feel like I wonder if I should like give you a break from the Yuri tragedies. Turns out they look like Nosferatu from SpongeBob. I loved that Nosferatu character in SpongeBob. I thought he was so funny. Every time he showed up, I was like, ooh! It was incredible just how much the human body could bleed. The last cut Magdalene had inflicted had been thinner than a paper cut, yet it had bled profusely. Micah wondered whether this blood was meant for Magdalena or whether she meant to give it to her mistress, the one who had cried earlier, who had been hungry. That must have been where Micah's blood had gone last night. Micah had thought it odd Magdalena had not partaken of her blood in a more direct manner. What was the point in possessing such sharp incisors if one did not use them? By this point, Micah felt as though she had bled for an indeterminate time. Her thoughts were beginning to slow, to become muddled. Her arms stung and she felt sick. She did not want to look at the sleek crimson which daubed her skin, nor Magdalena's pale, pinched face. She was afraid that Magdalena would look just as upset, if not more so, than she did herself, and Micah couldn't bear that. She did not want to pity Magdalena now, not when she felt so enervated. Enervated? That's a new one for me. Hang on. Context clues are helping a little bit, but I'm curious still. Drained of energy or vitality. Yes. Yes. That makes sense. From the context, I mean. I think that should be enough. Micah heard a soft thud as the offertory bowl was set aside. Then she felt something soft and wet dab at the inside of her arm, against her cut, which still continued to bleed. Magdalena had been wiping her cut clean with a kerchief. Finally, Micah chanced to crack her eyes open. Her eyelashes fluttered as she surveyed Magdalena. The world once blurry, now sliding into focus like a dial turned on a telescope. I'm sorry to do this to you, Micah. Not that my apologies mean very much, I suppose. It's not like anything I could say now could erase all I have done. Okay, now we can remove the safety jumper. The safety jumper is an intrinsic part of any vampire story, possibly. With Micah's blood having been collected, Magdalena soon took her leave. She tucked the bowl against her side, her slender fingers curled about it, then exited Micah's chamber, closing the door behind her with a thud. There was the familiar click of a lock, which seemed to echo inside Micah's skull. Then silence. Micah was once more quite alone. Oh, we get to see this pretty art piece again. It never gets old. God damn. Left weary after the day's events and inside of her arms, still singing, Micah lay down upon her bed and looked to the ceiling. A yawn forced its way from her parted lips and her eyelids began to droop. Before she allowed sleep to claim her, however, she felt her thoughts turning to Magdalena. She thought of the dark bruises beneath her eyes, from a lack of sleep or so she had said, and the sickly pale pallor of her skin, white as leprosy. She thought of the violent red marks which ringed her wrist, which she had hurried to hide. She thought of the screaming she had heard while tarrying in the entrance hall, and of the way Magdalena had flinched to hear it, and her reassurances, feeble though they were, that those screamings were not for Micah to trouble herself over. Appeasing the mistress is supposed to be my job. Who was this mysterious mistress of whom Magdalena spoke? Micah knew not, but she must have been somebody with leverage over Magdalena, powerful enough that even a vampire would grovel before them. Micah turned over in her bed, the wooden bed frame creaking in protest, and trembled. At least now she could say for certain that she and Magdalena were not alone in this castle. There was another person sequestered away in one of the many rooms Micah had never been in. Magdalena's mysterious mistress. It was somewhat satisfying to have her earlier suspicions proven right. But Micah did not feel any more at ease now than she had upon waking that morning. If anything, it was the exact opposite. How awful must Magdalena's mistress be if even Magdalena was afraid of her? Micah hardly dared to imagine it. If she allowed her imagination to run riot, as the roses in Magdalena's garden did, she feared she would never be able to sleep again. Act 3. The World in Monochrome. Sunday eventually arrived, after what seemed entirely too long, and with it came Henny's visit to St. Cecilia's to see Father Dvorak. It's Henny time, baby! Yes! My wife. Agnes accompanied Henny on this excursion, strolling beside her with a definite spring to her step. St. Cecilia's wasn't so very far away from Walter Gerhardt's home, and the two women made it to the church's impressive stone edifice in good time. Once inside the building, both Agnes and Henny took a seat upon the pews to wait patiently for the sermon to begin. Yes, it's my wife! It's my wifey! Oh, goodness. It's a goth twink priest. That man doesn't look like a priest. Are we sure of his credentials? My goodness. He looks like he'd be into the occult, if anything. Especially at this time period. Yeah, wow. He should be in a fucking, BL manhwa. Like, ugh. Where's his toxic relationship, you know? When the congregation was seated, a man took to the pulpit. He cut a tall, striking figure, dressed primarily in black. His arms and legs slender, and his hair dark and glossy. Honestly looks like a character out of Vampire Hunter D. I keep meaning to watch that. I keep meaning to watch that, and I keep forgetting. That and Helsing. I feel like I'd really enjoy them. Watch it, gah! I have seen the art style of Empire Hunter D, and I lose my mind every time. It's so beautiful. Even from a distance, Henry could tell he was a young man, his cheekbones high, his face devoid of wrinkles. Henry wasn't sure how old she would place him exactly, but she didn't think him to be much more than 25. He does look very young, yes. What if he's also a vampire? Vampires in the church isn't such a foreign concept. Curious, she glanced at Agnes and murmured, "Is that Father Dvorak?" "Yes, that's right." "Oh, Agnes looks lovely in that uniform. It suits her well." "Oh, I'm so glad he is here. I was worried he mightn't be, then our trip would be for nothing. This is quite the relief. But it's too early to ask him any questions. You'll have to wait until the sermon is over." He has such a way with words, though. His sermons are never a bit dull. I'm sure you'll enjoy it. Hi, Shale. Thank you for the stretchies. And for the head pats. Oh, are the head pats working? Are the head pats working? I had to reopen VTube Studio, so I'm not sure. They are? Okay, beautiful. I was a bit worried for a moment. Thank you. Morning all. Lovely to see you. You just missed the habromania demo, but that's okay. It will be in the VOD later. Speaking of which, I need to upload the other VOD from the other day. I'll try and get that done this afternoon. Afternoon for me. Evening for you guys, maybe. Nighttime even. He has such a way with words, though. His sermons are never a bit dull. I'm sure you'll enjoy it. You missed Alice in Wonderland and now to your scheduled Yuri? Yep. Alice in Wonderland is looking very good. Luckily the main game has been completely funded and some stretch goals have been gotten. But if you're curious and you have some extra moolah lying around, the Kickstarter link is in the pin. Hi Slacko, how you doing? You just missed the Alice in Wonderland puzzle game demo. The lovely habromania. It was very fun. Mistrustfully. Spicy food too spicy and I died. Oh, Slacko. You know you're white. You know we can't be dealing with spicy food that easily. You took a stab in the dark and you'll meet your biological limits. I fear. But I like spicy. I don't think spicy likes you, baby. Mistrustfully, Henny glanced back at Father Dvorak. She was in too anxious a state to think overly much about anything save rescuing Micah. Enjoying herself seemed a foreign state to the young maid ever since she had fled from Magdalena's home. Spicy can suck it up. I don't think Spicy will suck it up. I think Spicy's got hands. There would be time enough for fun later. Henny was doubtful that the priest would be able to aid her, as Agnes claimed. She had thought that he would be older. Truly capable men, the sort of self-made business owners like Walter Gerhardt quoted while smoking cigars in their studies, often seemed to be in their 50s or 60s with domed foreheads and arched brows. Henny knew little about capable men, but she knew this, having seen the plaster butts of Seneca and Aristotle upon Walter's desks. Ah, thank you for the resub, Seko! 11 months? Wow, almost a whole year. Wow, that's crazy. I appreciate it. Thank you, dear. Spicy do have hands, looks at toilet. Oh my goodness. Time's crazy. Father Dvorak seemed a little more than a boy when compared to these ancient philosophers, but this was not enough to make Henny discard his potential help outright. Cautiously intrigued by what the father might have to say, Henny settled upon the pew to listen. She sat in silence as Father Dvorak spoke, and as he did so, Henny felt his voice wash over her. It was, after all, as Agnes had said. Father Dvorak's voice was a sonorous one which seemed to fill the church despite not being overtly loud. Sweet as milk and honey and just as enticing. As Father Dvorak spoke, his eyes swept across the assembled faces of his congregation. They were very dark eyes, Henny noticed, a rich brown which was soulful and serious. He's like a poet. He's giving poet energy. You know those like skinny little poet men from back in the day? He's giving that vibe. The father's gaze seemed to settle midway during his sermon upon Henny. It seemed as though he was looking straight through her, divining all her anxieties, which made Henny fluster. Suddenly shy, she averted her gaze to look at her interwoven fingers laying on her lap. Agnes had been right about his oratory gifts. But what of his ability to help Micah? That was more important than his ability to espouse at length about God and his many miracles. Henny shifted in her seat as the sermon drew to its close, seized by an uncomfortable anxiety. She had tried not to raise her hopes overly much the night prior for fear of being disappointed. But she could no longer contain herself. Her anticipation ran deep, just like the ocean. If he could not aid her, who could? Henny knew of nobody else to turn to. This Father Dvorak, young though he was the only hope she had left. The sermon came to a close after what seemed both too short and too long a time, and with it came a general flurry of activity as the congregation began to stand en masse. Most walked to the church's exit without further preamble, while others paused by the pews of their neighbours to share gossip about the latest goings-ons in their homes. Yet a few more stragglers stayed behind to offer their thanks to Father Dvorak, who responded with a modest smile. Henny was among these stragglers, though self-consciously she hung back. Doubts had begun to creep up on her, much like shadows. She wanted to speak to Father Dvorak, but now she had an opportunity, she felt afraid to. She was anxious that all her hopes would be dashed once and for all, and she would be left with no further recourse to aid Micah. But Henny was a practical woman. That's what I love about her. She's a practical woman. She doesn't dither about. She does what she needs to do. I love a woman who gets shit done. That's the kind of woman for me. And she knew she would accomplish nothing by dithering endlessly. The last of the finely dressed women complimenting the priest dispersed, and the church was almost emptied. Damn right. Yes, Zach, you get it. You love we love competent women. Women who just do shit. Henny stood there still at the pew, her fingers twisted together at her front. I understand a bit of fretting can hold you back, but action. You know? Her eyes met Father Dvorak's, who looked at her in turn, his head tilted expectantly. It was now or never. Henny would not have been able to forgive herself had she squandered this chance Agnes had given her. What do you mean by this, Zach? Chat, for those wondering, Zach has just said, we love women who shit, I mean do. Sir. Sir, are you coming up with a scat fetish? Is that what you're doing? To be fair, piss kink is kind of like everywhere nowadays. It's the scat fetish people who are being underrated, I imagine. It'll be all right, Henrika. Agnes prompted her with a small smile. I won't hang around for you. I wouldn't want to eavesdrop, but I'll be supporting you from afar. Please tell me how everything goes later. I'm eager to hear what Father Dvorak has to say. Underrated is a wild word to use there. What else am I supposed to call it? Underground? Not considered often? I hope he can be of help. Me too, Agnes, and thank you for suggesting his services to me. I really do appreciate it. Yes, as they should be. We don't kink shame here, Slacker, you know that. Wild topic to zone back into. Welcome to my stream, Slitchy. Congratulations. I took about whatever the fuck I want. Anytime. I'll do anything to help a friend. Beaming brightly, Agnes departed, leaving Henny and Father Dvorak alone. Henny inhaled, steeling her nerves, then took a step forth. The sound of her footsteps against St. Cecilia's stone floor sounded improbably loud, and her breath caught in her throat. God, he looks even more twinky with that pose. Look at this man! Someone make like... I'm really gonna say this, aren't I? Whatever, nothing stopped me before. Someone make some, like, gay-ass porn of this man. Look at him. Look at that man, and I need... I may not be attracted to men, but this man needs gay-ass porn made of him stat. This isn't, like, a subjective opinion. He's made for it. I know he's made for it. Look at him. That is a twink's twink. Right? I know he's kind of crazy with it. I know he's insane. You're sorry for the snowball effect you've created in chat. No, it's fine. It's like there's like a spinning wheel, and at any given moment someone will be randomly selected to say some crazy shit in my streams. It's a random poll. It was just your turn today. Father Dvorak? Henny addressed the man once she was a few paces away from him, both hands clasped at her front. Yes? Father Dvorak responded in turn, his brown eyes softening as he saw Henny approach. Is there something you would like to ask me? I'm always open for dispensing advice, particularly if it's a serious issue, which this seems to be. Your expression is awfully grim. Bristolnia has a Kickstarter? No! This Kickstarter is for the game demo we played earlier that you just missed, Slacko. This Kickstarter is for the demo that I played. Hi, Nexus! How you doing? No, we played the demo for Habromania earlier, and I wanted to link the Kickstarter because it's a project I'm really passionate about. They have the actual game fully funded, but there's some stretch goals that would be really awesome if they could hit, like animated scenes and extra endings and stuff like that. And there's some interesting rewards you can get for some of the pledges. There is a reward I would have really liked to get, but it's out of my budget, unfortunately. Welcome in, Nexus. You've arrived just in time to see the twink priest. Look at this man. I said just now that I need to see gay porn of this man's stat, not for my like personal interest, but just because he's made for it, and I stand by that. The twink priest, exactly. Random book line. Fuck you, Slacko. The twink priest, the twist. Yes, exactly. I need gay porn of I'm gonna keep saying it. I need gay porn of this man on my desk by the end of the week. Stat. Okay, I'm gonna read from a non-fiction piece based on a criminal the criminal debacle. Frankly, a fraud case, because the case was fraudulent. There was nothing that they had, but they were prosecuting and attacking people, specifically some gay people, and this was a case that took place in my country. Is that the one you did before? I think I have read from this book before. It's an important case to me because it's important to remember the parts of my country that aren't perfect. It's called, the book that I'm reading from is called A City Possessed, The Christchurch Civic Creche Case by Lindley Hood. Let's see. Don't your arms get tired staying up like that? No, I'm exercising. If they get tired, that means it's working. This is a good point. There were a lot of leading interviews surrounding the children who were interviewed about what they were saying. It turned out that there were a lot of leading questions and suggestive talk, suggestive like questioning to the children, so that they would say things that would get people charged. It was very inappropriate. This is an interesting point. Miss Mahogany did not take up the invitation to have her children interviewed. A few years earlier, I was on a social services committee, she explained. The abuse team came and spoke to us. They were very strong women. I felt they would be quite intimidating for a child, so when we were urged to have our children interviewed, I thought, oh no, not my kids. Mrs. Elm, a counsellor who had seen many of her colleagues become sexual abuse specialists virtually overnight, also kept her child out of the investigators' hands. Just a snippet. They were very passionate people who were worried about the possibilities that children were being abused. However, they were too focused on the idea that children might be being abused to tackle the case properly. That's the best way to describe it. Quite frankly, I remember picking up the book at we were at a second-hand shop, and I picked up the book because I was like, this is interesting, and I brought it up to the counter because I was shopping with Mum, and she said, oh my god, that case. Like, she looked like, oh god, that case, you know? It was not good. It was not a good case. It was a very, very toxic and dangerous situation, quite frankly, and there is a non-zero chance of queer people who were targeted over potentially of like supposedly abusing children. Right, back to it. Back to the lesbians. Thanks for derailing us, Psycho. Good job, mate. It's what you love to do, I know. Oh, is it? I didn't know. I'm sorry for intruding. I've never been to this parish before and we've never met. You're not under any obligation to help me, but... Now, that isn't true. Gently the father reprimanded Henny, his cheeks dimpling with his boyish smile. Oh, he's adorable. I bet he's a terrible person. I bet he sucks so bad. I bet he's a piece of shit. No problem, happy to hinder. Yeah, you're very good at that, Psycho. I think that's one of your little villainous traits, is that you like to derail people. As a priest, it's my duty to help everybody, regardless of where they might come from. Hang on. I had to allow a message. Psycho said, well, he's a twink, of course he sucks. Yeah. Yeah, I think he's a service twink, absolutely. I think he's a service bottom, 100%. As a priest, it's my duty to help everybody, regardless of where they might come from. Your birthplace is of no relevance at all to me. I will listen to you regardless, though I would like to know your name first. That would make it easier for us to converse, I think. Oh, yes. My name is Henrika. I don't come from Augsburg, but from a smaller town a little ways away. I used to work for the von Essen family. It's on their account that I've come here today, Father. So you're Frau Henrika, then? I see. And it seems that you're in a spot of bother? Oh, yes, well... I am not the one in a bother, really. I'm fine, as you should be able to see. It's my mistress who's in real peril. I tried to talk about it to her fiancé earlier, that would be Herr Gerhardt. But he didn't seem to grasp how serious it was. He's not lifted so much as a finger to help Micah, though she was to be his wife. She looks like her face is just on a plate that can be removed and replaced. Sir... How could you say such a thing about my Henny? My Henny is perfect and beautiful. How could you? That's why I came to see you. I had no other choice. Am I wrong? Yes, you are wrong. Shame him! Shame him, everyone! Shame the man! Shame our bunny boy! I don't think anybody else in Augsburg would believe me. Damn me. How do you not have a shame redeem? I should get one, shouldn't I? The shame redeem should be, I need to think about how I would do it. Like, do I just take a random chat member? What if I don't know how to do anything for streams. I always get tech support to help me, which is my friends, my dear lovely friends. What if I take the chat members' names and put it in a little cage every time every time I want to shame them? Like, I want to shame you now, Slacko. Wheel of Shame? But then I'd have to have, like, shame ideas. How, like, that's work. How would you like to be shamed, Psycho? Dear me. This does sound like quite the complicated situation you found yourself in, but no matter. I shall listen regardless, and I shall do my best to advise you. I cannot promise I will answer for all your problems, but I will try. First, however, would you care to sit down? You are shaking. Sorry, that's not my kink. Yeah, that does make it more difficult if you don't give me ideas, though, mate. Like, how would you like me to shame you? No, I'm not into that. But you want shaming. You want a shame redeem. Like, what are we doing here? Compromise, man. Oh, yes. Thank you. Henny took a seat upon one of the pews as instructed, while Father Dvorak did the same. Facing her, the priest then said, You may continue. But before that, you might do better to address me as Johann, rather than Father. It's less formal, and I find it more conducive to putting people at ease. Is Johann your name? Father Dvorak, Johann rather, nodded. Johann Dvorak. Is kink shaming your kink? Good question. I think it might be Slacko's. He would disagree because he is aggressively asexual, but wouldn't it be funny, Slacko, if kink shaming was your kink? Wouldn't that be quite amusing? Man, I didn't know you're the dom in the stream. Coming up with stuff is your job. Fuck, you're right. That'd be hilarious, but no. Exactly! It would be so fucking funny, but unfortunately. The suffering of all suffering, no. It's easier for more people to get their tongues around than Dvorak. I know some people have trouble with it. Right, thank you, Father. Johann. What I want to talk about might sound ridiculous, but believe me, it's no tall tale. I wouldn't have come here on the day of the Lord if it was. I don't hold with wasting people's time, no matter what Gerhardt might think. Everything I'm about to tell you is the truth, honest to God. I'll swear to it even in the house of the Lord. I saw it all with my own 2 eyes. My mistress, my Micah, she's been abducted by a vampire. Oh! He looks shocked, but not like shocked at the knowledge of vampires. Like, he's like, oh, vampires, okay. Like, looks like he believes her, but like shocked, you know? Vampire, yes! Surprising. Silence fell following Henny's improbable. Thank you for screaming that he's a twink, Psycho. Thank you. We were all very none of us have figured that out yet. Good evening. Hi, Jack. How you doing? You think he's not down with some blood sucking? I think it's a 50-50. Either he's really into vampires, or he has like the Christian they are creatures of sin mindset, you know? Silence fell following Henny's improbable, unbelievable exclamation. The silence seemed to weigh thick inside St. Cecilia's, even thicker than the stone columns which supported its vaulted ceiling. Henny stared at her interwoven fingers, which rested upon her lap, unable to meet Johann's gaze. Pretty good. I love the model so much. The ears are very cute. Thank you! I'm very happy with it. Look at that face. That is the face of a man with a vested interest in sin and not as a priest. Boy, I hope you're right, Slacko, because that would be really fun. What if he gets together with this so-called weird mistress that Magdalena is interested in, is taking care of, as like her personal blood bag? She was afraid if she lifted her head she would see upon his youthful face the same derision which Walter had regarded her in his study. No derision. He looks genuinely concerned. If she saw scorn in Johann's gaze, she feared all her hopes would wither and die. I think her chances are good. This is man is a man who has like done exorcisms and shit. Like I think our chances are strong, Henny. But I understand. It was to Henny's immense release, therefore, that when Johann did break the silence, it was not to admonish her. He sounded bemused more than anything when he said, "A vampire, you say?" "Yes, that's right. There's a vampire that lives in the forest, Father, Johann, and she kidnapped poor Micah. I know it sounds batty, balmy even, but I'm not making it up, I swear. Gerhard threatened to send me to an asylum for telling tall tales, but I never would. My mother brought me up better than that. Yes, I believe you. You don't strike me as the insincere sort, and I've no desire to cast any aspersions upon your mother's character. I've never met the woman, but I imagine she must be a godly sort to raise so astute a daughter. Now, what can you tell me about this vampire? What was she like? When did all this happen, and how did you and your unfortunate mistress meet her?" "Oh, Father!" Henny was so relieved at Johann's lack of judgment she could have cried in relief. Tears did begin to sting her eyes. She was so very touched, but she wiped them hastily away. Johann did not seem to think her in need of immediate incarceration, but that might change if she began to sob like a hysterical wench. It was with an immense amount of self-control that Henny inhaled, then launched into her tale. She told Johann about her journey through the forest with the von Essen family and how their carriage had been attacked by bandits. She told him of Lord and Lady von Essen's untimely deaths and how she had been able to rescue Micah before the bandits could finish her off too. She told Johann how she had run through the forest, Micah in tow as the fog swirled about them, chilling her ankles and sticking her skirts to her legs. She told him that Micah had fallen and knocked herself unconscious, and she had feared they would be done for. Unable to run away without her mistress, Henny had tarried while the bandits approached, fearing the worst. She had expected to be disposed of quickly, with a knife through the ribs, but the killing blow had not come. A strange, willowy woman, Magdalena Henny now knew her as, had stepped forth from the fog which was swirled about her, and she had soon dispatched these brigands. Her strength had far outstripped that of an ordinary woman, as had her speed. She had decapitated 3 men, then faced down the 4th, all without pausing. The sheer shock of this had overwhelmed Henny, and she herself had shortly passed out. Upon waking, she had found herself in a cell alongside Micah, and that was when she was reintroduced to their saviour and also their captor, their tormentor. Johann listened to all this quietly, and once Henny had finished with her address, sat back, his expression inscrutable. That does sound like quite the alarming turn of events. I do not blame you for being so very shaken. It is admirable that you were able to recount what occurred to me in so lucid a manner. I commend your dedication to your mistress and your desire to aid her. The pair of you must be awfully close." "Yes, we are. Micah is my dearest friend. I've known her since we were both little, and she means the world to me. She's much, much more than my mistress. I've been meaning to find a way to save her for the last 2 weeks, but I've not made any progress. I can't find anybody who'll listen to me. And that, I presume, is why you came to me?" "It is, yes. I was told that you would listen to any problem, no matter what it might be. But if I'm being honest, I'm not sure how you can help. I saw what that monster is capable of. She's no ordinary human. She cut down 3 fully grown men in only a handful of seconds. Guys, what if he's also a vampire? It's implied there are others out there. Like, we already know that there are other vampires. What if he is also a vampire? Being a vampire is being a priest as a vampire is a really good cover story. It does sound unbelievable, you are correct, but you've no need to fret about that. I've no qualms in believing that strange, powerful beings might exist, hidden in the shadows that few have borne witness to. Then, you don't think I'm lying? If I did, I would surely be a happier man. But no, I do not. I can believe your words readily. Maybe he's just into goth shit. Hey, potato! I mean, I think he is into goth shit, but I think there's like... I wonder how he got into like exorcisms and like why he's so open to this kind of stuff. Like as a priest, it's kind of looked down upon to be this way. I would never discount the word of a woman in need. As for your other concern, however... Johann's smile failed him. Frowning now, he recrossed his legs and sighed. That is a more thorny one. Though I do believe you, I doubt I'll be able to confront a creature such as this on my own. I am only a man myself, and not a great one either. There is little I can feasibly do on my own. So it's rather fortunate that I don't operate on my own. I have a colleague who I think may have been some use to you, Frau Henrika. She should be able to help should your plight pique her interest. But she isn't present at the moment. He has a friend who's a woman who hunts monsters? That explains a bit why he's into goth shit. He's already like in the club, you know? If you wish to have it for an audience with her, you will need to come to this church later tonight when the sun has set. Do you think you could do that? Oh yes, of course I can. If you can help my Micah, you or your colleague, then I'll be more than willing to see you again. I might wait until midnight to slip out, but I'll be here as soon as I can. You have my word. Johann spoke as though Henny had a choice in the matter, but Henny knew she did not. Johann's offer of help, tenuous though it was all Henny had to grasp. I'm glad! Good job, Henny! That's so cool! We have a lead! I'm so happy for her. This is great. Her meeting with Johann concluded, Henny returned to Walter Gerhardt's home, whereat she sought to keep both her mind and her body occupied. Though Sunday was supposedly a day of rest, this held true only in the mornings for Walter Gerhardt's maids. After midday, they were expected to resume their old routine, wiping down banisters, sweeping floors, polishing the silverware, and a myriad of other tasks which kept every moment occupied. The other maids murmured mutinously to themselves as they attended their chores, their malcontent spearheaded by Hermine. But Henny welcomed the work. She was so desperate for distraction that even Gertrude's sour expression was welcome. It served as a reprieve from her own anxious thoughts, all of which was centered around Micah. Would Johann really be able to help her? It was strange he had asked her to visit him later in the day, but Henny supposed he must have his reasons. She would find out soon enough, she supposed, during her second visit to St. Cecilia's. It was hours until the sun would set, however, and so until then, Henny kept herself busy. She deflected Agnes's curious questions about her meeting with Johann. I'll explain later, and kept her head down, impervious to Hermione's razor-sharp glares and her occasional whispers of, why is she still here anyway? She isn't one of us, she doesn't belong here, and she's not trying to belong here. Oh, they were right, she does look unsettlingly similar to Micah. Oh, that's weird. She never talks to any of us except dozy old Agnes, and what she sees in her is a mystery. I can't stand the way she holds herself, as though she's so much better than the rest of us. Who does she think she is, the Queen of Sheba? She might have worked in a fancy household once, but she's nothing more than a commoner. Oh, how cruel she is. She might be whispering, but it's clear she wants you to hear it. She might be pretty, but beneath that face she's nothing more than a monster. Agnes, good job, girl. She's growing a backbone, I love it. Do you really think so? Yes, she's so wicked it makes my blood boil. I don't know how you can stand it, Henrika. Oh, I've my ways, Henny replied vaguely while wiping down the many windows inlaid into the hallways. She might be an ill-tempered creature, but so are a lot of people, especially pretty ones. I'm prepared to bet that her mind was complimented one too many times when she was a youngster, and it's inflated her sense of self-worth beyond all reasonable measure. I don't think she's evil, though, and she's certainly no monster. Her mind was no Magdalena, white of limb and red of eye, with incisors sharp enough to bite through bones. Henny did not care for her mind, but she would not deny that she was human. Even the bandits who had murdered Lord and Lady von Essen had been humans, albeit immoral ones. Magdalena, meanwhile, was something else altogether. Well, maybe you're right. I do think she's a bully, though. Try though I might, I just can't bring myself to like her. I think that's fair. I don't like the prissy miss very much myself, but I've suffered worse things than her silly insults. They don't really bother me. This was true, too. Henny had long since learned that though her mind talked a lot, none of the things she said were worth listening to. It was all silly gossip, really. I love a grounded and self-certain queen. Henny is so cool. She knows who she is, she knows what she's about, and she don't give a shit about people who talk down to her. They are nothing. Her mind treated everybody poorly, even the sycophantic scullery maids who buzzed about her, believing that they were friends. Hermione, in all her petty cruelty, seemed not the sort of person who was capable of having friends. She had only acolytes and acquaintances. Once more, Henny wondered why Walter Gerhardt put up with her. But that, she supposed, was largely irrelevant. I think we all know why he puts up with her. I think we all know why a man would put up with a woman like that who only has her looks. I think we all know, even if she's a bitch. I think we all know. It's not like he's any better. They're made for each other, really. Hermione spent that Sunday flouncing about and flipping her hair over her shoulders as opposed to doing any real work, which eventually earned her Gertrude's ire. Nosy old hag. Hermione cursed after receiving a stern talking to from the housekeeper over her conduct. What's her problem? I swear she has something against me and I've never even done anything to her. She's such a bitch. Henny, for her part, rather enjoyed seeing Hermione get scolded, and not just because she felt Hermione deserved it, which she did. The fracas between Hermione and Gertrude had offered Henny opportunity to slip a ring of keys from Gertrude's pocket. Keys which would be useful when she would have to leave later that night. She had only hoped Gertrude would not spy they were missing, not until she had successfully met with Johann. That would scupper her plans. Henny attended to her chores with bated breath, waiting for Gertrude to bear upon them, nostrils flared, suspicion queries about the thief in their midst. To her immense relief, however, nothing happened. The day wore on without further event, and eventually the sun began to sink beneath the horizon. The working day thus finished, the maids were dismissed by Gertrude, and they soon retreated to the servants' quarters. A few of the maids played a game of cards among themselves, while another busied herself with some knitting. Agnes, meanwhile, stole to Henny's side and softly said, "So now will you tell me what happened? What did Father Dvorak say?" "He didn't say much at all, really, other than that he was sorry for my plight. We didn't decide on any particular plan of action, but he did ask me to come back to the church tonight, so as we could talk more properly." "Properly?" Agnes's brow furrowed. "Why couldn't you talk earlier?" "He said he had an acquaintance he wanted me to meet, who'd only be around later. Apparently, she's the one who'll be able to help me." "An acquaintance, is it?" "She must be an odd sort of acquaintance if she'll only speak to people after sundown. But I trust Father Dvorak. If he says she can help you, then surely she must. He's not the sort to send people out on wild goose chases." "Oh, I certainly hope not." Henny sighed dolorously, then looked out the window at Walter's lushly sprawling garden and the street beyond it. The sun had already sunk below the horizon, and the roofs of the houses looked very dark indeed, almost sinister. "I've a lot of expectations riding upon tonight's visit with your favourite father. If he lets me down after all this, I'm sure he won't. You should have more faith, and so will I. I'll be wishing you well. Not that my wishes mean too much, I suppose. I know I'm just a stupid girl, like Hermione says, but I really do want the best for you." "I know you do, and don't you fuss too much about what Hermione says. I know I don't. Nothing she says is worth much. How could it be when her head is emptier than a hot air balloon?" Agnes started to giggle at this, which alerted Hermione's attention. She broke off mid-complaint, the words "that bitch" still stapled to her lips, and glowered at the two women stood by the window. "And what, might I ask, is so very funny? Would you mind sharing with the rest of us?" It's nothing really, Hermione. I'm sorry." "If it really was nothing, you wouldn't have been laughing. And why are you apologizing?" You haven't been telling tales on me to our new friend, have you, Agnes? No, I would never. I hope for your sake that you wouldn't. It would be very silly to make an enemy out of me. I might not seem like much, being but a scullery maid, but I have friends in high places. If I wanted to, I could easily make your life a living hell. Please don't try my patience. I won't, I promise. Very good. Keep out of mischief now. And you too, Henrika. I don't know what you two are up to, always ducking your heads together and murmuring, but I don't like it. If you keep this up, I'll tell Herr Gerhardt about you. You'll be out on your ear quicker than blinking. I don't think Herr Gerhardt needs an excuse to throw me out of his home. He's been chomping at the bit already. Well, I agree with you on that. You shouldn't even be here. Why Herr Gerhardt lets you stay with us is a mystery. If you were pretty, I could at least understand it, but that couldn't be further from the truth. You're so plain, I can't imagine any man ever wanting you. I'm gonna fucking kill this woman. I'm gonna kill Hermione. She doesn't know a fucking thing about beauty. I'm gonna kill her. 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 Oh my god, I'm gonna kill her. Your brush with your death is your only claim to fame, and the shock of that will soon wear off. When it does, you can bet you won't be here much longer. That suits me just fine. I don't intend to stay here much longer. Henny turned her back on Hermione, and Hermione turned her back on Henny, and the unease which had brewed between them settled. For the time being, at least. Sighing, Henny leant her elbows upon the windowsill and looked out at the sky. She had no desire to be drawn further into Hermione's pettiness. What did Hermione matter when Micah was still shut away in Magdalena's abode? Suffering. Why is my nose so itchy? So, Agnes spoke softly so as not to be overheard once again by the malcontented Hermione. Are you going to meet Father Dvorak later? Of course. I've got to hear him out at least, and I'm interested in this assistant of his. Me too. I'd no idea he even had an assistant. He might have some trouble slipping out undetected, though. The doors are all locked at sundown, and only the most senior staff members have keys. I thought that might be the case, but not to worry. Henny smiled as she patted her pocket, filling the grooves of Gertrude's keychain through the fabric of her skirt. I should be fine. I hope so, Henrika. Oh, do take care of yourself. Don't get caught when you're sneaking out, and don't get lost on your way to the church, and don't speak to any strange men. Henny chuckled. I know, don't fret. I'll head straight to the church once the bells toll for midnight, and I'll head straight back once I've finished with Father Dvorak. I'll be just fine, so don't wait up for me. There's yet more work to be done tomorrow, and Henrika will lay into you if you stay awake late. Oh, she always lays into me. Not that she has much room to talk. She's such a hypocrite. Yes, I had noticed. Try not to pay her too much heed. It's hard not to when she talks so much, but that shouldn't be too hard tonight, at least. Rather than worry about her, I'll be too busy thinking of you. I can pray for you too if you'd like, if you think it would help. Agnes. Henny smiled, touched anew by the young girl's concern. Nobody in Walter Gerhardt's residence seemed to care overly much about Henny or about her missing mistress, except for Agnes. Henny was glad she had found at least one ally in Walter's inhospitable household. It was one ally more than she had expected, and it made her feel less alone. Thank you. You're very sweet. The hour wore on, and the maids began to tire. Yawns spread between them as they brushed their hair and played cards. Yawns which were as contagious as any illness. Hermione rose from her bed, then stripped herself of her maid's attire and into her nightgown, which prompted a further flurry of undressing. Henny too changed into her nightgown and slipped away beneath her covers. She did not want any of her fellow maids, particularly the eagle-eyed Hermione, guessing at her plans. She lay abed, curled upon her side, and waited for what seemed like an indeterminable time, until the room was full of snoring. Once Henny was sure everybody was fast asleep, she rose, then changed once more into her maid's dress, it being the only outfit she had. She changed quickly, under the cover of darkness, fearful of making a sound. Her heart thumped all the while, and Gertrude's keys sat heavy in her pocket, a physical manifestation of her crimes. She would be in a lot of trouble if her thievery was discovered. She would be put in the stocks at the very least, and perhaps imprisoned, either in a jail, or an asylum, as Walter had threatened. But Henny knew she couldn't let such threats unsettle her. It was too late to fuss about returning the key to its rightful owner. She had it, and with it she had a way of escaping Walter Gerhardt's home. She could not afford to miss her appointment with Johann in the church. Henny was still doubtful whether he could really help her, but he was the only lead she had. It was either him or nothing. Newly dressed, Henny paused at Agnes's bed. To Henny's surprise, Agnes was still awake. Her eyelids fluttered, and in the dark she murmured, "Good luck out there, Henrika." "Thank you very much. But remember my earlier warning. You really don't need to wait out for me. You young girls need your beauty sleep. And you don't need to keep calling me Henrika either. I've always found it too formal." "Henny is fine." "All right then, Henny. Stay safe." "I will. I always do. Surviving is one of my talents." So saying, Henny slipped from the servants' quarters. She shut the door soundlessly behind her without giving the room a backwards glance, not even to wave Agnes goodbye. Now her thoughts were filled with nothing but Micah. Henny crept down the stairs, then crossed the narrow servants' hallways to the kitchen. Her footsteps sounded uncomfortably loud in the silence. But she encountered nobody during her trek, to her relief. She was quite alone. Henny eventually made it to the back door where deliveries were made. Henny thought it better to quit the house here, where it was less likely she would be uncovered by any passers-by out during a late-night stroll. Henny drew the pilfered keyring from her pocket with trembling fingers, then inserted a key into the hole. She tried to turn it, but was soon met with a resistance. The door refused to budge. She must have selected the wrong key from the chain. Henny clicked her tongue, then tried another key. This too refused to turn in the lock, as did the next, and the next, and the next. Each key Henny tried resulted in further failure, which made her imagination race. What if the keychain she had swiped from Gertrude's pocket was the wrong one? There were many keys on the chain, all heavy, chunky pieces made from iron. But there was no guarantee any of them led outside. Cold, hard panic now began to settle inside the pit of Henny's stomach. Her palms sweaty, knees weak, arms spaghetti. Henny tried another key. The 8th, if she had been keeping count, which she hadn't. She turned the key in the lock, expecting nothing, but... Oh! This key, unlike the rest, did turn, and smoothly too, like butter. The lock clicked and the door swung open, cool air rushing forth to meet Henny like an old friend. Thanking both her lucky stars and her deft fingers, Henny stepped out onto the street. She closed the back door behind her, locking it, then set out into the night. Augsburg streets were still unfamiliar to Henny, but she remembered the way to St. Cecilia's. She had ingrained it into her consciousness during her trek there earlier that morning with Agnes, lest she should be required to return. Henny had not imagined that Johann would ask her to come back so soon. Or so late, she supposed, as she glanced up at the moon. The moon was not yet full, but soon it would be. It hung above the roofs of all the fine houses, lighting their chimney stacks, and the wrought iron railings which fenced in their fine gardens. Henny hurried on, her footsteps echoing about the streets. She prayed as she walked that she did not run into anybody. Not that she knew many people in Augsburg. The city was strange to her, the people even more so. The wind brushed against Henny's exposed cheeks and her fingers, so she shivered. It was early autumn, but it was uncommonly cold for it. It seemed the winter, when it arrived, would be frigid. Henny had thought little of the coming months, however, being so steeped in thoughts of the past. How could she plan for the future when she knew not how Micah was? Henny's heart beat in tandem with each footstep against the cobbles, and with each monotonous strike of her heels. She thought of Micah. Please let it not be too late. Please, God, I'm begging you. Let me find my Micah. If we can be reunited, I'll ask of nothing more from you. Not for as long as I live. It was fortunate for Henny's nerves, which now were stretched to their breaking point, that St. Cecilia's was not so very far away from Walter's home. She arrived there in under 10 minutes, though it felt longer. Henny had been so entrenched in her anxious musings that time itself seemed to slow to a trickle. Henny's every footstep far too slow despite her hurried gait. The stained glass windows of the church were dark when Henny approached it, and the imposing wooden door was tightly shut. At a glance, it seemed to be closed, even to the most godly of its congregation, the priest within abed. Henny hoped that this was all subterfuge, and Johann had not forgotten their promise. Henny approached the wooden doors with faltering steps, more anxious than she had been during her flight from Walter's home, and raised her fist. It was with a cautious eye she glanced about, searching the streets for any signs of life, but she found nobody. The streets were not wholly quiet. Henny could hear the sounds of drunken revelry from a nearby tavern. But the street upon which Mr. St. Cecilia stood was abandoned. The shops all closed and the lights in their windows extinguished. The breeze nudged Henny's arm as though spurring her onwards. She looked up to the wooden door which towered before her as though to test her. She swallowed, tasting the cold air on her tongue. Then she knocked. Henny knocked hesitantly, fearful of wakening the people in the neighbouring houses. Unfortunately for her, however, the sound of her knocking seemed much too loud, almost as loud as the erratic beating of her heart. Henny waited fitfully, shifting from one foot to foot, yet heard no noise from within the church. Was Johann not there? Had he forgotten about her? Perhaps he had simply fallen asleep while waiting. Or maybe he had not heard her. Henny chanced another series of knocks. More loudly this time. She rapped and rapped until her knuckles felt sore, throwing caution to the wind until... Ah, it's our Twink! Congratulations, he's here. He is both ominous and pleasant. Frau Henrika, so you did come back. I was beginning to wonder. The door opened with a low groan, and there stood Johann, illuminated by a sliver of Wayne's candlelight which burned in the church behind him. He looked much as he had during Henny's initial meeting of the man, though Henny thought he was taller than she had recalled. Johann's neat dark hair was parted at the front, revealing a high forehead which spoke of learning, and his brown eyes were soft and gentle. You kept me waiting such a long while, I worried you might have forgotten our arrangement. Heide Marie was beginning to nag me about it, not that that's anything new. She teases every chance she gets, wicked creature that she is. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to keep you. It took a while before I was able to slip away. I don't think the other maids would care to know that I'd gone off for a midnight stroll, or Herr Gerhardt. Ah, yes, I understand. We all have our own circumstances. I apologize if I put you in a tight spot. It's no problem. I imagine you've a good reason for wanting to meet me so late, no matter how inconvenient it is. Now, who's this Heide Marie you spoke of? Is she your assistant? Oh, yes, that's right. She's here now to say hello to you, though I think she'll be rather cross that I took the wind from her sails. Knowing her, she would have wanted to introduce herself. She's really very... Johann? Have you quite finished talking yet? I'm getting bored. It's rude to keep a lady waiting, you know. Ah, yes, my apologies. Do come away from the door, Frau Henrika. It's freezing tonight. I'd hate for you to catch your death of cold. Come and warm yourself. You can meet Heide Marie while you're at it, and then you might tell her all you've told me. I'm sure she'll be interested in your tale. Henny thanked Johann, then entered the church, skirting the priest as she did so. St. Cecilia's looked much as it had during the daylight, with its vaulted ceiling and its stained glass windows. The darkness rendered it eerie, however, the rows of pews drowned in shadows. Henny glanced about, unsure of who she should be searching for. Then, with wide eyes, she stilled. A figure had been sitting upon one of the pews, though it rose to its feet upon hearing Henny's approach, and curtsied neatly. The figure was a diminutive one, so small, in fact, it made Henny start. Oh, she's adorable! And yeah, I thought it might be another vampire. Look at her. How lovely. The girl who stood before her, Henny could not think of her as a woman, was evidently young. Perhaps 9 or 10 years of age. If she was in double digits, it must have been only barely. Her skin was pale white even in the flickering candlelight, and her hair was fair and wavy, all ringlets. The girl's eyes, meanwhile, were wide and staring, and her irises were a shocking blue which made Henny gasp. They were not blue or green or even dark grey. They were gold instead, and seemed to shine even brighter than the candlelight. Or maybe she's a fairy. I'm unsure. The girl's eyes were even more sinister than Magdalena's. And are you Haida Marie? Yes, that's right. Didn't Johann say as much? My name is Haida Marie, and you are Frau Henrika, yes? Yes, that's me. Then you must be the woman Johann and I have been waiting for. It is very good to meet you, although you don't seem to share my sentiments. Oh, she does have fangs. She is a vampire. Oh. Why do you shrink from me so, a grown woman like yourself? Don't tell me that you're afraid. Just look at how small I am. You've nothing at all to be scared of. I don't bite. At least not that much. If Haida Marie's eyes had not made it immediately apparent, then those teeth of hers, sharp as knives, served as the final nail in the proverbial coffin. Haida Marie was not an ordinary little girl. She was inhuman. Good God, you're just like her. Like who? Like the creature that captured my mistress. You're another monster. A monster, am I? Is that what you think? Haida Marie surveyed Henny, her smile unwavering, holding one hand beneath her chin. The young girl tilted her head and said, I suppose I should take offence, but that might not be entirely inaccurate. To a human like you, I probably do seem like a monster. I won't deny I'm capable of some rather wicked things, but Johann keeps me on a tight leash. He'll be the first to tattle on me should I step out of line to his superiors in the church, and then I'll be in trouble. If anybody knows how to strike fear into the hearts of the nigh on immortal, it's these boring men in their clerical robes. Then does that mean you really are a vampire? Naturally. How many ordinary humans do you know with eyes as bright as mine or teeth as sharp? I was a human once upon a time, but that feels a very, very long time ago now. I doubt the vampire you've a quarrel with. Oh, don't look so shocked. Johann told me all about it. Can hold a candle to me. I've been alive, if you care to call it that, for... oh, I don't know, I've lost count. Mathematics has never been my strong suit, and it's been such a long time, my math mind fails me. I think it must have been at least 400 years at this point, though. 400? It has been about that long, yes. Haida Marie is prone to exaggerating, but she's being truthful on this score. She is an ancient vampire, one of the oldest, or so the church believes, in all Europe. Tut-tut. Haida Marie clicked her tongue. It's not polite, you know, to talk about a lady's age in so cavalier a manner. If we didn't have a guest over, I'd bite you for your insolence, Johann. And if it isn't polite, strictly speaking, to threaten people that you disagree with. Not that you ever cared about minding your manners. I care enough not to terrify our poor guest of her wits, though I'm afraid my attempts at magnanimity are not working. She's shaking like a leaf. Are you all right, Frau Henrika? You aren't about to faint, are you? I know this must be an awful lot to swallow. A lot to swallow is right. This is impossible. If you really are a vampire, then what are you doing in a church, and why are you acting so familiar with the father? Oh, dearie me, why could that be, I wonder? Why don't you let me elucidate, Fraulein? Fraulein? It's Fraulein, isn't it? I may be a vampire, and an ancient vampire at that, but I'm no mindless monster who can think of nothing but her next meal. I've had my fill of screaming humans and flowing blood, so you can rest easy. I've tasted blood better than yours in the past, I'm certain of that. I've drunk so much of it, in fact, I've just about gotten sick of it. Which is for the best, I suppose. If I'd kept up my rampaging ways, the church would have seemed to me like that. Haida Marie made a gesture now against her neck, one which signified execution. I've been working for the church for over a century, my servitude in exchange for my continued life, and I've curtailed my bloodlust accordingly. I sup only on those whom I've permission to feed upon, namely the lucky members of the clergy, who have been tasked with taking care of me. I'll only bear these fangs of mine for Johann. Does that satisfy your concerns, Fraulein? Fraulein, I did it again! Oh! Well... oh, please! Haida Marie snorted. Don't tell me that you're still afraid. What caused you have to flee from a collared dog tied to a post? Haida Marie is telling the truth. She has a lot of bark, but no bite. Well... Johann chuckled softly. Her bite is rather formidable, but I'm the only one who has to suffer its consequences. You will be perfectly safe. I understand that you might fear her, but I've worked with her for almost 4 years and she's never once given me any trouble. Beyond her tendency to answer back, that is. There, you see? I'm as good as gold. Why, my heartbeat might even be as pure as a saint's. I don't know if I go quite that far. Most saints don't have pasts as bloody as yours. But it is all in the past, Johann, well and truly. Almost 2 centuries in the past, in fact. I've helped the church hunt down many vile vampires, and I've saved scores of screaming virgins. I've done more than a lot of your silly Christian saints ever did, martyring themselves for no good reason. At least I actually get things done. Why would the church send a vampire to hunt other vampires, though? It makes no sense. Doesn't it? Heidemarie raised an eyebrow. Do you know what they say, Fraulein, about fighting fire with fire? The same holds true here. We vampires are a formidable race with unparalleled speed and strength. Johann would stand no chance against a vampire being a bumbling human of limited physical strength. But I can make short work of the wicked Nightwalker who has kidnapped your mistress. Of that I promise you. Would you really be able to do that? It's well within my abilities. My past record ought to speak for itself. When it comes to hunting vampires, Heidemarie is second to none. If you wish to rescue your mistress, then we must rely upon her. I know you might find her disagreeable, but she's more trustworthy than she appears. She really has been an indispensable ally to me. Why, Johann, you flatter me. If you continue to be so complimentary, I may have to reward you in turn. Would you like me to bite you just a little? I've heard some people find it therapeutic, hee. Oh, do behave yourself. What happened to trying to make our guest feel welcome? Johann tutted, then turned back to Henny. So what do you think? Will you consent to letting Heidemarie help you? Well, You'll say yes if you really love your mistress, no matter how many misgivings you might have. You can spurn me if you wish, you wouldn't be the only one. But you'll only be hurting yourself in the long run. You shouldn't cut your nose off to spite your face, Fraulein. Even it is rather lumpy. You need me more than I need you. I keep making jabs at Henny. I think she's beautiful. I think people are just weird about weight. I think she's lovely and beautiful. People are just odd. I mean... Henny stood still for several moments, dithering, her heart hammering like a war drum within her breast. She hadn't imagined that Johann's acquaintance might be another vampire. One who seemed even more fearsome than Magdalena. It was all a lot to take in. She was still reeling, hurt by Johann's lack of transparency, stung by Heidemarie's impish words, and yes, afraid to be in such close proximity of yet another godless creature. Up until 2 weeks prior, Henny had not known vampires existed. Now she had learned to fear them. Looking at Heidemarie made Henny's blood run cold, but so too did the memory of what Magdalena had done to those bandits. It was impossible that a human could contend with such strength, but Heidemarie was not a human. As a fellow vampire, perhaps she could overwhelm Magdalena. It was worth a try at least. Anything was. For Micah's sake. All right. I'm prepared to trust you, Heidemarie. Despite my misgivings, I will leave my mistress's safety in your hands. And what capable hands I have, so fair and slender, like 2 lovely lilies. Thank you for your vote of confidence, Fraulein. You're most kind. Heidemarie took her ornate skirts in both hands, then dropped a curtsy. I'll be more than happy to assist you with your little problem. It's been a while since I went on a hunt, and I've been fitfully bored. Before that, however, I would propose a plan. What sort of plan? Will you not go to rescue Micah? Of course, but tonight would be a poor time for it. My services haven't been required in quite some time, and I've been spending most of my time sleeping to conserve my energy. I need a few days to rejuvenate. And no small amount of blood. Heidemarie looked to Johann, then grinned unpleasantly as a gargoyle might. I prepared. It would be most unfortunate for all of us if you were to collapse upon me. You're concerned about me? How kind of you. That makes quite the change from usual. You needn't worry about my resilience, however. I will be quite all right. Ha! That's what I'd like to hear. You religious men might be boring, but at least you're strong. You're no strangers to suffering, I'll grant you that. The Lord does send us these trials to test us. Johann smiled wryly, while Heidemarie scoffed. Yes, but it won't be your precious lord who's going to make a meal out of your neck, you dingbat. You can be so cruel sometimes. I used to be crueler. I'm afraid I've lost my edge spending so much time with you. You're a terrible influence. Now we shall pursue this wicked vampire in 1 week's time upon the night of the full moon. My powers should then be at their peak. None should be able to stop me. They do say that pride comes before a fall, you know. To lesser mortals perhaps, but not to me. Since when have I ever failed in my duties? I suppose you have a point there. I always do. Smiling smugly in the manner of all young children who had successfully managed to outwit an adult, Heidemarie looked back to Henny, one hand resting upon her hip. I shall bid you off Widerschen for the present, Fraulein. The hour is advanced, and while we vampires thrive in the dark, you humans need your rest. Do not be a stranger, though. I beg of you. I will require your services when the appointed day comes, so you can guide me into the woods to the abode of this vampire. Do you need me to stick around, then? Isn't that what I just said? Do try to listen. We'll never get anywhere if I'm obligated to continuously repeat myself. Worry not, please. I'm sure you must be nervous wandering into the woods so late at night, but you will be quite safe. I'll be with you too to ensure that Heidemarie doesn't get up to any mischief. As if I would. You wound me, Johann. Heidemarie pouted, but it seemed put on, too theatrical to be heartfelt. Did Heidemarie even have a heart in her possession, tucked away inside her ribcage, which continued to beat? Henny wouldn't have been surprised if the ravages of time had turned it to dust. This vampire's abode will most likely be concealed from prying eyes with some sort of glamour. If you're able to bring me the rough location, however, I should be able to see past all her trifling enchantments. This silly little vampire will be in for quite the rude awakening indeed. Oh, I can't wait to see the look of surprise upon her face until I slice it off her skull. This is going to be so much fun. She's adorable. I like her. She's so cute. Henny's nerves were as disorderly as the cargo hold of a mercantile ship during a storm as she crept through Augsburg's streets, blanketed by the inky darkness. The sounds of her footsteps on the cobblestones seemed to echo through the dark night which she navigated. Henny could hear the faint sound of revelries in the distance as swaths of drunken men consorted in the alehouses. But Henny kept her distance. She had no desire to speak to anybody at the present, particularly not leery, overly talkative sots, soused with beer and cider. Henny thought it inappropriate that public houses should be open during Sunday at all, when it was supposed to be a day of rest. But she had little room to judge. She too had spent her Sunday running errands, but said errands had been of a clerical nature. She had spent the midnight hours in a church consorting with a priest. What could be more respectable than that? There was Heidemarie to consider too, Henny supposed, but she wasn't sure what to think about her. Heidemarie was a strange, unnerving creature, one whose existence seemed to spit in the face of God himself. Henny could recall with startling clarity the stark paleness of Heidemarie's skin, and her unnerving irises, gold, just like fields of wheat or expensive jewellery. Though Heidemarie was smaller than Magdalene and very clearly younger, they must have been cut from the same cloth, two alike monsters with unalike professions. Magdalena kidnapped ladies for sport and drained them of their blood. Heidemarie, meanwhile, seemed determined to help them. Henny was unsure whether she could trust Heidemarie. Her knowing smile had been disconcerting, but she did trust Johann. He appeared to be every inch the gentleman Agnes had told her, even-tempered and eager to help. If he could keep Heidemarie in hand, then perhaps they really would be able to find and rescue Micah. That was what Henny wanted to believe. She did not like to think that her efforts to help Micah were all in vain, nor that she was too late. Henny knew that she could not discount the possibility. It had been over a fortnight since Micah had been taken prisoner, but neither did she want to dwell upon it. She had allies now, though she had found them in an unlikely place, and things soon would be set into motion. With Marie and John Dohan's help, she would venture further into the forth into the woods, and she would find Magdalena's home once more. There they would confront the wicked vampire who had imprisoned Micah, and they would save her. Like a fairy tale, everything would end happily ever after. Though the fairy tales Henny's mother had told her as a child had rarely ended like that. The fairy tales imported from France, such as Cinderella, had ended cheerfully enough, with goodness reigning triumphal in royal weddings. But the homespun tales which originated in German soil were of a less cheerful bent. These tales had been full of dead or dying children, basins full of body parts, and heads lopped off. Henny shivered as the cold wind nipped her fingers. No, she would not think of that. Micah wasn't dead. She couldn't be dead. If she lost faith in Micah now, she would be no better than Walter. He had given up on his fiancée earlier than most rakes might have, but Henny would not. She had known Micah since they had been children, and she believed, by God, how earnestly she wanted to believe, that Micah still lived. Micah might have appeared frail, but she was not the sort to simply give in. She had more panache than her pale complexion would have credited. That was why Micah and her mother had always been at loggerheads. Lady Von Essen had not known what to do with her child, who had been so infuriatingly willful. Lady Von Essen had thought that Micah's stubbornness was a defect, but Henny had always thought otherwise. Henny loved Micah for her fieriness. She would always accept her mistress, though her parents and later her fiancé had not. That was why she meant to try so hard, for Micah's sake. She would do anything to ensure her mistress's safety, even lacerate her soles upon a sea of broken glass. It was not glass, fortunately, which Henny had to navigate, but cobblestones, and they were far less precarious. Henny stole away to Walter Gerhardt's house, which looked larger and more imposing than ever in the shadows. She then crept about to the back door, where the servants entered and exited. Unseen by all save the watchful moon, Henny slid her ill-gotten key into the lock and twisted it. The door soon gave way, swinging open, and Henny stepped inside. She locked the door behind her, stashed the keys away in her pocket, and removed her shoes, lining them up alongside those of her fellow maids. Quiet as an assassin, she crept through Walter's house. She navigated the kitchens and the servants' corridors until she came to the thin ribbon of oaken steps which led to her own quarters. During her nighttime wanderings, Henny met with no opposition. It was past midnight, and Walter's household was at rest. The magic of sleep infused into its very eaves. Even Gertrude, who was alert during the day, would now be lying in her private quarters in her nightgown, dreaming of whatever it was housekeepers dreamt of, barking orders and making the scullery maids cry, most likely. Henny knew that Gertrude would be less impressed when she discovered a set of her keys had gone missing. Henny would have to finagle some way of returning them unnoticed when the sun rose. But that could wait for later. Henny had more pressing concerns weighing upon her. She crept across the hallway, praying for the wooden floorboards not to creak or to give her away. She did not think Gertrude would take kindly upon knowing she'd been skulking about at night. Or Walter, for that matter. Henny could hear Walter's officious tones now as he lounged at its escritory, the master of all he surveyed. Oh, the fiend himself. I'm so sorry, Chet. We have to gaze upon his treacherous face once again. Ugh, disgusting. I suppose that not everything can be beautiful in this world. Ugh, we'll make it through this together, Chet. Don't you worry. I take you into my home and this is how you repay me? Sneaking out at odd hours like a common thief and stealing from Gertrude as you please? Have you no shame? I have tried to be patient with you, Frau Henrika. But this is the final straw. I want you gone from my house as soon as possible before you've had a chance to infect any of my other maids with your lousy conduct. Yes, Henny thought that sounded about right. Though something was missing from her phantasmal summoning of Walter Gerhardt. She hadn't peppered his speech with nearly enough Latin. Smiling to herself, Henny led herself into her room and sank upon her bed with a sigh of relief. She had returned from her midnight rendezvous in one piece, and Walter Gerhardt's household was none the wiser. The other maids were all abed in their nightgowns, fast asleep. Hermine was turned over on one side, her copper-coloured hair spilled across her pillow, while Agnes was snuffling softly like a field mouse, her fingers curled at her side. Henny smiled at Agnes fondly, appreciative of all her aid. Then she prepared herself for bed. Henny stripped off her clothes, accompanied by the sound of 6 girls, all snoring, and changed into her nightgown. I love her nightgown. It's always so cute seeing it. I'm like, ugh, adorable. Look at it. Adorable. Newly dressed, Henny slid beneath her covers. They were cold and icy against her bared arms and legs, and she shivered. Henny turned, hoping to sleep, all while fearing it was impossible, when... Henny? A voice called to Henny in the dark, soft and girlish, only barely audible above the sound of snoring. It was Agnes. Henny had thought her asleep, but she must have been more cunning than Henny had given her credit for. That, or her changing, had roused the girl from her uneasy slumber. Oh, Agnes! I thought I said you didn't have to stay up for me. I know you did, and I did try to sleep. Really, I did. But I couldn't. It took such a long time, I was afraid you wouldn't come back. The streets of Augsburg are so twisty and turny, it's even worse in the dark. It gets scary out there when it's so late. I knew you'd be safe with Johann, but on your own... Agnes bit her lower lip. I'm glad you didn't get into any trouble. You didn't get into any trouble, did you? No, I didn't. As you can see, I'm quite all right. I kept my head down, my feet moving, and I didn't stop to talk to any strange men. Other than Father Dvorak at the church. Do you suppose he counts? He is quite unusual for a priest, yes, but I'm very fond of him. Me too. I think you might be onto something there. So what did he say? Did he agree to help you find your mistress? Henny nodded. He said it would be possible, but first he asked me to wait a few days. He said we'd have better luck rescuing Micah, that is to say my lady, when the moon is full. I can't say why exactly, but he seemed to know what he was talking about. Father Dvorak always does. He knew just what to say to my mother when she was at her worst too. She was in such a bad way I thought she'd never get better. But Father Dvorak proved me wrong. He really can do the impossible, just you see. I'm sure he'll be able to rescue Lady Micah. I am sure he will. He is the professional when it comes to all these supernatural goings-on, or so it seems, so I'll leave it up to him. And his assistant, I suppose. Oh yes, his assistant. You mentioned her earlier. What was she like? It's hard to describe her, I suppose. She was very... unusual. Unusual? She wasn't at all what I expected. I think I can trust her, though. I'm glad to hear it. She asked me to guide her and Father Dvorak into the woods, actually, to help them locate Micah. So you're going to go back into the forest? After everything that happened? I have to if I want to rescue Micah. I don't have much of a choice. I suppose, but aren't you nervous? I would be, ever so. I don't know if I'd be able to bear it. I'm sure it will be fine. Henny said lightly, though in truth she didn't feel fine. She had many unpleasant memories attached to that forest. Memories she would far rather forget. It had been in those woods that Lord and Lady von Essen had lost their lives. Henny could still recall Lord von Essen's rasping, dying breaths. Lady von Essen's screams. There had been the flash of a blade, and then... I won't be alone. I'll be with Father Dvorak. He promised to protect me. Father Dvorak can do anything, remember? Isn't that what you said? He's a miracle worker. I suppose so, yes. I know what magic he is capable of, but oh, Henny, please look after yourself. I would hate for you to get hurt after all you've been through. I think you've suffered enough. Don't worry, Agnes. It'll take more than a few bandits to put the fear of God into me. Or a few vampires, for that matter. They can't scare me. Or, well, they can. Henny corrected herself, seeing the doubt in Agnes's eyes. But I won't let them get to me. Micah endured a lot for my sake, and I, as her maid, want to do the same for her. I'd do anything to see her again. You'd really be willing to go that far? Of course I would. Micah's the most important person in the world to me. Her happiness is my happiness. The thought of facing that infernal vampire is scary. But it's less scary than the thought of never seeing her again. I just want to know that she's all right. There's nothing in this world that I want more than that. And there's nothing I won't endure for her sake. She's so sweet. Oh! She's adorable. Oh my god. Oh my god. She's so cute. Another week passed. A week which for Henny was spent in anticipation of the full moon, when she would travel once more into the woods with Johann and Haida Marie. For Micah, however, this week seemed very uneventful indeed. Magdalena had continued to drain Micah of her blood in the nights, with her silvery knife in the ceramic bowl used to catch her blood. Ah, thank you for the sub! Omni! Oh my god, it's been a whole year! Holy shit! Lady Priscilla, it has been a great honour to spend a whole year under you. May you reign supreme for many more. I hope so! Welcome in, welcome! I hope you've had a good day. They talked a little during these sessions, though their dialogue was always clipped, Micah wincing from the pain while Magdalena winced at inflicting it. Magdalena had stopped sitting with Micah when she ate her dinner, and their turn in the garden seemed a thing of the distance past. Micah feared their relationship would continue thus, stoic and uninvolved save for the regular bloodletting, until one overcast Wednesday morning when Magdalena again brought Micah her breakfast in person. Day's even better now that I can be here. Oh, you big sap! Magdalena had been depositing Micah's breakfast upon her bedside while she slept during the last few days, as she had when Micah first took up her unwilling residence in Magdalena's home. She had thought Magdalena's early morning greetings had been a one-off, not to be repeated. Evidently, she had been wrong. Half asleep, Micah was roused by a rapping of knuckles upon her door, which then swung open to reveal Magdalena. Pale of face and of hair, her under-eyes dark and smudged as though with pencil lead. Magdalena bore in her hands a tray upon which was a pot of tea and a plate of 2 buttered scones. Here you are, my lady. Magdalena rested the tray upon Micah's lap, who still sat in bed, with an exaggerated flourish, then a neat curtsy. I hope today's breakfast finds you well. Oh, thank you. To what do I owe the pleasure? Do I need a reason to check up on my favourite prisoner? I thought only that it had been a while since I had paid you an unexpected visit, and it would do well to keep you on your toes. I would so hate for us to fall into routine. They're awfully dull. You may accuse me of being cruel as much as you want, but I can't bear the thought of being called boring. Her little puffy face! She's pouting again! Hang on, I can pout with her. Which key was it again? Hang on, I think it was... No? I can pout with her! Woo! I'm also pouting. She's so cute. Oh, you are anything but that. Micah reassured Magdalena with a small smile. By now, the surprise of Magdalena's visit had begun to wear thin. Ah, thank you for the head pats, Omni. And Micah had begun to feel a strange stirring in her breast. It was not fear nor anxiety as it had been in the beginning, but something softer and sweeter. It was hard to put her finger upon what it was exactly, but... You should pour yourself some tea and quickly before it gets cold. That would be an awful waste. I think you will like today's blend. It's apple tea with a touch of honey. I only hope it isn't too sweet. Oh no, it's fine. I like sweet food. I know you do. You have the palate of a small child. Magdalena smiled, her cheeks dimpling despite her obvious exhaustion, and gestured to the teapot. Go on, drink do. You need to preserve your strength. Thank you, that is very thoughtful of you. Micah reached for the teapot and began to pour. A stream of amber-coloured liquid spilt from the spout of the pot and into her cup, all the while exuding forth fragrant steam. The tea both looked and smelt delicious, as sweet and fresh as an orchard. Micah let her fingers curl about the handle of the cup, and slowly she brought it to her lips. She blew upon the surface of the apple tea to further cool it, then sipped. As she drank, she became aware of Magdalena's eyes, fixed upon her. Magdalena's gaze was steady and disconcertingly serious despite her previous stream of prattle, as though meaning to commit Micah's every contour to memory. Was she anxious that, at any given moment, Micah might disappear like the steam which unfurled from her teacup? The experience was not wholly pleasant, and it made Micah's skin prickle. Sweet though the tea was, Micah found she could not focus upon it. Not when Magdalena's gaze was so doleful. Did Magdalena know something she did not? Perhaps there was a reason beyond her visit that cool, overcast Wednesday morning, beyond mere whimsy. Was today to be the final time Magdalena would serve Micah breakfast? The final time they would sit together and talk as though they were equals? Perhaps that night, Magdalena meant to end it all. The regular bloodletting sessions had left Micah feeling drained, and the inside of her arms stung horribly when she tried to sleep. Anxious thoughts festered inside Micah's head like mushrooms did in the dark, until they threatened to overwhelm her. The tea, all of a sudden, tasted too sweet upon her tongue, and she choked upon it. "Oh, Micah!" Magdalena started forth to rub Micah's back with her right hand, her fingers uncomfortably cold even through the fabric of Micah's nightgown. "Are you all right? Here, let me help you." Magdalena patted Micah's back until her coughs had subsided, her expression one of concern, like that of a friend, or perhaps even a lover. Micah could feel Magdalena's breath upon her cheek like a puff of Arctic air, devoid not just of warmth, but of life. As a being which had already died, it seemed unlikely that Magdalena needed to breathe at all. She could only continue to do so because she was accustomed to it, and maybe because she wished to cling on to some fragments of her long-lost humanity. It was all an act, though. She was a monster. Or was she? Micah had never known a monster so kind before, or so considerate. "Thank you," Micah murmured, abashed, as she set down her cup of half-drunk tea. She felt overwhelmed by her feelings for Magdalena, and found she could not look her hostess in the eye. "There's no need to thank me, dear. I brought you that tea as a token of kindness. I would hate for you to choke upon it." Magdalena giggled, irreverent as always. Her breezy chatter could not, however, hide how very tired she was. Magdalena reached one hand to her temple to brush back a few misplaced strands of her ashen hair. As she did, one of her sleeves rolled back. Once again, the corset ties which bound her wrists had come undone. Had she been too busy preparing breakfast to tighten them? And Micah could see a large expanse of Magdalena's skin. Even more marks marred Magdalena's skin, marks which were deeper and angrier than the ones Micah had seen before out in the garden. These marks were accompanied with bruises, black and blue and green, which stippled Magdalena's skin from her wrist all the way down to her elbow. Her skin seemed like a canvas upon which a demented artist had worked, spattering paint here and there with no rhyme or reason. Vampires couldn't bleed, but they could bruise. They could be hurt, and perhaps they could even be broken. It was an uncomfortable sight which made Micah forget her own impending fate at once. How could she worry about herself when it was clear Magdalena was in so much pain? There are even more marks on your arm than before. What in the world is happening to you? That looks horribly painful." "Oh, this?" Frowning grimly, Magdalena drew her sleeve back down and said, "It is an occupational hazard." "Then it is part of your job?" Magdalena nodded, a thin smile capturing her lips anew. "I'm glad you're so quick to catch on. It saves me the effort of explaining myself, which isn't something I care to do at the present. It is too early in the morning for it, and the story behind these bruises is not so very interesting. I'm accustomed to them." "Then this happens often?" "More so than I would like, yes." "What? But that... you..." Micah's mouth opened and fell as a fish's might, yet no words came out. She did not know how to articulate her horror, nor what would be appropriate to say. How could Magdalena endure such injuries such as this while smiling? She made it sound as though it was no issue, and perhaps being a vampire these wounds hurt less than it appeared. But surely it must have been for her to receive quite that many marks. I don't think that anybody should endure such treatment, even if they are used to it. Familiarity doesn't make abuse any better, nor any easier to bear. In fact, I think it makes it even worse. It's not always easy to bear, indeed. But why are you worrying about me, silly thing? Smiling, Magdalena poked Micah's nose with the tip of her index finger. Worry about yourself first. I will be fine, no matter what misfortunes might befall me. I cannot say the same for you, though. You humans are awfully fragile. Perhaps I am compared to you, but it seems you vampires are surprisingly fragile, too. Magdalena, for all her pomp, was not indestructible. Micah knew that now to look upon Magdalena's bruises. Had the rest of her body been subject to similar abuse? But for what cause? The thought made Micah feel sick. The scent of the apple tea, once so homey, now made her stomach churn. Micah had lost most of her appetite, but at Magdalena's bidding, she forced herself to eat. While aware she was being silly, for all she knew she might be dead come the setting of the sun, she did not want to let Magdalena down. It was clear that she had enjoyed enough already. Several minutes passed, neither Micah nor Magdalena speaking as Micah partook of her breakfast. She chewed her scones, which now tasted of wallpaper, and washed them down with sips of apple tea, which reminded her of washing up water. Once finished, her plate cleared of all save crumbs, her tea cup empty of all save dregs. Magdalena took the tray and set it upon her bedside table. There now, how do you feel? Refreshed, I hope? Oh yes, very. I'm glad to hear it. Now do you wish me to help you with your toilet? You can hardly sit abed all day in your nightclothes. It's a pretty dress, certainly. It must be, being one of my own. But you can hardly wear it all the time. The fabric is much too flimsy. Micah looked down at herself, bemused. Do you mean to help me dress myself? If you wish, I might as well. I feel like pampering you today is all. And aren't you accustomed to this kind of thing? You must have had servants to help you dress growing up. Was that not Henny's job? She did help me, yes, but you needn't trouble yourself on my behalf. I'm old enough to know how to dress myself. Age does not factor into it when one is a lady. I feel awful that I've been treating you in so abysmal a manner. If I had a spare lady's maid to offer you, I would, but alas, my castle is quite deserted. Quite deserted, thought Micah, save for Magdalena's mysterious mistress. But she did not comment upon this. Micah had no desire to make things awkward between herself and Magdalena. Not when it had been several days since last they had spoken. She didn't want Magdalena to leave. But neither did she want Magdalena to act like a servant. It seemed beneath her. I thought you were a lady once yourself. You shouldn't need to dress me. Oh yes, that is true, but one gets tired, you know, of being a lady all the time. There she goes with the puffy cheeks again. She's pouting about not being able to dress, this woman. She's pouting and not being able... She wants to, please. How are our disaster sapphics? You came just in time for the cute puffy cheeks. Eve, she knew you loved it, and she was like, I have to puff my cheeks up for Eve once again. I have to. Yes! Just for you. It's adorable. Currently Magdalena is trying to convince Micah to let her dress her like a maid would. She's being very needy right now in the way that she wants to take care of Micah. It's very cute. Won't you let me indulge? I thought it might be fun to experiment, and I fear I'll not get such an opportunity in the future. Well, if you insist. Micah capitulated with a small sigh, but she was not truly upset. She was intrigued, rather, at the prospect of having Magdalena act as her servant. Intrigued and somewhat abashed. So she expresses love through caretaking, which makes sense. Yes! Magdalena is a very caring person at her heart. She wants to serve people. She's like, I would call her a service dog, honestly. Hi, Tushy! Hi! You just arrived in time for some gay stuff to happen. The thought of Magdalena's fingers lifting her nightgown, knuckles brushing against her bared arms, her back, her shoulders, was startlingly intimate, but not unpleasantly so. I see, Tushy, that you braved the terror of my lesbian visual novels. I know you have been afeared of the fact that the last one was so tragic and sad. I am proud of you for facing your fear. I don't think this one will be quite as sad, but I do think this one might be a little bit tragic. I decided earlier that I will probably do a very cute lesbian one next time to balance things out. Do with me what you will. I shall entrust myself to your capable hands. That is the answer I was hoping for, yes. Thank you for trusting me so, dear Micah. I promise I will take very good care of you. I can't have nice lesbians. No, you can. I have particular tastes, you have to understand. My personal tastes are terrible. It's me, I'm the problem. Looking forward to cute fluffy sapphics with no blood whatsoever. I'll have to look into it after stream. Because I do want to read another Ebihime. Terrible? Preposterous. Thank you, Omni. Thank you for the support. What if I look into it now? Hang on, chat. I'm dithering. I'm dithering around. I'm getting distracted. I'm getting distracted, I must fear. Oh, guys, what about this one? It's called My Dear Prince, and it's a cute, she literally describes it as a cute Yuri visual novel set on a Japanese island full of rabbits. Fragile Feelings. I've been meaning to play that one. That's actually a cute one. It's about a relationship between a shy teacher and a gothic school nurse. It's a sweet, slow burn. Yeah. We'll do Fragile Feelings next. Okay. Oh, I love the model still so much. Thank you. It's so cute, isn't it? It's so precious. Yes. I know. We'll do cute lesbians. It's a teacher and a goth school nurse. I've been hoping to get my hands on you for a while now. Now, why do you make that sound so salacious? Although I don't know if... I want to only play spooky games for this month, though, so it may not be the next game. We may have to play another spooky visual novel after this one, because I don't know if this is going to last the whole month. We'll have to see. But that is on my list. That is strongly on my list now. My, do you really think it sounds salacious? You know it does. You are doing this on purpose to make me blush. And do you blush when your henny helps you out of your night clothes and into your day dress, No, but that isn't the same. Henny is henny, whereas you are... Yes? Magdalena took Micah's hand, then helped her stand. Her red eyes were glinting wickedly. Micah hadn't expected this, and she stumbled, but she never did hit the floor. Magdalena was there to catch her. Is this by the same person from the last one? Yes, this is the same writer as the other one. Yes. I'm a mega fan of her work, Tushy, I fear. She also commissioned the same artist as that one because she felt it suited the tone. And it's really cool because you can actually see her the progress of her skills quite well in this game. It's beautiful. Magdalena snaked one arm about Micah's waist and pressing their bodies together, she softly said, "What am I exactly?" You. I am. Impossible. If you mean to be my maid for the day, you are acting in a most impertinent manner. Perhaps I am, but alas, it is not in my nature to be pertinent. One has to wonder what you were expecting. I wonder myself. I must be going mad. I can't blame you for that, my dear Micah, not when you've been in prison for as long as you have. I myself have often wondered whether I've not become similarly addled. Oh, Priscilla, I'm going to be learning about cholera in the lab. I'll be apprenticeship under. Oh, cholera. That's cool. Cholera. That's a pretty intense disease. That's awesome. Hi, Void. How you doing? And I have been entrapped far, far longer than you have. Now, Magdalena smiled, all brightness and you. Her smile once, which easily rivaled the weak, watery sunshine which crept in through gaps in the drawn curtain. Yes, the model's beautiful. She absolutely knocked it out of the park. That's another nice day microbes. This will be fun. Yes! It's always fun learning about the gross things. Very, very fun. We have tarried too long. Let me first relieve you of your nightgown, my lady. Micah stood there, feeling very exposed, as Magdalena moved to undress her. Chat, did you know that there's a not safe for work patch for this on Itch.io? If I was recording this and not streaming this, I might play that and censor it. How you doing? I'm doing pretty good, honestly. I've been having a great week. I asked a girl on a date. We're going out on next week, and I'm excited for that. I need to pick where we're going because she's like, I have no preferences. And I was like, well, I guess I have to pick then. And you're fine with me picking? And she was like, yeah. So it's all me. I'm in charge. Which, you know, we all know how much I love that. But I'm very excited. She's poly, which, I mean, the lesbian community in New Zealand is either strictly monogamous or very, very poly. So, you know. We only have 2 modes over here in our country. And it's honestly kind of like more relaxing to be involved in a poly relationship for me personally because there's less expectations for me to sexually perform. Because there's other partners in the relationship that can meet those needs, which is really nice. There's like that expectation, so I mean it's really nice for me. I can be more comfortable when that's the case, you know. Yeah, it's a very exciting chat. Are poly things common? I think polyamorous situations in the lesbian community are fairly common. I am speaking from my own small circle. I'm a small country. I'm not American, so or in the UK or anything. So I don't know how common it is in your other countries. But in my country, from what I'm seeing with the statistics of the ladies I see online, it seems like we have like two types of relationships. I'm glad you found... Yeah, the partners I'm looking... Yeah, I haven't met the other people in the relationship of this person I'm talking to. But I'm excited to. She's got a couple of girlfriends already. And she like drives down and like stays with them every now and then. It's really cute sounding. She writes fan fiction. She's into Shin Megami Tensei. V. I forget Roman numerals. She's a bit of a dry texter, but, I mean, most people are. V equals 5 for Shin Megami Tensei 5. Ah! I like that. I must say, we're completely derailed. I've derailed us all beautifully. I must say, I prefer the aesthetic and stylings of Shin Megami Tensei to the mainline Persona series. You know? I feel like the mainline Persona series is too childish. But Shin Megami Tensei is a bit more interesting. Yeah, as long as I think she'll be lively in person. A lot of people are just not good at writing. A lot of people, Shin Megami Tensei, but yes, it's much more grim. Yeah, it's much more, Sorry, my phone was dying. I had to charge it. When are you meeting her? Next week, in the weekend. So I can take the car. because I can't meet her during the week because my brother has the car for work, so it has to be the weekend. And very exciting. I am excited. I will have to pick somewhere. Yes, thank you. I am hoping to have fun too. I was talking to someone else, but she kind of ghosted me. Which, I mean, yeah. It is what it is, you know? I don't know what's going on in her life. Maybe she was just really busy. Ew, ghosters, yeah. But at the same time, like, I don't know what's going on in their life. They might just be like way too busy to have a relationship right now. It's whatever. Shit's what it is, you know? It's only you if I've been talking to them for months on months on months and then they ghost me out of nowhere. That's where it's annoying. I want to lean more towards... Yeah, 3 onwards. I think, like, Persona 3, 4, and 5 are the games that I just... in the series that I just... I don't really click with very much. But Persona 1 and 2, they look a lot more interesting to me. I hope she... Oh, well, she missed out. She did. Hope this new girl is nice. Yeah, I hope so too. I would be really excited to link up with her and all her partners. That would be awesome. Get our little network. I should get back to reading. I got distracted. I distracted you all, Chad, as well. Very well. Her face, with the sounds of it, she seems very nice. Yeah. She says, she like messages me every day and saying good morning and like what she's going to get up to. And she asks me what I'm going to get up to. And she says good night and she hopes I sleep well. And it's really cute. Yeah. That's a keep her. Girl, I'm gonna try, but I mean, it's up to her. I can't make her want me, you know? I can try. I can do my damnedest. I put my best foot forwards, but at the end of the day, if it works, it works. Give kudos to those who are poly and wait yourself to be poly. I've tried, not a good time. Yeah, it's not for everyone. Poly relationships are like very, very singularly their own like situation. Not everyone's built for it. That's totally fair. Her face reddened still at Magdalena's touch and the brushing of her fingertips, but still she stood there, pliant as an antique doll, as Magdalena slid her nightgown upwards. Micah's nightgown, which was long, was lifted above her knees, her thighs, then her chest, and finally her head. Magdalena cast the flimsy garment aside with a deft movement, though she was careful not to crease it. Folding the gown with experienced hands in a manner comparable to Henny's, she set it aside, then stood back to examine Micah. Goodness me, you really are lovely. Micah was not yet wholly naked. She wore a chemise beneath her nightgown, which was eggshell white and shapeless. But she felt naked nonetheless, exposed before Magdalena's wandering eyes. Henny had often helped Micah undress and undress, and while Henny had been prone to complimenting her mistress, her eyes had never wandered thus. Magdalena's irises were burning, and Micah too began to shiver. Chat, I will tell you that there is a not safe work patch up on Itch.io if you get the Steam game. You can get a patch on Itch.io. That is horny. I can't stream that for reasons that are obvious and clear. But, I mean, if you really want to see freaky stuff, if you really want to see actual sexy times, Ebihime is not opposed to writing that. These shivers only increased further still as Magdalena drew in, her fingers seeking out the buttons which ran along the front of her chemise. Now why don't you let me take care of this? It is fiddly work, but I don't much mind. It is well worth it to spend more time with you like this. I know I tease a lot, but I'm being serious when I tell you this, my dear Micah. I really did miss spending time with you. Why is everyone in my chat sick? Stop it! Stop being sick! Not allowed. I hope you guys are taking medicine and resting lots. That's not allowed. Also, Drink lots of water. Hydration is so key when you're sick. 'Tis the season. I know, but it's so rude. It's so very rude. Once Micah was fully dressed and her hair neatly brushed, Magdalena suggested that they go for another walk in the garden, as they had earlier in the week. Micah, who had been shut up in her room since their brief excursion, agreed swiftly. She had begun to fear, cloistered away as she was, that she might never feel the sunlight upon her cheeks again. Not that there was all that much sunlight to be had, the day being so grey and gloomy. The sun was largely concealed by clouds, its rays tempered by a cool breeze which snaked down the nape of Micah's neck and the back of her dress. Micah shuddered upon standing outdoors, goose flesh rippling across her arms. Oh, I wish Destler had been out for days. Oh no, baby! Is it like, can you feel it getting better though? Like, even if you're not like completely better, can you feel it getting better? Well, it was not a pleasant day by any stretch of the imagination. At least it wasn't raining, not like last time. That was something to be thankful for. Micah supposed it was on account of the general unpleasantness and the malaise which hung in the air that Magdalene had suggested they go outside at all. Had it been a bright, sunny sort of day, it seemed unlikely she would have been able to endure it, even with the aid of her wide-brimmed hat. Magdalena and Micah strolled about their garden together for a few minutes. The only sound that of their footsteps as they depressed the tall grass beneath them. I'm going out of town for the weekend and I've got cold. Oh no! Wear a mask if you have to go out, okay? Make sure you don't infect anyone else. These overlong fronds of grass brushed against Micah's ankles all studded with morning dew, dampening Micah's socks, so she shivered further still. It's gotten better, okay. But right now I'm dealing with a lot of bloating and it's uncomfortable. Ugh. I know that feeling. It's so gross. It's like, ugh. I hope it passes soon. Cupid's lichen-spotted remains looked every bit as grim as Micah recalled, and the fountain itself looked very dull when framed by the cloudy, monotone sky. The whole garden was grey, really. The grass and the dirt and the wildflowers, save for the violent, riotous explosion of bright red offered by Magdalena's favourite roses. It was by these roses Magdalena paused as she had during their last walk, and with a small smile she reached to caress one of the monstrously large roses with the tips of her fingers. I always forget how pretty these roses are. I barely ever have cause to see them during the daylight. My kind is not known for our affinity to the sun. It does make one forget, however, how lonely the world can look, how lovely the world can look when it isn't smothered in perpetual darkness. I'm starting to feel like I've been missing out. Though humans like you, I suppose, take the daylight for granted. Magdalena glanced over her shoulder, her red eyes finding Micah's, and smiled wanly. This is how the world has always been for you. You live in a world of warmth and brightness where everything is bathed in colour. You've no idea how fortunate you are. My days weren't as bright as you might imagine. I didn't spend my days frolicking outdoors in the sunlight, if that is what you are thinking. My mother never would have approved. There was little she did approve of, in fact. Was she a stern disciplinarian then? I can imagine nobody stricter. Kinda reminds me of Lady Maria from Bloodborne. Men will see a woman with a funny hat and white hair and go, wow, that's Maria from Bloodborne. I'm kidding. I'm just being a little bit mean. She was my mother, and I suppose she was looking after my best interests. I know she loved me and I loved her. But sometimes I think I resented her. Rude, how dare you call me out so accurately? But it's so easy. People are really obvious about like their weaknesses to me. Like I find it very easy to tell how I can get into people's skin. And it's incredibly easy, and I don't know why. I think I'm just good. It helps that it helps when I'm observing people through text only though. I am very, very, very literate at reading people and their writing. That's not unnerving at all. Oh, Eve. I would only tease you a little. You're too cute. Look, I really like Lady Marie and the doll for very different reasons. That's totally fair. I think they're beautiful women. Micah exhaled, feeling lightheaded suddenly at her own confession. She had never spoken of her feelings about her mother to anybody before, not quite this earnestly. Henny knew Micah's feelings towards her mother were cool, beyond the veneer of cordiality she extended to the Von Essen matriarch, but Micah had never once spoken of her bitterness, her anger, or her hurt. She had kept these ugly feelings buried deep inside her, keenly aware of how ungrateful her complaints must have sounded to a woman like Henny. What did Micah have to complain of when her family was genteel and she lived in a sprawling manor house? Micah thought it churlish to bemoan her lot in life. Others were suffering more than she. Children were abandoned on the streets every day by penniless mothers unable to care for them, or else sold into service, and yet Micah had possessed all a young woman could have asked for. But she had not been truly happy. Her mother had seen to that. Part of Micah hated herself for her unfilial feelings, but she had been unable to help them. She had been harbouring these feelings for such a long time she could no longer remain quiet. My mother thought of herself as being a very grand and noble lady, but this came at the expense of how she regarded everybody else. She was cruel to the servants. She would snap at them for the smallest of misdemeanours, and she often threatened to fire them, though she knew many of them needed the employment. They needed our money. Not that we had much of that. It was all for show. That was another thing that rankled my mother. She liked to act as though she was untouchable, but she was more aware than most of our precarious finances. I think that was why she was so obsessed with appearances. We had little else to cling to. It was she who devised my wedding to Walter Gerhardt. I think she saw it as an opportunity to claw back some of our past wealth and our past prestige. She did not care that I disliked him. When I told her of my feelings, she told me that I was being selfish. She said that if I truly cared for her and for my family, I would obey. I tried to protest. How was I being selfish? I had always done what she asked. But she didn't like that very much. My mother really liked what I did, but she liked it even less when I tried to stand my ground. I say tried because it didn't work. She slapped me as though I was a naughty girl, though I was over 20 at the time. She cut my cheek with one of her many expensive rings, which she refused to pawn, no matter how dire our straits were. She would rather sell me off than her rings or her brooches or her fur coats. Then she sent me to my room in disgrace. I spent most of my days in my room, staring at my bedroom window, dreaming of escape. Maybe that's why I'm so good at sitting inside, my head bowed, like a good little prisoner. I have a good deal of practice. You could say that I perfected the art. Though I was never able to improve my skills at embroidery, no matter how much time I whiled away indoors. I've never been able to become the accomplished lady my mother desired, despite her needling. I've always been lacking. I was too flighty, too stubborn, too thoughtless. My mother often said I was a poor daughter, but in those respects I think I was quite a lot like her. I made a perfect Von Essen at the very least. If her mother wasn't already dead, I would want to kill her mother, you know? I firmly believe, and this may have been come up before, I firmly believe that just because you are blood related to somebody does not mean they deserve to treat you in any specific way and you can just put up with it. If someone is hurting you and it's just they're related to you and everyone's like, that's just how she is, she's your mother or your father or he's your father or your aunt or uncle or grandparents or siblings even, and you're being hurt and everyone says, well, they're your relative, you can't betray them and turn away from them. I think that's a load of bullshit. If someone hurts you and they refuse to own up to it and improve their behavior, they are not owed your time or attention. This is difficult when you have to live with them. I understand that. It's all well and good to say that when you are forced to be in their presence because that you live with them, or because of familial obligations that the rest of your family puts you through. But I think it is a very silly societal construct that you should put up with shit just because you're blood related. Yeah, no, fuck that noise. Exactly, Tushy. I have cut ties with both my grandparents on my father's side and my mother's side. Respectfully, both of them. I do not talk to any of my cousins or aunts or uncles on my father's side of the family. I hold a place in my heart for my mother's sister and her family, including my cousins including their children, my cousins. I do not hold a place in my heart for my father. I am congenial with him to a degree because I live with him, but I will not put myself through the experience of anyone who hurts me. I will not make myself a target. I will not put myself in that place. It's different if I were protecting someone else, obviously. I said in another stream where I wouldn't be surprised if one day I end up stabbed because I put myself in between things. But that's different, obviously. It's just, man, Micah, I really feel for Micah, as you probably can tell. Micah was in a tenuous, abusive relationship with her mother, and she had no way out, and her mother was continuing the abuse through this fiancé. It's disgusting, and the father clearly wasn't doing anything to help. It's just horrific. She had no siblings to rely on either. It was just her and Henny. No wonder her and Henny are so close. Like, this is horrific. You poor thing. Magdalena sighed once Micah had finished her missive, her red eyes shadowy from beneath the brim of her hat. It sounds as though you have suffered too. I had not known. Forgive me for speaking so carelessly about your lot in life. It is a bad habit of mine to act like a know-it-all when I understand very little. I used to be scolded for that myself when I was human. Did you often get into arguments with your mother? Not my mother, no. I really had cause to speak to her. But I had a figure in my life, quite like your own Lady von Essen. She thought she was very righteous, but she used her righteousness as a weapon. It was an excuse to be as cruel as she wished to those she considered beneath her. It was frightening when my home was sacked, but I was not at all upset when she passed away. She deserved it. Justice for my girl? Yeah. Justice for my girls. These girls should be at the club. They shouldn't be going through this shit, you know? We need to get these girls to the Pride Parade and we need to get them some poppers. We need to get them some fun rainbow banners. They need to have fun. This is ridiculous. This isn't... Someone put these girls at the club instead of this shit. Magdalena pulled her face and sighed. Now, why am I speaking of so dreary a subject? I wanted to come out here to cheer myself up. All this melancholia rather defeats the purpose. I'm sorry. That was Micah's turn to apologize. Abashed, she bowed her head while brushing a strand of hair behind the shell of her ear. I just thought... I don't know. I've not been able to speak about my mother to anybody before, so when I started, I couldn't stop. The words all came tumbling out. It was improper of me, and unfair too. My poor mother has not yet been dead a full month. I feel like I should at least wait a year before beginning to slander her. That sounds like standard protocol. Oh, don't worry your pretty little head about that. I'm glad that you trust me enough to open up to me, particularly on a matter so personal. I only worry I won't be able to offer an appropriate response in turn. I'm still dreadfully tired, you see. Yes, I can see that. Magdalena looked wearier than she had during their first stroll about the garden. when she had fallen asleep on Micah's shoulder. Magdalena seemed so tired, in fact, it was a wonder she was even able to remain upright. Her left hand had quivered when she reached to brush her fingertips to her favourite roses. Have you not been sleeping very much this week? If I was, I would be abed right now inside my chamber. But there can be no rest for the wicked. Is that how the saying goes? It's a popular adage, yes. I don't know if you're wholly wicked, though. Only partially, then? I don't think anybody in this world is fully good or bad. We're complicated creatures, even vampires. Maybe I thought you were a cruel monster at first, but I think my initial opinion was unfair. Really? Magdalena smiled, her red eyes mischievous even, despite her evident exhaustion. I'm glad you've since changed your tune, though I do have to wonder why that is. I hope you don't pity me. Oh, she's got the puffy cheeks again! I almost didn't notice because of the shadow of her hat. Little puffy pouty cheeks. Oh, she's adorable. Oh, she's so cute. I feel worried for you, maybe. I don't know if it's the same thing as pity. Such feelings are cut from the same cloth. As a vampire, I've no need to court the concerns of humans. You are lowly creatures, far beneath me in the pecking order. I ought to find your worry insulting, really, but... Magdalena looked now to her feet, uncommonly abashed. She cleared her throat. Had she been a human, Micah wondered whether she would have blushed, and said, It has been a long, long while since anybody worried about me. I'd almost forgotten what it felt like. It's not entirely unpleasant, I suppose. But I do wish you wouldn't. And why is that? Your sympathy is wasted upon me. I don't deserve it. While it is true we have all good and bad within us, even monsters, I did kidnap you, and I am holding you a prisoner. I have inflicted almost 12 wounds upon your poor arm, and I've taken a lot of your blood. I'm making you suffer. You have no reason at all to worry about me. You ought to hate me instead. It's what I deserve. You say that, and you would be correct to do so, but... Marcus took a step forth, depressing the scrubby grass beneath her soles, and examined Magdalena, a few inches away from the protective lip of her parasol. Magdalena was still looking to the ground, her eyes obscured in shadows. She was shivering, but Micah did not think this was from the cold. She did not think a vampire like Magdalena could feel the cold. I don't think you really wish to hurt me. Not for the sake of it, at least. And what makes you think that? You do. You do. You always look apologetic when you take my blood. And a few days prior, you said as much yourself. Aren't you doing this for your mistress's sake? Ah, yes. My mistress. You would be right on that score. I would not be doing this, any of this, had I choice in the matter. But my wants are irrelevant. My mistress is hungry, ravenous even, and she has a tendency to violence when I cannot satisfy her. I've been doing her bidding for many years, but I don't believe I've ever once been able to make her happy. I don't know if she's capable of feeling such an emotion. She is a selfish creature, and she always demands more from me. I know she cannot help herself. She has her own extenuating circumstances, but it does get wearisome. Being forever at the beck and call of a tempestuous being like that, even during my afterlife. I had hoped as a vampire I might be able to do what I wished for a change, but fate has not been kind to me. I have a suspicion that the mistress that she serves is the vampire that turned her. Like the classic mistress and master is like of the sire, you know? Of the vampire sire sort of thing. If God does exist, which I doubt, he must surely be laughing at my plight. I am sure he wouldn't. I know that I don't think any of this is funny, not in the slightest. Well, you wouldn't. You are rather too kind to laugh at the misfortunes of others. I sometimes fear my own suffering has been so egregious, however, I feel like laughing at myself. When I do not wish to cry, of course. Magdalena paused, then frowned. She shook her head once more, her eyes darkening, and said, Oh, listen to me talking so much. I must sound awfully tedious. I don't think so. I'm happy to learn more about you. Even though I will kill you one day? Even so. You don't hate me? Not at all. Ah, yes. I suppose you are too busy worrying about me for that, sweet girl that you are. Stupid thing. Magdalena scuffed the ground once more, agitated, then looked to Micah with intense eyes. Oh, this is so unfair. I didn't mean to grow as attached to you as I have, but it is too late to worry about that. I like talking to you and walking with you. You've brightened up my dreary home considerably. Why, I even like cooking for you, to watch you eat and bring you tea every morning. I've no desire to kill you, but I fear I must, if my mistress is to be satiated. I've been searching the forest these last few nights, hoping I might find some stray thieves or bandits I might offer to my mistress in your stead. But I've yet to find so much as a single vagrant. Magdalena. Micah blinked, and probably touched by this proclamation. Micah supposed it should have been unnerving that Magdalena had been searching for fresh victims in her stead. But she had spent enough time with Magdalena that such senses had been blunted. It was foolhardy to regard Magdalena as she would a human. Magdalena might have looked as she did, though paler, but her morals were skewed towards those of the undead. To her, humans must have looked like cattle. She ought not to have cared for Micah at all, but she still did. She didn't want her to die. It was a sweet sentiment, if nothing else. Have you really been toiling that hard for my sake? I have indeed, like a blasted ox, or perhaps a mad woman. Who's to say? Maybe I have gone mad. I must have to care for a human this much. To such a degree I am losing sleep all for your sake. Ha! Ha! Magdalena laughed without humour, her lips curled into a grim facsimile of a smile. Now do you understand what I meant when I said that God would laugh at me? I've been toiling for your sake, but it's all been in vain. I've nothing to offer my mistress save myself, and my blood ceased to flow a long time ago. I can only bleed if I've recently fed. If I do not, then what runs through my veins might very well be made of ash. Look. Magdalena removed one of her gloves with an artful flourish, then reached out once more for the rose bushes. This time, however, she did not caress any of the flowers. Instead, she seized one of the slender palm stems between her fingers, all thorns, and gripped tightly. Those thorns would have lacerated a normal person's flesh, bringing forth bright red blood. When Magdalena drew away, however, there were only a few droplets of crimson streaking her palms, far less than Micah would have expected. Though her skin had been punctured from the rose thorns, she appeared otherwise unharmed. Though she could bleed, she did not bleed as freely as a normal human. That must have been something she had given up many, many years ago. I really am a monster. I've no need for your sympathy, Micah. If you show me too much kindness, it will poison me. I don't deserve it. Magdalena. Micah murmured the other woman's name, but it did not sound right upon her tongue. There were too many syllables, which seemed to be put between them. An uncomfortable amount of distance. Micah paused, then tried anew, fingers reaching to cup Magdalena's own scarred ones. No. Lena. Micah? Micah looked into Magdalena's red eyes, which seemed uncommonly beautiful, then said, I don't hate you, Lena. No matter how much you might wish I did. How could I, when you've confided so much in me? I know you do not mean to hurt me, even if you do. And that, I think, is enough for me to forgive you. But if you stay with me, I will kill you. And if I'd married Ergerhard, he would have killed me too, albeit in a slower, more indirect manner. My mother was likewise killing me slowly, by keeping me shut up inside with little to distract me, save that awful embroidery hoop. She hurt me every day, in all manner of insidious ways, and she was supposed to be my mother. She should have put my own needs first above all else, but she never did. I don't know if she was fully aware of how much she hurt me, but if she was, she never apologized. She was my own flesh and blood, but I don't think she understood me half as well as you do. At least you seem to care. Oh, I can't deny that. I do care. Much more than I should. I care so much, I fear I might go insane. You aren't the only one. I must be insane too, to care so much about a woman who means to kill me. But I can't help how I feel. I've never had much of a life, and I've had few in the way of friends. I understand how you feel, having been shut away inside this house for so many years. I've also been horribly lonely, but I'm less lonely now that I've met you. While part of me wishes it had occurred under better circumstances, I really am glad I met you. So please don't feel guilty. I won't hate you, even if you kill me. I might thank you for it, even. If you weren't the one holding the knife to my arm, that would probably have been me. And I don't much want to bring my own life to an end. Eve! Man, toxic. Yeah! Yeah, it's a bit toxic. That's a gothic romance for you. Yeah, they're not healthy, baby. But at least they're kind of fun with it, you know? I don't think anything about their situation is safe, sane, consensual. We'll say that much. I'm too cowardly for that. And I don't much like the pain. I'd rather you do it. That way at least my own conscience will be clear. And when I do die, I might be able to go to heaven. God, they're so fucking funny. Oh my god. This is a longer one. A longer stream for me than usual. Let me get the safety jumper. I see the phrases coming up. Oh, I love this. Yes, this is one of the best art pieces for this game. When we first came across it, because it's popped up a few times, we just stood. All of us just sort of stopped and stared at it, at the beauty of it. Like, look at the lighting, the fabric folds. It's stunning. Absolutely crazy, like beautiful. Just, and so sensual too. It wasn't until later that night that Magdalena paid a second visit to Micah's bedchamber, carrying with her a ceramic bowl and a sharp-bladed knife. Micah had been lying abed when Magdalena arrived, attired in her nightgown. It was late enough that she'd wondered whether Magdalena had forgotten about their nightly ritual, but evidently not. I have to put the safety jumper up before the thing happens, I fear. So I must block the beauty for a moment. Pray for me, chat. Pray for my sanity as I block beautiful artwork from my vision. Oh, no, that's a bad. That wasn't a good one. For those who are new to this game streams, the safety jumper, I have posted it in my server and also on my Blue Sky. It's what I do to cope with a specific scene that happens frequently in this story. I have a severe trauma response to needles, and the area that she is cutting from is the area where needles go. So I have the safety jumper. Micah had endured these sessions with Magdalena's numerous times and now knew what to expect from them. Safety jumper, you got this? Yeah! The first time this scene popped up, I wasn't prepared, so I did have to just... I didn't quite think of the safety jumper immediately, so I had to get like an ice pack. I was like dithering about, and then I realized I could just put a jumper over it and it would be fine. But we know what we're doing now with these scenes. We know how to cope. Magdalena did not even need to ask Micah to present the inside of her arm this time. Micah did so without complaint, though she still winced when Magdalena pressed the blade of the knife against her flesh. I must say I am still very uneasy, even though I have all these safety things set up now. I still get quite a little bit uneasy and rattled. I'm sorry, Magdalena said softly, So softly Micah could have feigned deafness if she had wished, while steadying her hand. I don't wish to hurt you, though I know my apologies mean very little. They cannot undo the pain that I am making you feel. They are utterly pointless. Magdalena's expression twisted as she collected Micah's blood, her fingers trembling all the while. Micah's blood soon stained the ceramic, bright enough to be garish during the otherwise understated night. Magdalena must have cut more deeply this time because her wound burned more intensely, and her blood spilled more freely. During their other sessions, Micah's blood would emerge almost shyly, a few anxious drops forming about the thin hairline cuts Magdalena inflicted upon her. It was not so tonight, however. There was so much blood, Micah's bedroom began to stink of it. The stench of blood combated the other unpleasant odours Micah often had to contend with, those of dust and mould and neglect, until it was all Micah could smell. She could taste it too in the back of her throat when she swallowed. The air seemed to have taken on the tang of copper. Micah's wound stung as Magdalena squeezed it, freeing yet more blood from within her. Micah winced and bit the inside of her cheek in an attempt to stop herself from gasping. She did not want to cry out, not when Magdalena looked so tense already. She did not want Magdalena to feel guilty about hurting her. But surely that was foolish. Magdalena, as her tormentor, ought to have felt guilty about the pain which she was inflicting upon Micah. Micah had no obligation to worry about Magdalena's feelings, whatever they may have been. And yet... All right. I think that ought to be enough. Magdalena took a handkerchief from her pocket, then dabbed at Micah's wound. The lukewarm water against her skin stung, and Micah had to bite the inside of her cheek again, harder this time, to stop another encroaching sound of distress. Micah counted to 3 inside her head, trying to soothe herself, before she spoke. Lena. What is it? I just wanted to tell you. Oh. Micah yawned, then leant back against her pillow. Magdalena was still dabbing at her arm and at her wound, but all of a sudden, Micah felt too drained to remain upright. All of her strength had voided her body, leaving her an empty shell. She always felt exhausted after having her blood drained. But this exhaustion settled upon her even more heavily tonight. Micah's arms and legs felt leaden, her fingers and toes quite numb. She could barely curl them, though she tried. Her breathing was regular at least, but shallow, and still the air tasted of blood. Micah must have felt terrible, but she did not blame Magdalena for her plight. If anything, she pitied her. Thank you. Micah spoke softly, her eyes affixed upon Magdalena's, unblinking despite her fatigue. Does she? No, she says. Girl, this relationship is bad. I don't think she's going to die. No. What? Magdalena drew back, clutching her blood-spattered handkerchief in one hand, and frowned. What could you possibly have to thank me for? Don't tell me I've taken so much blood your thoughts are growing addled. Perhaps they are, somewhat, but I'm not so confused I don't understand my own feelings. I know that you're being as considerate as you can be given the circumstances. Considerate? Magdalena laughed, though it was without humour. Why is it always like this? Oh, Tushy! I'm so sorry. And I know that you don't mean to hurt me. You're trying to console me as best you can, aren't you? I'm trying, yes, but... Oh, Micah. Magdalena gripped the handkerchief hand, hard, crumpling it in her right fist. It was still damp with Micah's blood, not that there was much of it. Magdalena had been thorough in emptying Micah's veins into her bowl. The little blood which did stain Magdalena's handkerchief, however, soon stained Magdalena's palm in turn, stippling her dark glove burgundy. How can you say that to me? Do you mean to hurt me? What? No. I would never. Yes, I know you would never. You're a good, kind woman, unlike myself. You're so very kind, in fact, you would seek to sympathize with a monster like me. I am hurting you. Surely you must be able to feel it, but still. You place my feelings over your own. I don't understand how you can do it. How can you bear to thank me after all I've done to you? If I didn't know you better, I would think you were trying to make me feel guilty. Oh, Lena. I've no desire to make you feel guilty. It would be a pointless enterprise. Why would I bother when I can see that you feel guilty already? Magdalena stiffened at this. She pocketed her bloody handkerchief, perhaps to stop her anxious hands from rending it in two, then frowned. Yes, you're quite right. I do feel guilty about this, yet I fail to see what that will reasonably accomplish. Feasibly accomplish. Sorry, the safety jacket was blocking that word. My guilt hasn't stopped me from hurting you. It's a worthless emotion that exists only to satisfy my own ego. I'd like to believe I'm not wicked, so I cling to my guilt. It proves, at least in some sense, that I still have a sense of ethics. That I'm still a human, at least in part. But no ordinary human being would inflict suffering like this upon another. It's all posturing. I don't think it is. How can you be posturing when you are being so sincere? Maybe I am, but what does it matter? It matters to me. I would hate you if you gleaned any enjoyment from treating me like this, but I can see that you don't. This is hurting you too. In fact, I think it hurts you more than it does me. I don't know all the particulars, but you wouldn't be doing this if you had a choice. Micah took Magdalena's hands in her own. Did stream die? Did it? Chat, did stream die? Okay, we're back. I don't know what happened there. Did something happen? How long was I gone? Was I gone for very long? Did you guys miss much? It was like half a minute. Okay, not too bad then. We may have to close up stream soon. I will find a good stopping point. Don't you worry, chat. I know it wasn't bad, but I just want to be safe. I don't want to risk any more struggles with computer connection. And finds that you guys have missed so much. I don't want to end up that you have missed a chunk. You know? Micah took Magdalena's hand in her own and squeezed it. She said in an imploring voice, "Is that right? Is that what you think?" Magdalena sighed wretchedly, but did not try to pull away from Micah. Instead, she leaned in, squeezing Micah's hand in turn before elaborating. "I am sorry to disappoint you, Micah, but I'm not the hopeless victim you seem to believe. I do have a choice in this. I always have. It is my own foolish fault that I chose and continue to choose a bad poor one. I don't have to hurt you. I don't have to do anything. If I wanted, I could wash my hands of this fast and move far away, put all this bloodshed behind me, but you can't, though. You say you could. You will have your mistress to worry about." "Indeed I do. While I could leave her, I would not wish to. She would be hopeless without me. She can't look after herself. She needs somebody to sustain her. I just so happen to be that unfortunate somebody. I procure victims for her and I keep her fed, but I'm afraid it is not enough for her. I think I might even be afraid of her." Oh God. I think we can remove the safety jumper now. Magdalena's expression twisted. I must sound so pathetic. Micah thought of the lurid marks she had seen on Magdalena's arms, a riot of red circles like full-headed flowers, and winced in sympathy with her. "I don't think you're pathetic, Lena. I think you've been trying very, very hard for a very, very long time. And I think you need somebody to console you. Perhaps I'm wrong to feel this way, and perhaps I'm being presumptuous. Console me if you want, and I'll relent, but Lena..." This is a new art piece. It's beautiful. Ah! Look. Oh. It's so beautiful. Oh. I've said before that a lot of the art pieces in this game would not be out of place in a museum, and this is another one. They're just stunning. Absolutely stunning. Oh my goodness. Like, look at the flow of the fabric, how it creates a flow of motion that continues along, and then you get to the hair to Magdalena's hair, and it continues the flow. So there's like almost a circle around them. They are in their own little circle, focused on only them. Do you see what I'm saying, chat? I'm gesturing with my hand, but you can't fucking see that. But do you see what I'm saying? There's the flow of motion that circles them. It's incredible. I am enraptured by this beauty. Oh God. Absolutely stunning. No notes. A chef's kiss. Oh. Oh my God. Overwhelmed with sympathy, Micah leant in and wound her arms about Magdalena. You aren't alone. You have me. You can talk to me. If something is the matter, I would like to help you. I care about you and I don't want to see you so upset. Micah. Oh, Micah. Magdalena sniffled, her eyelashes trembling. Her shoulders began to relax, her body draining of tension, but even as it did, she murmured, You don't have to pity me. I've no need of the sympathies of a mere human, particularly not when said human is one of my victims. You should be cowering away from me, not holding me even closer. Maybe I should, but as my mother always said, I've never known what's best for me. That's why she arranged my life for me down to the smallest detail. Now that she is no more, I think I ought to do what I want for a change. I'm tired of listening to other people. You won't even listen to me? I will if you wish me to. You can push me away if you like, but I thought it might help. I don't know if there's anything you can do to help me, Micah. You or anybody else. The only person who can help me is me. Magdalena sighed. I ought to tell you to keep your distance, and yet... It has been a long time since I was last embraced. It feels very nostalgic. Relenting, Magdalena leant forth, then rested her own chin upon Micah's chest, wherein her heart continued to beat. I can't believe this. I'm seeking solace in the arms of a human of all things. I thought I was stronger than this. You are strong. You must be to have endured so very much for so long all alone. But everybody has their limits. Yes, you may be right about that. I think I hit my limit a good while ago. I've been trying to soldier on. My mistress needs me after all, but... Oh God. I can't even cry, but I'm still shaking. What is the matter with me? I must look utterly foolish. I love them, but I know I'm be hurt if I get attached. Oh, Tushy-han. This story is kind of like... I must say, Tushy, I haven't read this one before stream. Like, I knew the bad ending was coming in Salam's Kiss, and that was why I was so giddy. Because it was funny to me. And that sounds so mean. I don't actually know how the story is going to end. I am supposing that it is a 50-50 of it being a happy end or not. There is a chance, but we will have to see. I don't actually know where the story is going, chat. It's really, I'm really excited. Oh, yay. I'm sorry, Toshi. I like suffering and pain stories. I really hope this doesn't end with bury your gaze. Oh, me too, Eve. This is a tragedy, I already know that. But it's also a gothic romance. And I must say, Ebihime herself is a lesbian. So it isn't like a heterosexual trope that she's delving into. She simply writes a lot of different stories about a lot of different gay people. She has a lot of cute ones. I just really like tragedy, personally. Salam's Kiss hurt me. I'm sorry, babe. It did hurt you. I remember the finale vividly. The betrayal of everyone. A lot of people in chat were screaming, but you were the loudest, I fear. I already told you, you aren't. I think Ebihime actually has a girlfriend too. I know she's gay. But I try not to get parasocial with the people whose work I actually enjoy, because I don't want to get too obsessive, you know? Are you sure? Well, maybe a little. Micah laughed softly, which procured from Magdalena and offended. Hey! But I don't like you any less for it. In fact, I think I might like you even more. It's nice to know there are more sides of you than meets the eye. I know there was more to you than the aloof, dignified vampire you first showed me. There is one. Hang on. There is another vampire stories, which is a bit more silly. Oh, that she did. Let me just... I know I said I was doing Fragile Feelings next, but then I thought about the fact that, we need to do another horror, probably, if this ends soon. Or at least horror toned. I really want to do Rain and the Wolf, but it's so fucking not safe for work. We wouldn't be able to. We straight up wouldn't be able to. I'm glad you enjoy them, Tushy. I'm really glad it brings you peace of mind. Plot twist, Henny charges in to save her and dies anyway, and that's the tragedy. Don't do that to me, that's my wife! That's my wife! She's not allowed to die! That's the only one I'm not accepting. If Henny dies, then I will scream and riot. Oh god, that's a real reality, isn't it, Eve? That actually could happen. She would sacrifice herself for Micah. Fuck! Oh no, now I'm scared. Oh no, I'm scared now. Oh no! I knew there was more to you than the aloof, dignified vampire you first showed me. Oh no, yes, oh no, Lamau even. Yes, I have upset chat with my choices for visual novels. It's time I get upset, maybe. Maybe it's my turn. You might not be a human, but I don't think your feelings are so different from mine. Oh, if only. Magdalena drew back from Micah, though still her arms were looped around the other woman. Holding her close, she looked into Micah's face and said, You're too kind, Micah. If you keep acting as you are, I'll have second or third thoughts about harming you further. You don't deserve any of this. I wish I could save you, but... It's fine. You saved me once before, remember? If it weren't for your tiny intervention, both Henny and I would have been slaughtered by those bandits. You saved me. How could I not love you after that? Micah? Magdalena's ruby red eyes widened, and abashed, she looked away. If I had the blood to blush, my face would be pink right now. I'm not embarrassing you, am I? You are, horribly so, and it's perplexing me too. Puffy cheeks, puffy cheeks. She's doing a lot of puffy cheeks. It's adorable. She's doing a lot of puffy cheeks today, and I'm a fan of it. You're a foolish girl, do you know that? Your sympathy towards me is unwarranted, not to mention all this cloying, sickly kindness. I'm drowning in it. Your trust in me is going to get you killed one day. One day soon, in fact. It's killing you already. I know, and I don't care. Micah! Micah! You're ridiculous, Micah. You said that earlier when we were in the garden. But do you really mean that? Every word right now. I only care about being with you. Well, that is quite the proclamation. If I did not know any better, perhaps I would take it as a confession. Perhaps I want you to take it like that. Honestly? Maybe. I know at the very least that I don't hate you. I've grown quite fond of you, in fact. Yes! Very, very gay. We love it. When we're together, my heart starts to beat harder and, well, you might not be able to blush, but I can. Yes, I can see that for myself. Magdalena's eyes trailed across the contours of Micah's face, marveling at how delicate her mouth was. How long her lashes, how flush, like freshly picked primroses. Like freshly picked primroses. Her skin. I didn't trip on those words. It was fine. What blood Magdalena had not drained from Micah seemed to be resting beneath the surface of her cheeks, warming them, heat exuding from her like that of a flickering flame. She looked so very enticing. Magdalena hardly knew what she was doing, even as she pressed 2 fingers beneath Micah's chin. Raising her head thus, their eyes meeting once more, Magdalena said, "You really are an idiot. But if you wish, you can be my idiot. For tonight, at least. I think that might at least make me happy. My Micah." This must be where the horny patch comes in. Well, we're not going to see because I'm streaming, but like, this must be where the horny patch appears. Yes, we won! Gay love in this horrible time. Magdalena dipped her head as though compelled by a powerful magnetism and sought out Micah's mouth with her own. Again, Zathoa. Yes, kissy kissy. This is actually a very warm and beautiful art piece. This is incredible. I am a huge fan of this part artwork as well. The warmth of the scene is magnetic. Her cloak fell from her shoulders as she leant in, revealing just how slender Magdalena truly was, how delicate, as her palms found Micah's. Their fingers pressed together, their eyelids falling shut as they indulged in one another. It looks like perfect desktop background. If you guys want one of these pieces as your desktop background, just let me know in the Discord and I can send it to you, because I have the gallery. I wouldn't mind sending these to you. Their fingers pressed together, their eyelids falling shut as they indulged in one another. It was Micah's very first kiss, and it was not as her mother had designed. With Walter Gerhardt. Thank fucking God. He doesn't deserve shit. He doesn't deserve shit. Magdalena's lips were cold, as was her skin, and Micah shivered against her. I think kissing a vampire would be really nice, because I run very hot. I overheat easily. I think kissing a vampire would be so pleasant. It would be such a lovely contrast. The kiss was not what Micah had imagined over the years, when she had been sequestered away inside her parents' old home. Many times Micah had wondered what her first kiss might be like, had imagined ghostly scores of them as she lay in her bed at night looking out of the window. Never before had a woman like Magdalena factored into Micah's fantasies, with white skin and red eyes and a heart which did not beat. This was not at all what Micah had anticipated. It felt even better. Oh, how lovely. Micah lay in bed later that night, not long after Magdalena had left her, a ghostly vision in white upon her red sheets. She lay back upon her thin, aged pillows, her hair fanning outwards like a halo. Though she felt tired, sleep refused to come. It remained nothing but a distant dream. Images of the days passed, and all she had done with Magdalena flickered before her open eyes like the ghostly images in a phantasmoscope. I don't know what that is. Time for Google. It's the Priscilla Googles thing she doesn't know stream, as usual. An important stream feature. Oh, it's one of those things. Okay, so you know how sometimes you will see like these white. Oh, thank you for the head pats, Tushy. So you know how sometimes you'll see these old devices that look like just a white piece, a white circle, and it's just on like a wheel, and it has pictures on it, and when you make it spin, it looks like the pictures are moving, like it looks like it's animated, like it's a spinning disc featuring a series of still images around its center, and slits around the brim. When spun and viewed through the slits in the mirror, it looks like it's moving. You get it? Very cool early animation technique. Yeah. Very awesome early animation technique. People have always wanted to make pictures move. And you can see it with these fun inventions that they made back in the day. You had one kinder as a kid? Yeah, they still kind of make them. I think they're really cool. Micah saw Magdalena holding her breakfast tray, a small smile upon her lips. Magdalena reaching to brush her hair behind one ear, her sleeve slipping down to reveal her bruised arm. Magdalena standing in the rose garden, her head bowed. She saw Magdalena too as she had been, while pressing a knife against the inside of her wrist, her red eyes filled full of guilt. And later, Magdalena with her pale eyelashes sewn shut, her lips pressed against Micah's own. That had been Micah's first ever kiss. She had not been so intimate with Walter, though he had been her fiancé. Not that Micah saw this as any great loss. The thought of kissing Walter, or any man for that matter, had always turned Micah's stomach. She had liked reading stories, but romance scenes had left her cold. Micah had thought she would be happy if she never had to kiss a man, and that belief still stood. So she was always a lesbian, she just didn't know what that was. Very relatable. Magdalena might have been a woman and a vampire besides, but kissing her had felt right. Even now, long after the lips had parted, Micah could remember how it had felt. Her lips throbbed with phantom kisses and blood pooled in her cheeks. Micah pressed one hand to her chest, fingers splayed, and sighed. She knew not how she would go to sleep now, with such thoughts racing through her mind. She feared as she lay there, the darkness pressing in upon her, that she would never sleep again. Magdalene had stolen her ability to rest, just as surely as she had stolen away her heart. It's very funny, chat, when I'm trying to describe things, like when I was describing the funny animation circle, I move my hands around trying to show you what I mean, like making shapes and stuff. You guys don't know what the fuck I'm doing. You can't see me when I do that, and yet I do it every time. Every time I do that. If I was 3D, that would be really interesting, but alas, that needs a very, very fucking good computer. Helman G, same. Can't help talking hands. Yeah, it's what you do. Especially when you're trying to describe something. Like, it's just like, it's what you do. While Micah lay abed that night trying to sleep, Magdalena sat at the bedside of another, holding in her hands a dish filled with bright red. Here you are, my mistress. Magdalena preferred the dish to the figure who lay upon the bed before her, her expression one of fearful reverence. I procured it a brief while ago. I fear I tarried a while to see you, and it may have grown cold. It is still fresh, though, and its flavour should not be compromised. I hope it is to your tastes. Having a deaf aunt in partially Italian family, it's an innate skill, can't undo. I love that, though. I love people who talk with their hands. It's very cool. It's so animated and fun. I hope it is to your tastes. The shadowy figure rose, the metallic chains which bound her clinking, then shifted forth. Oh! So she really does keep her very locked up to avoid dangerous things happening. Oh my goodness. Her nostrils twitched, savouring the scent of the blood in the dish before she brought her tongue to it, her red lips parting like an awful, oozing sore. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, potato! Much appreciated. Having a little drink just like the monster. She sounds like a dog. You know how noisy dogs sound when they drink water? She sounds like that. Magdalena tried not to wince as her mistress pressed her tongue to the quivering meniscus of Micah's gathered blood. I wonder if they... Oh my god, did they use that sound? like a sound pull of a dog drinking water. That would be so fucking funny. Nor when the damp, wet sounds of her supping filled the room. The sound of the mistress's feeding was interspaced only with the lowing of the breeze outside. Blowing of the breeze outside, maybe? Could be a typo. As it rattled against the window panes, it sounded sad and mournful, which seemed rather appropriate. Magdalena had never much enjoyed these feeding sessions with her mistress, but she enjoyed it rather less now. It was hard for her to remain emotionless, a Grecian figure carved from marble, when she knew so intimately the woman whose blood filled this dish. She did not wish to exploit Micah further, nor to hurt her. She could hardly bear the burden of her wicked deeds. They weighed heavier and heavier upon her shoulders with each day that passed. But what was she to do? If she did not bleed Micah, her mistress would suffer in turn. Her mistress, weak and feeble that she was, needed somebody to look after her. She had no way of procuring blood of her own. Had Magdalena not provided for her throughout the years, she would have been long dead. Sometimes, Magdalena thought this might be for the best. But these thoughts seemed wicked, and they made Magdalena shudder. She could not abandon her mistress, no matter how onerous caring for her had become. They were alike, she and her mistress, two birds of a feather. Society would shun them both for being a pair of misfits. They were both monsters. Magdalena's mistress was the only creature like her she knew of. She was all which stopped Magdalena from being utterly alone, and all which had granted her a purpose. Magdalena had vowed, when first they were turned, that she would protect her. I was willing to become the wickedest of villainesses for your sake. I have debased myself, committed vile act after vile act, and for a while I thought my humanity forfeit. Magdalena sighed, her lips pursed, as her mistress, heedless as always of her words, continued to drink. But I fear I must be softer than I thought. I have killed many, many men without flinching. But the thought of killing Micah... Magdalena sighed again, a sigh which seemed to issue forth not just from her chest, but from a deep, shadowy recess inside her. When she exhaled, it left her almost breathless. I don't know if I can do it. Not even for you. I want to make you happy, dear one, but if the price of your happiness is my Micah's life, that seems like too steep a price to pay. If I keep going as I am, I fear something inside me might break. If it has not been broken already, that is. Unable to face her mistress or herself, Magdalena let her eyelids fall closed. Her lashes melted together, long and spiky, like albino spiders' legs. Ooh! What a nasty picture, I love it. She did not cry, but she felt phantom tears prickling her eyes regardless. Sobs she could not make, raking her slender shoulders. All the while, her mistress continued to sup as a cat might. Her pointed tongue licked Micah's blood, her head bobbing back and forth. Her mistress was in many respects like a pet. Eating always contented her, but eventually she would show her claws. Magdalena had been on the receiving end of said claws more times than she could count. Her arms were littered with bruises, which were all the thanks she received for her labour. Aiding her young mistress had never been the most thankful of tasks. But Magdalena had persevered. Looking after her mistress had been Magdalena's only purpose in life for nigh on a century. It had been her only reason to keep going. Now, however... Oh, I wish you knew what I was speaking about. I wish you could understand how I felt. I wish that none of this had ever happened. To me, and especially not to you. You never deserved any of this. My poor, dear Crystal. We have a name! We have a name, we have a name, we have a name! Name drop, let's go! I wonder if some people who are turned into vampires are not... There are stories throughout all vampire lore that some vampires stay like regal and amazing, and some of them turn into absolute like animals, and I wonder if that's what happened to Crystal. She was just ill-fated. It was late at night, the moon round and full when Henny ventured into the woods, Johann and Heide Marie in tow. Oh? The woods were every bit as airy and inhospitable as Henny remembered from her wanderings weeks prior. Poor Crystal. Yeah, I feel really bad for Crystal. She's clearly not a present sentient creature anymore. and it's really quite depressing. It reminds me quite a bit of having to care for like the when you have to take care of a family member who is poorly and is no longer themselves, you know? And you have to live. You have no one to support you, but the caretaker, because you are their only caretaker, so it's almost like the caretaker fatigue of that situation that Lena is dealing with. As Henny remembered from her wanderings weeks prior, the boughs of the trees were curled like claws as they meant to grab her, and the uneven floor was strewn with loose leaves, twisted roots, and creeping fog. It was a cold, windy night, and the breeze which ran through the boughs of these skeletal trees seemed almost to sob. The breeze nipped at Henny's fingers and at the hem of her sensible black maid's dress, so she shivered. Henny knew where Magdalena's home was, more or less, that she had been in such a state as she ran away from it. She felt disoriented. The forest was so full of tall, skinny trees it was hard for her to get her bearings. She hoped only that she was right in her recollections and her footsteps were leading her closer to Micah's side, rather than further. Please, Micah, Henny prayed silently, her soles depressing the twigs and the leaves beneath her. Be safe. That's all I ask. Well, isn't this a beautiful night? I love Haida Marie. She's so silly. Oh, Tushy, did you see the twink? This is the twink priest. He's in charge of making sure Haida Marie doesn't run around and cause mischief. He's quite amazing, isn't he? He's a lot. I won't lie. I won't lie to you lovelies. I did demand that chat make, not for my own personal benefit, just from the fact that his design is too perfect for him. For this, I did demand that someone make porn of him. Someone please, make porn of this man. He's built for it. Gay porn specifically. I want this man to bottom. Not for my personal taste, but just he's built for it. Like, can you be so wrong? How are they supposed to do an exorcism if Magdalena's already covered in crosses? Oh, they're not going to do that. Oh, I'm gone? What do you mean I'm gone? What do you mean I'm gone? What do you mean I'm gone? Oh no. What do you mean I'm gone? No, 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 no. It says I'm still streaming. What's wrong? She's still here? I am. Okay, 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 okay. Thank God. You scared me. As I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted, I think we need porn of this man. Specifically, of him being a little goth little twink boy. Because, I mean, look at him. How are they supposed to do an exorcism if Magdalena's already covered in crosses? I don't think they're going to do an exorcism. I think they plan to kill her. I think Haida Marie is basically... Your stuff is broken. Oh, I'm sorry, Eve. I understand. My stuff is also potato. That's why I fully believed. My stuff is also potato, Eve. That's why I fully believed that it was on my end. Basically, for those who are new to the Johann Haida Marie situation, she is under the employ of the church to kill vampires and other creatures of the night. And she is kept under a strict guard and a strict tight leash by our man here, Johann. And she's very excited because she hasn't been able to kill anything in quite a while, so she's been a bit bored. But she's also only allowed to drink from him because that keeps her, like, from supping upon the townsfolk and causing a panic. So she tops him is what I'm saying. I shouldn't say that. She's, like, apparently was like a 9-year-old when she turned. That's bad of me to say. Anyway. Well, isn't this a beautiful night? Haida Marie spoke in casual tones that belied the seriousness of their situation as they walked. She, for her part, seemed quite at her ease, though perhaps that was because, as a vampire, she was accustomed to the stillness of the night. Certainly she would have preferred it over the heat and the light of the day. All that we know is he's being topped. Yep. He's always being topped. That man does not know how to top. Unless... topping from the bottom, you know? Certainly she would have preferred it over the heat and the light of the day. The moon is so lovely, yet lethal. Lethal? But of course, werewolves aren't the only beings who undergo significant changes during the full moon. It also imbues us vampires with strength. Haida Marie flexed her fingers, extending them as a pianist might before setting them down to play a symphony. For a being who has been dead for so many centuries, I feel quite alive. I'm positively tingling with excitement. It's been a long, long while since I had a job to do. Haida Marie's lips split into a grin, wide enough to reveal her incisors. They glistened at the front of her mouth, sharper and more deadly than needles. I wonder if they will find a bit of trouble with the fact that even Henny thinks there's only one vampire, but there's actually her mistress as well. I wonder if some great disaster will happen because they weren't prepared for 2 vampires. That would be likely, I think. I hope it doesn't disappoint. I'll be upset if this Magdalena does not put up a fight. Now, Haida Marie, we didn't come out to have fun. Frau Henrika wishes for our help, and we must do all we can to aid her. This is serious. A woman's life may be on the line. Well, of course I know that. I'm aware that this will be a delicate operation. But I think that makes it even more entertaining. It's been a terribly long time since I got to rescue any fair maidens. I do so love being a brave, noble hero. Though I must give you a few words of advice, Fraulein. There is a chance that your beloved mistress may already have departed from the world of mortals. Oh! Henny stiffened at this, and Johann's disapproving frown deepened. Haida Marie, please, be more considerate. By that you mean ply her with false reassurances? No, I just... Such sweet lies might come easily to you, Johann, but they don't sit right here with me. I might be a depraved monster, but I don't like to deceive people. I don't deceive people. I spread the word of God. And you truly believe in the eventual reckoning and salvation in heaven? Yes, of course I do. You know I do. I wouldn't preach of such matters if I didn't. Haida Marie pressed her lips together before eventually capitulating. Yes, I suppose you're right. You've always been an awful goody two-shoes. You're not a liar either, Johann, though you are misguided in your optimism. I know you wish only to think on the most positive potential outcome, but life often does not work out as we might want. Haida Marie looked again to Henny. One arm rested on her hip. Powerful though I am, I'm not privy to everything that happens in Augsburg's vicinity. I cannot say for certain that your mistress will be unscathed. Though I'm certain I'll be able to dispatch with this Magdalena in due course. It may be too late for your mistress. Please come to terms with that during our travels. It will save you a lot of unnecessary grief later. Well, I suppose you have no ill intentions by saying this. Johann clicked his tongue, while Haida Marie tittered. But you don't need to sound half so gleeful while phrasing your concern. It makes one doubt how genuine you're being. You think I'm not being genuine? You really are. You're a menace. Oh, woe is me! Haida Marie staggered back dramatically, one hand pressed to her breast, as though she had been mortally wounded. Had Henny not been so tense, perhaps she would have smiled at Haida Marie's antics. As it was, however, she found herself incapable of seeing the funny side in the young girl's capering. Her thoughts were too full of Micah to pay the mischievous Haida Marie much heed. She knew Haida Marie had a point. Her Micah could very well be dead, but Henny did not wish to come to terms with such a possibility. If Micah was dead... Oh, if Micah was dead... Frau Henrika? It was Johann who spoke next after the pause rent by Haida Marie's warning, his voice softer and gentler than the moonlight. I know Haida Marie speaks callously, but she does have a point. There is no guarantee we will be able to save your mistress. But if her heart beats still, then Haida Marie and I will do all in our power to save her. You can rest assured on that score. Please, place your faith in us. I would never seek to betray your trust, not when you went to the effort of seeking us out as you did. Yes, Johann is right. If there is a damsel to recover, she shall, of course, be rescued. And if she is a corpse, well, we'll simply have to pay our respects. Either way, you'll get the closure that you want. By the time this night is up, we will know exactly what has happened to your beloved Micah. Thank you. I don't know how Micah has been faring or what state she may be in when we find her. But I suppose I'll find out soon enough before the night comes to a close. Everything will be sorted then one way or another, for better or for worse. Yes, that's a good way of looking at it. It's best not to get your hopes up too much. Haidemarie giggled to herself anew as a young girl might, while Henny continued to traipse through the woods. She had been walking for almost an hour now and could feel the chill air growing cold as it settled about her shoulders like a shroud. Henny shivered, winding her arms about herself, and thought about Micah. If Micah was alive, she supposed she would be asleep right now. Perhaps in the very same cell she and Hetty had once played Joker in. Henny hoped Magdalena had been given Micah enough to eat, but she doubted it. Magdalena had not, for all her pretensions, been the most hospitable of hosts. Henny could only pray with each footstep she took that Micah had been able to endure all her suffering. She was a strong person, far stronger than her fair skin and delicate features suggested. Henny could still remember how, when they had been children, Micah confessed to her mother that it had been she who had first hit upon the bright idea to enter the family's mausoleum. She who had been punished rather than Henny. Micah had always come to Henny's defence heedless of what might happen to her. Henny had always admired Micah for her sense of justice. She thought her good, honest, and unwavering. Now Henny meant to display similar qualities for Micah's sake. Henny continued to walk on, the top of her head illuminated by the milky moonlight. Foliage rustled about her, and overhead an owl hooted. The fog swirled about her ankles. It was so thick Henny could hardly see where she was going. Henny's eyes were not golden like Haidemarie's, but those of an ordinary human, and they were unaccustomed to the gloom. Henny stumbled several times while walking, and Johann had to support her. Normally, Henny would have thanked Johann for his consideration, but she was so focused upon her tasks that she hadn't the words to spare for him. Every beat of her heart seemed to call out Micah's name. Every thought was laced with her dear friend and of her fate. Henny knew it was a possibility that she might be too late, but she soon discarded it. Micah would be fine. She had to be fine. Henny still had hope. It swelled within her, growing stronger and stronger the closer she drew to Magdalena's home. Henny kept going, placing one foot after the other in a grim march, until... Ah, yes, we must be on the right track. I can smell it now. Smell what? Death. Haidemarie's answer was a simple one, yet it made Henny shudder all the same. Vampires often cloak their abodes in magic, but these parlour tricks only work on mundane creatures such as humans. To a fellow vampire like myself, such enchantments are mere child's play. Try though we might, we vampires cannot hide from one another. The stench of death is much too strong. The soil beneath our feet is soaked with blood. When I strain my ears, I can hear the screams of her victims in the air. We must be very, very close indeed. Haidemarie smiled, her incisors razor sharp in the gloom which swelled about her. Now I must prepare myself for coming face to face with this young vampire. I would hate to look a mess. She's so funny. I love Haidemarie. Act 4. A Maid and Her Mistress. We may be nearing the end, chat. I am wondering if we just keep going and see if we reach the end of the story. Because I feel like we're right at the end. This has been a really long stream, but I don't want to start next stream and have the story just end and have to find something else to do. So, we persevere. It took Micah almost a full hour before she was finally able to drift off that night, lulled into the world of slumber by the stirring of the breeze beyond her bedroom window. You're so excited? I'm glad you're excited, Tushy. That's good to hear. In her dreams, Micah saw herself and Magdalena as she wished they were, smiling, arms linked, like a pair of ordinary women. In this dream, Micah was not the sole daughter of the once noble von Essens, and Magdalena was not a vampire. They were both young ladies from moderately well-to-do families, both young and fresh-faced, with no outside pressures forcing them to wed. In this dream, Micah and Magdalena were of a like age, equals who had formed a fast friendship. Together they would promenade about their families' estates, play cards, and help one another with their hair. They flipped through fashion magazines, offered helpful critique upon one another's clothes, and often during quiet moments they would sit together and devour books like sweetmeats. They would read plays and poems and prose, and once they had finished with their tomes, they would talk about them to one another excitedly. Nobody condemned their friendship, and nobody sought to come between the pair of them. Henny gladly gave Micah and Magdalena her blessing, as did their parents. Micah's mother in her dream was not the exacting Lady Von Essen, but another woman altogether. A woman kinder and more accepting, who did not smack books from Micah's hands, nor revile her for being too wilful. Micah even dared in this dream to pursue with her fictional Magdalena a relationship deeper than that of close friends. There were coveted glances and brushed fingers out in public, arms linked with heads dipped just a little too close when they shared secrets. In private, meanwhile, between their readings of books and their girlish chatter, they came even closer together until... But Micah knew these dreams could never come to pass. She was tormenting herself by indulging in a fantasy which could not be realized, but still, she continued to dream. She did not want to give her fantasies up. How could she? I think it's normal to fantasize about things. I did that a lot when I was a child and a teenager. I'm a lot more grounded these days, but I still have my little fantasies, you know? It's good to dream. Micah had been lonely for most of her life, and she was tired of denying her heart what it wanted. She was smouldering. Micah turned beneath her covers, lost amongst her wonderful, impossible, painful dreams when the sound of a scream awoke her. It was distant, but loud enough to penetrate her bedroom door. Micah sat up with a start, her mind jumbled. One hand flew to her chest, fingers splayed beneath which her heart beat wildly, caught between sleep and waking. The screaming continued, high and hopeless. It was hard to gauge who owned the voice, but Micah thought it belonged to a woman. Was it Magdalena? Had she been caught off guard, her home laid waste? Micah knew not what kind of creature could make a vampire scream, but it must have been a frightening one. A trembling Micah rose from her bed, then dashed barefoot to her bedroom door. She took the handle between her fingers and tried it, but she was soon scuppered. The door, as always, was locked. Micah took a step back, fingers clenched at her front, deliberating. How was she to escape? Brute force was an option, she supposed. Micah was not very strong herself, but Magdalena's home was ancient. Everything was crumbling. The lock must have given it enough to be sprung perhaps by her shoulder if she applied enough force. Maybe she could try to jimmy the lock with a more elegant method. Maybe a hairpin? Micah had several, which she kept in a ceramic tray by her bedside, which she used to style her hair. Micah had never tried to pry open a door with such an inelegant method before. When she had broken into the family's mausoleum all those years ago, she had simply stolen a set of keys. It seemed imperative to try, however. If Magdalena was being hurt, then Micah wanted to protect her. Micah knew she could not simply stand idle and do nothing. Micah padded to her bedside and lit the candle, which sat there with trembling hands. Then she selected a hairpin from the dish by her bedside for the job. Clutching it tight in her hand, she then started back for the door. Micah paused by the door, making to slide the slender pin into the lock. But her attempts at escape soon proved to be unnecessary. The door opened outwards, creaking as it did before she had a chance to make use of the hairpin. There was somebody standing in the dark entrance of Micah's bedchamber. Somebody that Micah knew well, despite the darkness which swelled in the hallway. It was Henny. It's Henny! It's Henny! It's Henny! It's Henny! It's Henny! It's Henny! She's here! Oh, look at her! She looks so lovely. She hasn't been able to get many of these splash art pieces for herself, but here she is. Doesn't she look lovely? Oh, and I can see Mike is crying with joy. Oh, this is lovely. But wait, if she's here, then the vampire hunter vampire is here, and the priest. Ooh! Oh, Micah, thank goodness, I'm so glad you're all right. Henny threw herself forwards before Micah had a chance to speak, and tightly wound her arms about her mistress's waist. The hairpin Micah had grasped now fell from her hand, her fingers falling slack. It hit threadbare carpet, and there it lay, illuminated by spots of moonlight which crept in through the worn curtains drawn about the windows. The moonlight hit Henny's face too, or half of it, and Micah could see tears beading upon her lashes. Micah didn't think them tears of sadness, however. They looked instead to be born of relief. It had been almost a month since Micah had seen Henny last. Now they had finally been reunited. It was all so sudden and so very unexpected, it still did not feel real. Micah wondered whether this was not a continuation of her dream, now taking on a different bent. But that seemed unlikely. Henny's body was soft, as Micah remembered, but it was unyielding as it pressed against her, her grip too tight to be made of fancy. Micah had read a good number of books in her time, but her imagination was hardly good enough to conjure up a scene this vivid. It really was Henny in the flesh, come to rescue her, just as she had promised. Henny. Oh, Henny! Micah began to sob herself, from both surprise and relief. She returned Henny's embrace, resting her head upon her shoulder, and for a while, neither woman spoke. They only stood there in the entrance of Micah's bedroom and sobbed, clinging tight as though their lives depended upon it. The screams, however, did not abate, and a fresh volley of piercing cries made Micah's body stiffen. Concerned, she drew back and, looking at Henny, said, "What are you doing here? How did you get here? Did you do something to Lena? There's no time to explain right now. First, we need to escape." "Escape? But where?" "Outside. Hurry, Micah, before she catches us." "She?" Micah's brow furrowed. "Are you talking about Lena?" "I mean that monster, yes. Maria's holding her back, but I don't want to hang around while they settle matters. I've spent more than enough time around monsters to last me a lifetime, and I bet you have too. Oh, it was horrible, Micah, the things I've seen tonight trying to save you. But I don't want to dwell on it. It doesn't matter. Come on, let's go." But I'm not dressed. I can't wander about the woods in my nightgown, not barefoot. I need some shoes at least." "It can wait. Please, Micah, let's hurry. You need to run." "But..." Micah tried to protest, but Henny refused to listen. She squeezed Micah's hand in her own and turned, pulling her through the hallway and away from her bedchamber. Away from her prison cell. Away from her life with Magdalena. Micah called after Henny, begging her to stop, but Henny did not listen. She continued instead to run, her soul slapping against the stones. Micah tried to twist her arm free from her friends, but she hadn't the power for it. Magdalene had taken too much of her blood that night, and it left her weak, anemic, as had the kiss, then the caresses which had followed afterwards. Micah had always been thinner than Henny, her colouring more delicate, but in that moment Henny's strength seemed indomitable. This must have been the measure, Micah supposed, of how greatly Henny cared for her, but oh! While Micah was glad to see Henny, she did not wish to leave Magdalena's side, not like this. If she was to leave, she at least wanted to speak to her once more, to tell her what had happened. Micah tried to dig her feet against the cold floor, but it was to little avail. Henny responded only by asserting more pressure upon her hand. She was gripping Micah's fingers hard enough to hurt. Hard enough Micah feared she might leave bruises. "We need to keep going. We're almost there. Just a little further." Henny tried to console Micah, but her comforting voice fell upon deaf ears. Micah's attention had been taken not by Henny's rescue attempt, nor her own concern, but for Magdalena, but by the door thrown ajar a few paces away. Micah had not been inside any rooms in Magdalena's home, save her own, so could not help but to cast a curious glance at its interior. Oh? The room was dark, the curtains drawn, yet Micah could make out several shadowy shapes within it. There was an armoire, an escritoire, an impressive oaken hewn bed. Not so very different from the one in Micah's room. "It's Crystal!" Oh my god, it's Crystal. There was one factor, however, which differentiated the room in which Micah had stayed from this one, and that was the chains looped about the headboard. These chains, which glinted in the dappled moonlight, ended in manacles, which were still sealed tight about the limbs of a creature which no longer stirred. The creature, which laid upon the bed, had 2 slender arms and 2 slender legs, and it wore upon its body a gown which might once have been fine, but now was hopelessly tattered. Its legs were bare, and it wore no shoes. Its hair, long and dark, was matted about its face. Its eyes closed as if in slumber. Micah could tell it was a small creature, even laying down. A good head shorter than herself and far skinnier. Why, Micah realized with a gasp. The creature was not a creature at all. It was a girl, and a very young girl at that. She could not have been much more than 4 or 5 years of age. Jesus Christ! Is this Lena's little sister? Oh my god. She was still a veritable infant. An innocent child. And she was dead. Somebody had driven a decorative blade into her chest so deep, its pointed tip threatened to pin her to the mattress upon which she lay. A single rivulet of red ran from the girl's mouth, staining her alabaster skin, and her arms and legs were bent at awkward angles, as if they had been hopelessly broken. Micah! Henny turned to look at her friend, fearful of what she had spied, and upon seeing her harried expression, winced. Please don't look at it. It will only upset you. God knows it upset me enough seeing Haida Marie do that. But it had to be done. She wasn't human, Micah. Micah could see that well enough with how horribly pale the girl was, but still she grieved for her. She couldn't overlook how very young the girl was, nor how fragile she looked. No wonder she cared for her so earnestly. She was a child. Who wouldn't? Who wouldn't? Oh my goodness. It seemed a gross cruelty to treat a child so well. To be fair, Haida Marie is also a child. Who could have killed her so callously? Micah's stomach churned. She heaved. Then with bitter, acrid tears beating in her eyes. Micah! Micah turned her head and vomited all over the stone floor. That's fair! That's very fair. That's reasonable. That's a fair thing to puke about, yeah. Micah felt woozy after ejecting contents of her stomach upon the floor, yet hadn't the time to properly regain her bearings. While sympathetic, Henny was anxious to keep moving, and after consoling Micah, soon took hold of her hand again. I'm sorry, Micah, but we really have to run. We can't stay here not any longer. I need to get you to safety. Micah would have argued if she could that she felt perfectly safe with Magdalena, yet could not. There was a sharp, sour taste at the back of her throat which prohibited all words, and in any event, she knew the words she wanted to speak were untruths. She was not safe with Magdalena. How could she be when the other woman had caused her so many wounds? If she continued to stay with Magdalena, it seemed inevitable that she would die. Henny knew this too and had travelled all this way to rescue her, yet though Micah appreciated it, an ungrateful part of her wished she had not bothered. Micah had already made peace with the thought of dying. She had made peace with it long ago, before Magdalena had taken her a prisoner even. She had always been a captive in some form or another, unable to say what was on her mind or to do what she truly wanted. Living with her parents had been no true life. It had been a wholly empty existence which had parodied living. It had been too full of waiting, all without consequence, for it to mean anything. Micah had never truly lived at all, not in all her 25 years. This had only changed after meeting Magdalena. Magdalena meant to kill her, but at least her company had lent Micah's pitiful existence some sense of purpose. Micah didn't want to leave her. She couldn't leave her. But Micah knew not how to communicate this to Henny. She did not think Micah would understand, regardless of how close they were. How could she? Henny had witnessed Micah's loneliness for herself with her own eyes over the course of many years, but she knew not just how it had hurt Micah. Wearing her down until death began seemed preferable to the purgatory she found herself in. She had no idea. She thought she was saving Micah, but in actual fact, she was only wrenching her away from all it was she cared for. What would she do, Micah wondered, if Henny really was able to liberate her from Magdalena's abode? Where would she go? To Augsburg, she supposed, to marry Walter Gerhard as her parents had planned. But that was too horrible a fate to contemplate. Micah would rather have died. She would rather have died with Magdalena. Come on, Micah, just a bit further. Henny led Micah into the entrance hall of Magdalena's home. It was a vast empty shell of a room, which might once have been grand, but now was choked with dust. Micah took in, though vaguely, the chandelier suspended from the ceiling, festooned with spider webs, and the old piano in the corner, the lids closed, the keys untouched. The air was stagnant, and it stunk of decay. The entrance hall was dark too, illuminated only by a few weak, wavering bands of moonlight which spilled in through the window. The moonlight was bright enough, however, that Micah could see the hall was not deserted. She could see figures, one hanging back, obscured by shadow, while the other two faced off against the other. One of these figures was Magdalena. She was glowering, her lips pulled back in a snarl which revealed her teeth sharp like knives. The other figure, meanwhile, was unfamiliar to Micah. Her stature was diminutive, her heart-shaped face dwarfed by her short swaths of fair hair. This figure, this girl, seemed so slight, Micah wouldn't have put her at age as anything past 8 or 9. She was so slender there was something fairy-like about her. The girl looked innocent, but a glance made it apparent that she was no ordinary child. Her skin was as white as milk, and her eyes were liquid gold. She must have been like Magdalena, and like the girl, Micah thought with a shudder, shackled to the bed, impaled through the heart. She was a vampire. Come on, Micah, let's try and get around them while they're busy. We've got a bit of a way to go, but I think we'll be able to make it. I don't think they've noticed us. Henny led Micah down the stairs. She followed barefoot-footed, dazed by all which had occurred. True to Henny's words, Magdalene seemed not to notice her. She was too busy glowering at the young vampire girl, a truly awful expression upon her face. Goodness me! Is this how you treat all your guests? You aren't the most hospitable, are you? I thought you would have been glad of the company living in a lonely place like this for so very long. But I suppose not. Please don't tell me you're one of those curious people who enjoys being alone. If that were the case, I doubt you'll be such an ardent practitioner of kidnapping. Shut up! Don't you take that tone with me, you monster! Don't you dare! Oh? The girl raised her eyebrow. A monster, am I? Yes, you are. You're an unpardonable monster. Don't act so high and mighty when you know what you did. You killed my mistress, you coward. You killed her in cold blood while she was chained up, unable to act, and she was only a child. Ah, yes, I suppose I did do that, didn't I? You suppose? Indeed I did. And I must apologize for that. I fear I must have made quite the poor first impression. Perhaps I ought to have sought your company out first, rather than heading straight to the little mistress in her chamber. But I thought it common courtesy, you see, to talk to the lady of the house before the servants. You might have had years to perfect your deception, but I can tell at a glance you're not a proper lady. You're just a common scullery maid. Oh my goodness! Oh! Oh my goodness! It's very amusing that you thought you could act above your station like that. It's so funny, I might laugh. But I suppose it'd be rude too. I didn't see that twist coming. Chat, to be quite honest, I didn't see that one. Goodness me, I really can't do anything right. Hi to Marie. A third figure, this one a tall, slender man who had been half hidden in the shadows, stepped forwards to caution the young girl. She was just a maid? Yeah! That's why she called the other girl the mistress of the house, even though she was so young. She was literally the mistress of the house. Literally! You'd think such things wouldn't matter after so many years. Let's be real though, they're still in like a time period where that matters. They aren't modern at all. Don't make such a scene. Murdering a child is nothing to gloat about, not when she was incapable of fighting back. Now let us stop this silliness and focus on the task at hand. We still have one more vampire to dispose of before we can consider our job done. Oh my god, what if... Probably why she was so feral? Yes! Oh my god, yes. And like... She was too young to be fully... Yeah, she was too young to deal with being a vampire. Yeah. That happens so much in fiction. Children who are turned, people kill them immediately because they are never going to be able to be vampires. Like, it's literally... What's the fucking one? With, Lestat and all them. God, I literally watched the TV show. What is wrong with me? The Vampire Chronicles. From, Interview with the Vampire. That's the one. That's the bitch. Okay, so I watched the Interview with the Vampire TV show that came out recently. It's really fucking good. Whereas this girl is a bit older and fully mentally developed. And she's a lot more old. She's an older vampire in like decades and centuries, yeah? Like she's over 400 years old. This Heidi Marie here. So she has had time to like learn who she is, and she has this guy keeping her on a leash. And but yes, an interview with a vampire, it's literally like a whole thing when they turn a child because they felt guilty about her dying, and they have to literally hide her from the world, and it's like this whole thing. And she, like, yeah, it's such a common thing in vampire fiction. Yes. Now let's stop this silliness and focus on the task at hand. We still have one more vampire to dispose of before we consider our job done. Oh? The vampire girl, Haida Marie, Micah supposed her name was, inclined her head in the tall man's direction, then pouted. That isn't any fun, Johann. You should know how much I love talking. It's rare that I get a chance to interact with one of my own. I am aware, but you shouldn't let yourself get distracted, not while we still have a job to do. You need to focus. Ugh, what a pain. You never let me have any fun. Fun? Magdalena stared Haida Marie down, her red eyes little more than pinpricks in the whites of her eyes. You would kill my young mistress and you would call it fun? Have you truly no heart? You are reprehensible. Perhaps I am, but you've no right to chastise me yourself, a vampire. How many innocents have you murdered yourself over the years to satiate your own bloodlust? This house has quite the macabre history. You can pretend otherwise, you've been doing that for decades. But you can't hide the truth from me. I can smell the blood in the air, and all of the death. Now I think it high time I put an end to your wicked ways. It shouldn't be that hard. Haida Marie's golden eyes flickered languidly over Magdalena. You aren't at all in your peak physical condition. I can see it in that pinched, pained look in your face and in the way that you slouch your shoulders. That little mistress of yours, who kept chained up like a rabid dog, hasn't been treating you very well, has she? That is none of your business. You've been sustaining her over the years with fresh victims. Don't think I don't know what's been going on. But she hasn't been at all appreciative of your efforts. I imagine she gets violent when she gets hungry. I wouldn't be at all surprised if she bites. Be quiet! That's the problem, of course, when our kind are turned too young. These poor, pathetic fledgling vampires tend to lose their rationality. They can't handle the strain of immortality and their mental faculties abandon them. They lose their sense of self and they become nothing more than monsters. They can't be reasoned with. They can scarcely even think. They exist solely to satisfy their own hunger. Yep. And as she says, vampires are greedy, subtle creatures, and we are never satisfied for long. Vampires are like intrinsically linked with the concept of greed. Like they are locked in place by the concept of greed. They are greed incarnate. Thank you, Potato. Vampire lady, yes. Yes, we're vampire lady. She's very pretty, isn't she? It's impossible to keep young vampires like that from lashing out, no matter how hard you might try. That girl was obviously a lost cause. I have no idea why you thought it was a good idea to keep her alive for so long. I was doing her a favor when I killed her. She was an aberration. In a sense, she's right. That was no way for a girl to live. That's no way for anyone to live. But she's not being very kind. But I don't think Haida Marie is someone who is tactful. Oh, thank you for the stretchies, Potato. Oh, we've been going at this for a minute. I appreciate that. I said be quiet. I might not be in my best condition right now, but I'm more than a match for a coward like you, who murders small children for sport. I won't let you escape unpunished, not after what you did to my mistress. Heh, now that is funny. It's an awfully hypocritical thing of you to want to fight me, when I was turned before my 11th year. No shrimping? Oh, but I like shrimping! I get closer to the screen if I shrimp. In human terms, I'm still a young girl myself, but please, don't get any funny ideas into that empty head of yours. I'm not so weak as that creature you called your mistress. I never did lose my sense of self, though I've been alive for centuries. I am one of the oldest vampires in Europe, and I am certainly the most powerful. Do you really think you can best me? If so, I admire your optimism, but it's very much misplaced. It would be easier if you simply submitted to me. But never mind. I'm more than willing to teach you a lesson. Mike had been watching this exchange halfway up the grand staircase, frozen in horror. But now he seemed at long last to have had enough. Yeah, she definitely should let that girl go. Yeah, it was not a sane decision to keep this poor girl in this state for like hundreds of years, I imagine. It was torture for that poor child. But people aren't always the wisest when they're grieving. And I imagine she has been grieving for this whole time. Micah, come on! Henny tugged at Micah's hand again, trying to chivvy her along. We need to move! Micah knew Henny was right, yet she could not tear her eyes away from Magdalena. Heidemarie was fast approaching Magdalena, supremely self-confident despite her short stature. I really like Heidemarie. She's not nice. She's not tactful. And I really like her. The vampire girl might have looked like a child, but Micah knew she was anything but. Her smile was genial enough, but her gold eyes were cold and contained within them no mercy. It was she who had killed the child chained upstairs. She had driven a stake through her heart and had listened perhaps to her dying cries. She was every inch a killer, just as Magdalena was. Now she meant to put an end to Magdalena too, and Micah feared she might be successful in this endeavour. How could Micah run away with Henny and let that happen? She could not. She had to protect Magdalena. I'm sorry, Hen, but... Micah, with a burst of newfound strength, wrenched her arm free from Henny's grasp, then dashed forth. Oh my god, what's she doing? Oh my god, what's she doing? I need to help Lena. What? But Micah! Henny called after her friend, her right arm extended. Why would you do that? She kidnapped you. You don't owe her anything. She might have kidnapped me, but that doesn't mean I don't care about her. She's a good person, really, and I don't want her to be hurt, much less killed. Now wait. Oh, please wait. Micah's feet slapped against the ground as she ran, her white nightgown billowing about her legs. Coming between Magdalena and Heidemarie, she spread out her arms in the hopeful, yet ultimately futile gesture of one who meant to stop the whistling of the wind or the lashing of the rain. Don't do this, please. Don't hurt. So I'm taken out. Yeah, that's fair. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. This is a very tragic moment. And I fear I am going to ruin it. Look at how good the blood looks. That's amazing. That's beautiful. And the arm is just... Oh, that's incredible. That's beautiful. Like, I know this is a fucked up scene, but it's also like an amazing work of art. You can't tell me it's not. Oh? But despite Micah's good intentions, she was unable to finish her entreaty. Heidemarie had been moving too quickly, far more quickly than any human eye could follow, and though spying Micah, she had not been able to slow in time. The young vampire was soon upon Micah, her right hand extended. Her nails, which were filed into dangerously sharp points, pressed against Micah's back, then pierced straight through her chest. Heidemarie's right hand penetrated Micah's ribcage as if her flesh was ephemeral, made of nothing sturdier than spiderwebs. Though Micah cried out, it took a few moments for the pain to finally hit her. This sucks. Yep. It does suck quite a bit. It's a bit rough, not gonna lie. Her eyes were wider than goose eggs as she looked down, staring at the arm which penetrated her shuddering body. Viscous red liquid was beginning to ooze down Heidemarie's white wrist. It was so vivid in the gloom of Magdalena's cavernous entrance hall that it looked unreal, like something from a dream. Micah's blood was brighter than rubies and thicker than strawberry jam. Micah's body twitched about Heidemarie's hand. She felt herself turning numb by increments. First her legs, then her chest, then her shoulders, then her arms, until she could no longer feel the tips of her fingers. I knew I should have not cared. I'm sorry, Tushy! I'm not sorry, but I'm sorry! Micah looked at her own blood as it dripped onto the threadbare carpet and moaned. Her blood looked oddly beautiful in an obscene, profane sort of way. It hurts. I'm sorry! I imagine it must hurt for Micah too. But Micah didn't have the time to contemplate how brightly her blood shone, nor how otherworldly it seemed. The kiss sealed it, and I hate that. Yeah. The agony of being rent in two soon overcame her. Micah! Oh God, Micah! Micah? And with a twin series of cries from the two women whom Micah cared about the most, her body tottered. She teetered. All strength she had once possessed fled her, as if that too had been a dream. Micah drew away from Haidemarie with one jerking footstep, thus freeing herself from the young vampire's grasping right hand. Her chest wound, no longer stoppered by Haidemarie, seemed to expand when she shuffled away. It gaped open like the maw of a hangry beast, and more of Micah's lifeblood spilled onto the stone staircase. You never have happy lesbians? I'm a happy lesbian! I'm very happy right now! What's wrong with that? Micah pressed one white, trembling hand to her wound and was surprised when her fingers came away stained. She could smell blood in the air. Her blood. It was a dizzying, overpowering stench which plugged up her nostrils. I meant in the VNs. I know. If it makes you feel better, I purposely choose, like, horrific ones because I like the nasties. They wouldn't make you feel better. What I mean is there are very cute, nice ones out there. I just prefer these. Micah swayed. Then with a hiss of pain, she fell. Micah's body hit the ground like that of a lifeless, senseless doll. But what if they turn her? What if they decide to turn her into a vampire and she's like cute and stuff? Like, what if it's not over? And her vision went black. Yeah, like maybe that's a choice. Micah, oh God, oh God! Henny watched with wide, anxious eyes as Micah collapsed to the ground. Pressing one hand to her aching chest, the maid cried out as if to rouse her mistress, though to little avail. Micah, Micah, please! Wake up! Oh, this can't be happening! Henny dashed to Micah's side and knelt before her, Micah's head cradled upon her lap. Henny took care not to jostle Micah as she embraced her for fear of hurting her. But a resultant gasp of pain from Micah's lips would have been preferable to the silence that Henny was greeted with. Micah didn't open her eyes, though Henny threaded her fingers through her disheveled hair. She was still breathing, though barely, but this offered Henny little in the way of solace. Micah's face was so pale she might have been a corpse. The wound Haidemarie had inflicted upon her, meanwhile, was gaping. It continued to ooze blood like a particularly macabre fountain as Henny watched. Henny did not touch Micah's wound. She worried she would only make it worse, but it was bleeding so profusely she soon found herself sullied. They've got to turn her, man. They do! And here's the cute... They won't, but they gotta. Here's the cute, like, alternate timeline concept that I have for you guys. They turn her, and then Henny becomes their little cute little lesbian blood bag, and they turn into, like, a little vampire polycule with their little human. This isn't gonna happen. But it would be funny, wouldn't it? The rich, overwhelming stench of blood clung to Henny, but she didn't pull away from her mistress. To leave Micah lying upon the floor with nothing to cushion her head seemed callous beyond all measure. Henny was now certain that there was nothing she could do to save her dear friend. Micah had lost too much blood, and her poor face was so very pale. Micah, oh, Micah. I didn't come here to hurt you. This isn't what I wanted. I wanted to rescue you. I thought I could help, so why? More tears fell from Henny's lashes. They rolled down her cheeks and dripped upon Micah's body, mingling with the bright red blood which stained the front of her gown. Why did things work out this way? How did I make such a mess out of everything? Why am I so useless? These queries forced their way from Henny's throat in a low-pained moan, almost like that of an animal. Her tears were so intense that her body seemed ready to collapse in on itself. Henny knew crying would not help, but she could not stop herself. There seemed nothing to do but cry, with Micah in so sorry a state. Why, her body seemed to be growing colder with every passing second. Micah's blood, however, was very warm, and still she continued to spill it. Oh, God! Magdalena, for her part, was immobile in a manner which almost echoed Micah's. Her eyes were so wide they seemed all whites. Her body quivered, fingers curling into fists at her sides as she murmured, This can't be happening. I don't believe it. I don't want to believe it. Oh, Micah. Now this is an intriguing development. She's so fucking funny. Haidemarie surveyed Magdalena archly, one hand resting upon her hip. Her right hand was still daubed up to the wrist in Micah's blood, which had now begun to congeal. Though Haidemarie had been the one to deal Micah that fatal blow, she didn't seem particularly moved by Micah's grisly fate. Lips pursed, she said in a voice cold enough it made Magdalena shudder. I didn't think that you'd be so upset by Micah's injury, Vampire. Did you not intend to drain her like this yourself? I only sped the process along, though what occurred was rather unfortunate. I meant to help her, not harm her. I don't care what you meant. Whether you meant to help her or not is irrelevant. Look what you've done. How could you? How could I? Heisenberg raised an eyebrow. You forget, Vampire, that you are the one who kidnapped her. I never would have been summoned here were it not for your actions. You are the one who is to be blamed for this mess. Why, I didn't even mean to hurt her. I was trying to go after you, but she got in the way. I've no idea why she wanted to protect you. She must have some very strange ideas about our kind. Doesn't she know that we vampires are stronger than any humans could ever hope to be? Especially weak, willowy-limbed women such as herself. If I hadn't adjusted the angle of my attack in time, I would have pierced her heart. Then she would not be breathing at all. But of course Micah knows about vampires. We've spent enough time together that she should know full well my strength eclipsed hers, and yet... Magdalena grits her teeth together, overcome by the intensity of her emotions. She knew that, but she still came between us. She must have meant to protect me. Micah has always been like that. She's thoughtful to a fault, to the point of self-sacrifice. Why did she have to play at being a heroine? She should have known that things would end up like this. Oh, Micah. Micah, you fool. Magdalena couldn't cry, but her shoulders shook regardless. Her face twisted anew, not with anger, but with grief, as she pressed her hands to her face. You're right. I might have lashed out at you, but the fact remains that Micah wouldn't be in this situation if it wasn't for me. I'm the one who put her in the danger. This is all my fault. I never wanted to harm her, but... Another dry sob wrenched its way from Magdalena's throat, one so intense she had to squeeze her eyes shut. The smell of blood hung in the air, dense and heavy. Magdalena could smell it when she inhaled, tasted upon her tongue. The blood was like that of a siren's song. It wasn't sweetly intoxicating, but the knowledge it belonged to Micah made Magdalena's stomach turn. How will I ever make amends for what I've done? Oh, Micah. You sweet, idiotic, adorable little fool. There was no need for you to leap to my defence. I'm no hopeless damsel. Micah, Micah, please! Henny, who was kneeling on the ground, continued to shake Micah to little avail. Micah's breath was beginning to wear thin, even as Henny implored her to open her eyes, to take her hand, to live on despite the odds. Please don't leave me, don't go. I couldn't bear it. Magdalena stiffened anew as Henny spoke. She sounded so desperate it mirrored her own feelings well. She didn't want Micah to die either, but what was she to do? What is the point in living as long as I have if I know not how to help the people I care about the most? What in the world am I to do? Heidenmarie, who remained arch despite Henny and Magdalena's evident distress, only sniffed. There is something you can do, you know, if you wish to save her, as you claim. Heidenmarie kind of is awesome. She's waking these bitches up. She's like, guys, there is an option. Are you dumb? What? Magdalena drew her hands from her face and raised her head to meet Heidemarie's gaze. What are you referring to exactly? Must I elaborate further? You must know already, Vampire, given your nature. Do not tell me you have not considered the possibility of turning her. You mean I ought to make her into one of us? I did not say that you ought to, only that you could. If you care about this human woman as much as you seem to, then you could still save her. You need only to bite her neck and drain some of her blood. That should be enough to change her. Her heart might stop beating, but she'll still be alive. In a sense, at least. You should be fast about it, though, if that's what you desire. I don't think she has much time left. I really like Heidenmarie. She's standing there like, guys, are you stupid? I may have fucked up, but, like, there's options. We're not, like, out of options here, guys. Like, we're not totally fucked. We have options, guys. Like, it's not my fault you guys are stupid. She's a very good character. Yeah, she's so lovable. We cannot transform corpses, only the living. But I suppose you must know that already. You can't help but love and hate her. She's so good. She's great. Like, she's so horrible, but she's also so lovable. Of course I do. You don't need to explain it as though I'm a child. I have thought about turning her, of course. Believe me, I have. But do you really think I could go forward with such a great act of selfishness? Girl, this isn't selfish. She's going to die. You think it would be selfish to spare her life? Yes, I do. I would be sparing her nothing if I turned her into a vampire. I would accomplish nothing save from making her suffer. I don't want Micah to die, but I want even less to condemn her to eternal death without the reprieve of resting. Not unless she were to will it. She's pissing me off too, Tushy. Like, Lena, come on. Come the fuck on. Be real for a second. If these are my only two choices, then I would rather let Micah pass peacefully. Are you for real? This is not a peaceful death. This is not peaceful. Consent, though? Okay, do you really think that Micah would not be okay with this? Like, think about who Micah is as a character. She's fine with this shit. She would be fine with this. I understand what you're saying, Eve. But Magdalena's just kind of dumb, okay? But I'd rather see her live on as a human woman. I just wanted to be happy. She wasn't happy as a human. She wasn't. She wants to go to heaven, though. That's because she was suicidal, Eve. Like, that, she's not healthy in that thinking. She's suicidal. Like, she's casually very suicidal, Micah. I see. So that's how it is, Like, she was talking about the fact that if Magdalena kills her, she's like, yay, because if I kill myself, I don't get to go to heaven because suicide is a sin. That's mainly it. That's mainly the only reason she didn't kill herself. Like, knowing, like, old school Christian thoughts on sin and whatnot. I get what you're saying, Eve, but I'm believing Heidi Marie is making more sense to me right now about this whole situation. She's like, are you guys dumb? Like, you wanted to not die. There's a way. Why are you being so stupid? Heidi Marie replied after a brief pause, one hand now resting beneath her chin. I had wondered about your precise relationship with the poor dying Fraulein. But it seems like it was more than that of a captor and a captive. You have to play devil's advocate. I mean, you don't. No one has to, but I appreciate you doing it. You might have kidnapped her for nefarious purposes, but it seems you really did grow to care for her. That you have no desire to turn her speaks volume for your character. You aren't the sort of monster who would condemn others to a hollow, empty life of eternal undeath, such as those who sunk their fangs into us all those decades prior. Vampires though you are still capable of rational thought. Perhaps that's why the clumsy young Fraulein jumped to your defense as she did. She must have seen there was something within you worth saving. In this case I do, because consent and everything, and it's a damned existence. That's totally fair. It's a very difficult situation. I can't hate you after hearing your response, and neither do I wish to harm you. I would rather this story end on a cheerful note too. This really happens in my line of work, so... Heidi Marie clicked her fingers, then glanced sharply at Johann. You know what to do, my charming assistant. Please make yourself useful. But of course, I am always ready and willing to serve. Serve can't? I mean, look at that man. Get to live forever with someone who's actually lovable? Yeah. Live forever with love and no longer being lonely? Yeah. If I might be able to help Lady Micah, then I shall do all I can to ease her suffering. That is my duty as a humble servant of the Lord. It was with these words on his lips that Johann bent down by Micah's side. Reaching down, he captured between his fingers one of Micah's limp, pale wrists, and offered Henny a small smile. Please forgive me, Frau Henrike. I don't mean to disturb you, but I must if I am to aid her. I'll try to be quick about it, though. Oh, this is beautiful. This is really pretty. Henny's uwu eyes. She is so uwu to me. She is so uwu creature. She's a baby. She's just, oh, she's precious. She has lost an awful lot of blood. I can see that myself, but oh. What do you mean to do to her exactly? I mean only to aid her if I can. I've helped others before in similar circumstances almost as dire as this. I fear this may be a challenge, though. If it may take me some time, and there's no small amount of concentration. Might I ask that you hush, so I can carry out my work uninterrupted? Oh, of course you may, if that will help my Micah. But I fail to see what can be done for her. You don't have training as a physician, do you? Please. Haidemarie scoffed. Johann's capabilities aren't half so prosaic. He has no need for a needle and a thread to sew together his patients, even unfortunate such as your Lady Micah. Is he about to revive her? I don't know what he's going to do. I know that he has a partnership with a vampire and he goes out and helps to kill vampires that are menacing people and hurting people. And I know that he performs exorcisms, so I suspect that he knows things. They're wasting a lot of time. They are, and it's so funny. Johann has several unique capabilities which normal humans do not possess. He is so very pure and goodly, you see. His hands exude a certain kind of energy, I suppose you might term it. Or else magic. You know that I don't hold with magic. It smacks of the devil. I would prefer to think of my abilities as a gift, or else a blessing bestowed upon me by a god up on high. Yes, I know. Goodness, you're so picky about these things, Johann. I don't think the semantics matter awfully myself, but I've been alive too long to care for such petty things. But you humans are all so sensitive. I wasn't trying to insinuate that you've been touched by the devil. You were too much of a do-gooder for that. Why, thank you. I will take that as a compliment, I suppose. He has fucking... So what I'm hearing is he has literal healing magic? I think he has literal healing magic. Although he will never call it that, of course. But you understand. This man's insane. What's his deal? Hello? It wasn't meant as one. You're so very kind. You make my stomach turn. You would say that, loving chaos as you do. You can never pass up on a chance to make others uncomfortable. And what of it? I believe I've earned that right after living so many centuries. Life gets boring, you know, if one is always trying to be nice. I suppose that is something you wouldn't know, though, not having dwelt upon this earth for all that long. I'm glad of that, too, if living as long as you have would warp me into a ne'er-do-well, such as yourself. You would call me a ne'er-do-well? How cutting! My poor heart bleeds. Your heart can't bleed. There's no blood left in it. Your body dried out a long time ago. OMG, they need to get to it already? Girl! And now you mean to call me a husk? Haidemarie drew back in a display of faux offence. Her arms folded. This banter is how they all die. Girl, you're so... Ebihime is a very verbose person. Well, I never. As Haidemarie and Johann biggered, Henny looked to Micah with a pale face, perturbed by her mistress's plight. She could see, even as she sat there, a strange celestial light beginning to gather about Johann's fingers. He's at work. He's just bantering at the same time. He's a multitasker. The light spread over Micah's body, imbuing it in an otherworldly glow which made Henny gasp. Goodness! I don't fully understand what it is you are doing, but you are healing my mistress? Healing? Is such a thing truly possible? It is within my God-given gift, yes. I have the ability to diminish aches and pains with nothing more than a touch of my hand, which is why I work with Haidemarie. It is my duty to keep an eye on her and to aid any unwitting victims who may get caught up in the crossfires of battle. She is not given to restraint, as you might have noticed. Here, Johann sighed. Oh, he's so cute. I'm waiting for the twist that she'll be angelic and so won't be able to be even near Magdalena. I don't think that would make sense. Unfortunately, Eve, I don't think that one checks out. It would be funny though, wouldn't it? It is harder for me to heal wounds such as this though, particularly when so much blood has been lost. I need to concentrate if I am to have any hope of succeeding. Oh yes, of course, please forgive me. I've never seen anything like this before, so I was curious. But if this will help Micah, you can do whatever it is you want. Whatever, Haidemarie smiled thinly. I would be careful when issuing such words in the future, Fraulein. You give Johann rather too much leeway. Fortunately for you, he's kind enough not to take advantage. But you might not be so lucky when it comes to the machinations of others. Haidemarie snickered unpleasantly while Johann continued to work. He gripped Micah's wrist tight and bowed his head, his lips pursed together in silent prayer while he worked. Henny, meanwhile, could only watch wide-eyed, still holding on to Micah's crumpled form. seemed impossible that Micah might be restored to her senses after having been so grievously injured. Why, it would take a real miracle to save her. But that was what Henny thought. But weren't Johann's healing hands miraculous in and of themselves? Henny had never before heard of any humans who possessed such powers, and she felt rather overwhelmed by it all. She did not begrudge Johann for aiding her mistress, but it unnerved her all the same. Despite Johann's assertions that her abilities had been bestowed upon him by God, there was something unnatural about the light which emanated from him. Henny had half a mind to pull Micah away from him and so to sever the connection established between her mistress and the grim-faced father, but this would result in disaster. Johann seemed to be the only person capable of aiding her. As such, Henny had little choice but to allow him to work, despite her own misgivings. Henny closed her eyes, cradling Micah's head upon her lap, and internally she prayed. Please, Henny prayed with a fervour she had not felt for quite some time, not since escaping Lord and Lady von Essen's carriage with Micah in tow. Let my Micah be safe. Please let her open her eyes. Let her draw in breath anew without having to struggle for it, and lessen the burden which weighs upon her body. Please let her get better. Henny prayed and she prayed and she prayed as the seconds elapsed. So entrenched in her own thoughts, her surroundings slipped away. The stench of blood in the air no longer weighed upon her, and neither did the anxious beating of her own heart within her breast. She forgot about Magdalena, who stood still as a statue, and at Haida Marie, who watched with all the idle curiosity of a bystander, and even about Johann, whose fingers still clasped Micah's wrist. She thought only of Micah, her mistress, and her friend, both. She recalled the times they had spent together when they had been younger, and her ill-fated excursion into the von Essen family crypt which had incurred Lady von Essen's ire. She recalled walks through the von Essen family's estate, their arms looped together as if they were promenading ladies, and of sitting by the riverbank in the summer months when the dragonflies were out and about. She recalled games of Joker played in Micah's bedroom and the shy, whispered secrets Micah had shared with her late at night, when nobody else had been around. She recalled Micah's fears about marrying Walter Gerhardt and how she had trembled when she had confided these feelings in Henny. Henny had been dismissive of Micah's worries back then. She had tried to cheer Micah up, to tell her that things would not be so bad once she had settled in. But now Henny feared she might have been callous. Had she upset Micah by failing to pay proper heed to her concerns? Henny wished that she could apologize for any hurt she might have caused. She wished she could have told Micah how much she meant to her. She wished... Oh, there was so much what she wished for and so much she wished to say, but what she wished for most of all was that Micah would recover. Henny clung to this hope as though it were a talisman, her eyes tightly shut. Her desperate desire burned within her, brighter than any star, intense enough to be all-encompassing. She prayed and she prayed and she prayed, and eventually... Henny? She's alive! Guys, she's alive! Oh my god! It worked! Henny heard her name being called in a sweet, soft cadence she recognized only too well. The voice was weak, void of any real energy, but still it was enough to soothe Henny of all her anxious thoughts. Oh my god, she lives! Henny's eyes snapped open. Fitfully, she stared down at the woman who lay upon her lap. Maybe the church isn't all bad. Maybe there's some good dudes in the church. Oh my god! Micah! Oh, my Micah! Micah's own eyes were still closed, but upon her lips she wore a small smile, one which was marred only slightly with pain. Her nightgown was still spattered with blood, but Henny could see that her wound had healed, her skin visible through her torn nightgown, unblemished. Johann had succeeded after all, despite his early cautions. He had healed her. Micah was safe. Oh, thank goodness, I'm so relieved. Micah! My Micah! Henny. Micah squeezed Henny's hand with her own as though to reassure her, and it was this gesture, so selflessly sweet and so very Micah, which tipped Henny over the edge. She slumped forwards, her shoulders shaking. Then she began to cry. Magdalena, too, was surveying the scene which unfolded before her wide eyes. Pressing one hand to her mouth, she exclaimed softly, Micah! Oh, Micah, I can hardly believe it. I was so worried about you. If you had died, oh... A shudder ran through Magdalena's body as, overcome, she sunk to the floor. I don't know if I could have enjoyed it. I've no idea what I would do without you. I'm so sorry you suffered so much. I'm sorry. Magdalena pressed both her hands to her face anew, though she had no tears to hide, and began to sob soundlessly, her shoulders trembling as if she was a polar explorer caught in a frigid blizzard. Haida Marie, for her part, watched on, her arms folded. Her right hand was still dark with Micah's blood, yet she paid it little heed. Observing Magdalena's sobs, she said softly, "It would appear that this vampire isn't half as dangerous as I first thought. The little vampire incapacitated upstairs was much more threatening than she is. Now that she's been taken care of, the older one should have no need to continue procuring victims to satiate her bloodlust. I wonder." "Haida Marie?" Johann rose on unsteady legs, wearied after his efforts to revitalize Micah, then approached his charge. "Are you having second thoughts?" Haida Marie nodded. "Tell me, Johann, would you think me awfully weak-willed if I chose just this once to spare our Corey's life? It would be surprisingly sentimental coming from you, but it's rare in our line of work that we are able to usher in endings as happy as this. Lady Magdalena seems to have no further desire to harm you. As such, you have no reason to engage her in further combat. This might be happy? Yeah, we might have a really beautiful ending here." It got scary for a minute there, though, didn't it? It got very scary. Ah. In circumstances as unique as these, I do not think there is any reason for you to execute her. That is precisely what I was thinking. She's not doing anything wrong, as far as I can gather, other than existing. We're so ready for everyone to die, oh my goodness. Right? Really had us on the edge of our seat for a minute there. Really was like putting us through it, you know? We were in the trenches. Yes, I know better than anybody that we vampires do not ask to be made as we are. We have little choice in the matter. I believe this poor conflicted creature is a victim, not a monster, and ought to be treated accordingly. I am not completely devoid of feelings, and I do know how to sympathize with the plights of others. I cannot help but feel sorry for this poor Fraulein." Haida Marie clicked her tongue, considering, then smiled. "Very well, then. I shall spare you. Let us report to our superiors in the church that we slew the monster in this abode, and she will no longer be an issue. We didn't tell them about Fraulein Magdalena here. She is no monster. I doubt the church will come all the way out here to corroborate our tale. Not unless the Fraulein here gets peckish and starts picking off more travellers. If you can keep your consumption of human flesh to a minimum, then nobody need know you are here at all. You can continue to live if indeed your continued existence can be termed as such, and everybody will be happy. Isn't that nice of me?" "What?" Magdalena stared at Haida Marie, shaking like a newborn deer. "Will you truly let me go?" "Indeed I shall. I've tired of spilling blood, and it looks like you haven't had much to drink for a while regardless. In your current state, you wouldn't be much fun to play with. I doubt you'd have more than a few droplets of blood of your own to spill anyway." "But you were sent here to kill me. I think I almost deserve it when I think about everything I've done." "I've killed dozens, no hundreds of people." "Only hundreds?" Haida Marie scoffed. "Don't make me laugh. I have killed far, far more. Don't forget, I've been alive longer than you and have feasted far more solely to satisfy my own greed. I'm the more amoral of the two of us, yet I continue to live. Who's to say you shouldn't? I am in no position to judge you." "Ha! Now that's funny." Magdalena laughed dryly without humour. "Isn't it your job to judge godless beings such as myself, executor of the church?" "On paper, I suppose, but I don't think of myself as being all that important. I've never been one to care about right or wrong. I only do what amuses me. Fighting you as you are wouldn't be fun at all, not when I know how pathetic you are. It would feel too much like kicking a poor defenceless puppy." "Pathetic, am I?" "You are, yes. But don't look so put out by that. Most vampires are pathetic in comparison to me." I love her ego. It's so cute. She's so funny. Haida Marie tittered, then spoke anew in a voice which was a touch more serious. "It was rather naughty of you to harm so many innocents, but I presume you did so only to feed that child you were saddled with. You didn't partake in any of the spilled blood yourself, did you?" No, I couldn't. Seeing Crystal feed turned my stomach. I knew I had no desire to end up like her, a slave to my desires. I thirsted for blood too, like any vampires do. But I've never once drunk the blood of a human. I feed only on the blood of wild animals. All those people I killed, the bandits and the brigands and the vagrants, were offered up to Crystal. I had to hunt for her. I had no choice. Without me, she would have died. I understand that, but I think killing her might have been for the best. Surely you know she was a lost cause. Yes, I believe you did realize it. You must have, serving her for as long as you did. Keeping her alive at all was an act of cruelty when she had no sensible thoughts left in her head, and no purpose for living, save satisfying her own perverse hunger. But it is no matter. I believe you suffered enough, and I know your heart was in the right place. I won't condemn you for your actions. I've no place to. Your enduring loyalty to your mistress, though misguided, was somewhat touching. It is almost enough to bring a tear to my eye. Or at least it would be, could I cry. Now. Habromania looked to Johann, a small smile playing about her lips. I believe our work here is done. We have defeated the vicious vampire and peace has summarily been restored. I've no desire to wait it out while the heroines of the story make amends. So shall we depart? I would hate to get in the way of their joyous reunion. And you are in dire need of rest yourself, Johann. You look half dead upon your feet. I cannot argue with that. I feel awfully weak. I'm unsure whether I can make the journey back to Augsburg unassisted. It's fortunate for you, then, that you have me to help you. You may lean on my shoulder if you wish, and I can guide you. Is that not kind of me? Oh, yes, very much so. Your thoughtfulness knows no bounds. That's what I thought. Habromania snickered. The pair of us shall soon be departing. Do you wish to come with us, Fraulein? This question she addressed to Henny, who knelt on the floor by Micah's side still. Or would you rather stay here, to tend to your mistress? This is cute. It is so cute. It's adorable, quite frankly. It's precious. My heart is full with love for this story. I believe she'll be in safe hands with Magdalena, but I've no doubt you're also worried about her welfare. Oh, yes, I must thank you both for leading me to Micah, and you, Johann, for helping her. But I can't come back with you. Micah needs me to stay with her, and she's in no fit state to travel. I'll stay here with her for as long as she needs me, unless... Henny looked at Magdalena, abashed. You would have a problem with that? I forget, this is your home. You overstep your mark, young maid. You've forgotten your curse, then, your concern. But I suppose I can't begrudge you for that. I know how it feels to worry for my own mistress. And Micah is far sweeter than Crystal ever was. I will let you stay here if you wish to tend to Micah while she rests. As a fellow human, you would be better served to care for her than I am. My attempts, I fear, would be quite clumsy. I have no say in whether you stay or leave. This is not truly my home, nor has it ever been. I am no lady. I was only ever pretending. Oh, thank you, Magdalena. Thank you very much. I promise I'll do everything I can to help Micah. I won't let her condition worsen, not under my watchful eye. I'm quite certain that you will. You needn't reassure me. The relationship shared between you two is very special indeed. While I was nothing more than Crystal's maid, I can see that you are truly Micah's friend. Why, it is enough to make me feel almost jealous. I fear I could never compete with that. That's all right. I don't think we need to compete. We both care about her after all, and like they say, 2 heads are better than 1. I think Micah will recover much better if we're both there for her. What do you say? I think after everything that has happened, I'm very tired. Would you mind escorting me to my room? I need to lie down. Oh, of course. Let me help you to your feet, Micah. You come too, Magdalene, and help me lift her. You're a lot stronger than me, so this should be easy for you. Now that is funny. What is? I thought you would balk at the prospect of me touching your precious Micah. In the past, perhaps I would have, but you've proven how much you care for her. You wouldn't have cried for her sake otherwise. Now come, let's not beat about the bush. Micah needs us. Yes, dear Lena, please come and help me. Hen can't support me on her own. I fear I'm hopelessly heavy. Don't keep your distance, please. That would break my heart. Magdalena looked between Micah and Henny. One hand clasped her chest. She inhaled, her lips pursed, then said with a sigh, "Oh, Micah, I'm so glad to hear you say that." Magdalena stepped forth, and with Henny's aid, not that it was necessary, she was able to raise Micah to her feet. Both women shifted her gently so as not to harm her, each taking one of Micah's pale arms about their shoulders. While all this occurred, Haida Marie smiled, then turned upon her heel. "Let us be on our way. There is nothing which can be gained by us continuing to stand here." This is beautiful, and I love everything about this now. Right? I know Ebihime is quite famed for her tragedies, but I think she can write very beautiful, sweet moments too. She knows how to tug at the heartstrings in many ways. I know not about you, but I have no desire to stand around gawping. Right, I'm coming, Haida Marie. But don't walk too quickly. Please, spare a thought for me. Haida Marie crossed the airy entrance hall, then pushed open the imposing double doors with but a brush of her tiny, seemingly insubstantial palms. The doors opened with a low creak like that of an injured animal, and the chill night air rushed forth to greet her. She paused for a few moments upon the threshold of the door to look back at Micah, who was being held aloft by Henny and Magdalena. Despite their differences, Haida Marie thought that the three women looked awfully close, just like sisters. This thought brought a smile upon the young vampire's lips. Not even the blowing wind could disturb. Blowing wind. She did not wait, however, to watch as the unlikely trio proceeded up the extravagant staircase. She turned anew, satisfied that she had performed her job, then stepped out into the night. Johann followed along behind her, limping, and shut the door behind him. The door creaked once more, then slammed shut with a tremendous thud. The thud echoed through the cavernous hall of Magdalena's home. Once deserted, but now full of life. Crystal's corpse still lay in her bedchamber, turning cold. But Magdalena's thoughts were with Micah as she held her, and Henny as she helped her. The night had been one of horrors, but Micah was still alive, as too was Magdalena's hope in the future. Maybe God had not forsaken her after all. Finally, the clouds in her heart had parted, and now she was free. Working together, both Henny and Magdalena were able to escort Micah up the stairs, then across the hallway to her bedroom. Magdalena did not need Henny's help, but she appreciated the other woman's presence, if only because it let her know that Henny had accepted her. I like this a lot better. I think it's very sweet. I was very worried that you weren't going to enjoy another story, Tushy, I won't lie. I'm glad you're having a good time now. She seemed to have recognized in the wake of Magdalena's breakdown that Magdalena had grown to care for Micah. Magdalena might have been the instrument which had brought about Micah's suffering, but she had not done so willingly. Henny seemed to understand it, and by extending the olive branch, seemed prepared to offer her forgiveness. It no longer seemed to matter much what Magdalena had done to Micah, not when Micah was still alive. Henny and Magdalena both lay Micah upon her bed, and there she lay, her front dark with dried blood. Henny wet a cloth in the basement by Micah's bedside, then wiped said blood away. As she did, Magdalena soothed Micah, reassuring her in gentle tones that all would be well. "I won't let anything hurt you, not again. I've no further need of your blood. My mistress, she—" Here Magdalena's voice caught in her throat, and she had to look away. "She is no more. No amount of blood could save her now. We'll have to bury her with a nice grave. They could bury her with the roses. That would be lovely. She is gone, but I am still here, as are you, and oh, Micah, I'm sorry I put you through so many hardships. I'm so sorry." Micah was half conscious at this point, soothed by the cool flannel upon her bare skin and Magdalena's hand, so was barely able to offer Magdalena more than a small smile. It would be very sweet, wouldn't it, Eve? Burying her with the flowers. "It's all right. I forgive you for all of it, Lena." You do?" "Of course I do. I know that you never meant for me to suffer. I might have hated you at the beginning, but really—" Micah yawned, exhausted, and let her eyelashes fall shut. Softly she muttered in a voice which sounded like a sleepwalker's. "You're a lot nicer than you give yourself credit for." So saying, Micah's consciousness slipped away once more, not owing to the pain this time, nor the loss of blood, but from simple exhaustion. She dozed, her body lighter than the fog, which unfurled its wispy tendrils about the forest floor. And as she did, she dreamed. In Micah's dreams, she saw herself with both Henny and Magdalena. The three of them were laughing and smiling in her mind's eye, as though they had always been close friends, nothing more than three ordinary women. In Micah's imagining, there was nothing to keep her and Magdalena apart. Henny gave the pair of them her blessing, smiling gently as Magdalena took her hand once more. Then upon her pursed lips, she pressed a soft, gentle kiss. While Micah lay in bed tended to by both Magdalena and Henny, Johann had found himself in a rather precarious state. Oh dear, a poor little twink. No one to care for him. Where's a big man to look after our little twink man? A lumberjack or something, you know? The ashen-faced father was always pale, yet now he looked paler than ever, even whiter than the moonlight, as he dragged himself through the darkened woods, his raven black hair melting into the surrounding shadows. Johann's face was white enough to be bloodless, his eyes half-lidded from an aggressive, intense pain which refused to abate. The mere act of walking made his breath catch in his throat. Yeah, it seems like using the magic hurts him quite a bit. It's incredibly kind that he uses it. He seems very self-sacrificing in his optimism. It was cold this deep in the woods, almost unbearably so, but Johann's brow was still marred with beads of sweat, his teeth clacking not from the cold but from pain. He wobbled as he walked, and Heidemarie had to support him, winding one slender arm around his waist to keep him upright. It's okay, he's got his little vampire to help him. He's okay. As much as he's suffering, he's being cared for, you know? Easy there. Oh, she looks sad. She does care for him. Heidemarie spoke gently, more gently than one might have thought her capable of, given her nature, as Johann leaned against her. I'm not upset about the pain he's in because he chose this. You know? Like, he consented to saving someone else, and he is suffering now. But he did a good deed, and I imagine he has no regrets. It will be alright, I'm still here. I have you. To any onlooker, the current scene would certainly have appeared unusual, if not downright ridiculous. Johann was a good deal taller than the diminutive Heidemarie, yet he was leaning against her for support, was relying upon her to keep him upright as he tried to cut his way through the woods. Heidemarie seemed at a glance much too small and slight to aid Johann, and yet she did. She bore him with ease, her brow perfectly smooth like the shell of an egg. Got a bad feeling about this? No! I'm sure he's fine. Stop it. Heidemarie had emerged from her spat with Magdalena and her mistress wholly unscathed. She had not needed to exert herself while accomplishing her grisly tasks. Not when her victim had been in chains. Heidemarie had been able to pierce Crystal's heart with ease. The young vampire girl had not been able to offer up any fight. Had simply cried instead as Heidemarie had dispatched her. Heidemarie had hoped that Magdalena might give her more of a fight, but this too had been scuppered. Micah had come between the two of them and had cut Heidemarie's fun short. She really was a funny woman, that Micah. So impulsive despite being a well-bred young lady. Maybe it was because of her red hair. Heidemarie had heard redheads tend to be tempestuous? That it was simply part of their nature. Perhaps it came from an excess of blood, an imbalance of the humours. Heidemarie did wonder, but it seemed silly to postulate on it for too long, especially when Johann was suffering so. Heidemarie, for her part, had never felt lighter. The full moon's light had imbued her with a dreadful and arcane sort of strength, so she could stalk through the woods with ease, could have frolicked if she wished, through the foliage like a nymph or a dryad. Heidemarie knew she should not do this, however, even if it would make a pretty picture. A young, slender-limbed girl dancing around the forest late at night, the dense fog swirling about her pretty ankles and her curls fluttering in the breeze. She had to stay to support Johann. He had worked hard that night, much, much harder than Heidemarie herself had. For a mere human, one who was all awkward angles, high cheekbones, and long gangly limbs. He had pushed himself well past his limits. Johann had been able to maintain a veneer of composure when bidding farewell to Magdalena and Micah, and the potato-faced Fraulein who had first come to them for aid, but he no longer had the strength to cling to this carefully curated facade. The people in this game are very mean to Henny's looks, and I don't get it. She's the most beautiful woman in the world. She's a beautiful potato, yes! She's a beautiful potato! He was fading, his body failing. Oh no. Heide-Marie had known the moment her hand had rent Micah's chest asunder that the wound she had inflicted was a serious one. It had been apparent that it would require a significant degree of concentration for Johann to heal her. Micah's inner workings had, after all, been reduced to a fine red mist, a gruesome pate of bone and muscle. Oh, our little twink. Heide-Marie had not fully believed, when Johann had taken Micah in his arms, that he would be able to heal her at all. But on this score she had been mistaken. Johann's faith had evidently been stronger than Heide-Marie's own. Johann had taken Micah to him, a sheep who had strayed from God's light, and he had done all he could to save her. He had poured his own life's essence into her, and in so doing he had made Micah whole again. He had healed her, but at what cost? Heide-Marie had seen Johann utilize his curious powers on other occasions, had seen him set bones and soothe fevered brows, but never before had she seen him use his powers to close a wound as large as that. Heide-Marie did not think Johann himself had ever used his curious gift in such a manner, and now he was paying the price. Johann's gift might have been divinely granted. It was a skill he had possessed ever since he'd been a young boy. But it did not come without its drawbacks. It required no shortage of mental fortitude for Johann to utilize his healing touch, and no shortage of strength, too. Oh my god. Not our twink. Unfortunately for Johann, his strength had been in short supply for quite some time. He had spent the last 4 years walking alongside Heide-Marie, and during these years, he had acted as her primary source of sustenance. Whenever Heide-Marie hungered for blood, which was not quite so often as many of her kind, given her advanced age, had whetted the worst of her appetite, she would turn to Johann. Johann's blood was quite unlike any Heide-Marie had ever tasted before. It was pure and it was rich, deeply nourishing, like a mug of hot cocoa served upon a sick bed. It was difficult for her, when she sank her teeth into Johann's pale neck, to stop, to regain her senses, to remember who she was. Perhaps it was because of Johann's miraculous abilities. One would have thought his innate ability to heal would have cut his blood like poison. But it was not so. Johann's goodly power seemed to pulsate within his lifeblood, his veins full of the stuff. When Heide-Marie bit Johann's neck, she tasted miracles, sweet and light, like heavenly manna. Johann was simply too delicious for his own good. So much so, Heide-Marie might have taken 1 or 2 liberties with him. She had drained his blood, of course, before their excursion into the woods. But perhaps she had taken too much of the stuff. Johann had tried to reassure her to the contrary when Heide-Marie had drawn her lips away from the white column of his throat. But Heide-Marie was no fool. She had seen, even if Johann had not wanted her to see, how he trembled when she drew back. Heide-Marie had bitten too deeply, had indulged too much, and Johann had already been weak when they had first ventured into the woods. It was to be expected, really, that Johann's body would now begin to fail him. Johann was a lanky, skinny man, and he did not have much in the way of physical stamina regardless. The years spent donating his blood to Heide-Marie had not helped, and neither had his liberal use of his healing powers. He had pushed himself to the brink of exhaustion once before, when he had aided the young Becker girl, whose father had undergone a terrifying transformation come the full moon. Johann had been able to reverse this wicked enchantment which had befallen the red-headed Herr Becker, but not without sustaining considerable damage. He had been bedridden for a full week after that particular miracle, consumed with a fever that had left him delirious. Heide-Marie had sat with Johann while he convalesced, while his forehead was beaded with sweat and his fingers had curled at the sheets, and she had wiped him down his forehead, wondering all the while what she would do if Johann died. Who would the church next assign her? And would their blood be as delectable as Johann's? It had seemed unlikely. Back then, Heide-Marie had not worried overly about Johann's own welfare. She had been more concerned about slaking her own thirst. Now, however... Now, Marie could not help but feel a flicker of sympathy for the man who leant against her. It seemed almost unthinkable that Johanna could have been brought so low when he had sustained no physical wounds. None, save for 2 punctures on his neck, the size of pinheads concealed beneath the high collars of his robes. Marie had seen Johann initially as nothing more than another handler, a convenient way of sourcing blood, yes, but mostly a nuisance who existed to bind her. In the early days of their meeting, their relationship had not been particularly cordial, but now... It's all right, Johann, I'm still here. Can you hear me? Now, Marie felt rather too attached to the dark-eyed, sallow-skinned father. She had not wanted to care for him, but what could she do? For all the centuries she had lived, Johann was one of the few people who did not seem to fear her, who spoke to her as an equal. For a human who could be awfully saucy. But Marie appreciated it. She had always enjoyed how much fight Johann possessed, how often he betrayed her expectations. He did so now, even though he was on the brink of collapse, a smile playing about his lips despite his rapidly weakening state. Unfortunately, yes, I can still hear you. My faculties, have not deserted me. Not completely, at least. Oh? And what do you mean by that? What could be so very unfortunate about hearing the angelic strains of my lovely voice, you silly man? Well, you know how it is. No, I don't know how it is. Would you mind elucidating? I want to know what exactly you mean by that. Though I fear you are not being at all polite. Well, your fears might have some basis in reality. I am grateful, of course, that you have thought to stay with me. It really is very kind. But I wish I did not have to hear you worry about me at all. I have no desire to be a burden. And worrying does not suit you, either. What? Marie glanced at Johann. She cocked her head inquisitively like a little bird and frowned. Do you think me incapable of caring about people, Johann? You were when I met you. You were so cold and so aloof. Just like a little statue. How did you change so much? It really is a mystery. Marie pressed her lips together into a line. She looked to Johann, her golden eyes skimming him up and down, and then... It isn't that much of a mystery. No? No. I might be old, but I'm not immutable. I can still be moved, provided the right person comes along to move me, that is. You are so unlike anybody else I know, I fear I might become somewhat fond of you. Which is why I don't want you to die here. I won't allow it. Do you hear that, Johann? If you do perish, I shall be very cross with you. Is that so? Once again Johann laughed, but it was a weak laugh, one which made his sloping shoulders shake. My apologies, then. I will endeavour to cling to life to the best of my abilities, but I fear it may be too late for me already. I am but a mere mortal. There is only so much I can endure. Yes, I know, you've endured so much already. Perhaps it was unreasonable expecting you to walk all of the way back to Augsburg, especially when... Johann winced, his body seized by a newfound paroxysm of pain. He shifted sideways, pressing more of his weight upon the diminutive Marie, and she tutted. Especially when you were in such a state, goodness. Perhaps you ought to sit down for a while. Try to get your breath back. Would you like that? I fear it would only be delaying the inevitable. But if you insist... Johann smiled. It was a strange smile, one which did not illuminate his dark eyes. I would hate to make you worry about me. Idiot! Marie sat Johann down upon the stump of a nearby tree and skimmed a gloved hand against his face, wiped his brow free of sweat. Then she said, I always worry about you. How can I not when you are nothing more than a human? Your kind is so very vulnerable. You try to act strong, yet your bravado really does make me wonder. How can you live life as you do, knowing how very fragile you are, knowing that your meagre existence could be cut short? Here, Marie drew a hand across her throat. Just like that. How do you stand it? Now that is a good question. I would expect nothing less from you, but... Let me see. I suppose I can live like this because this existence is the only one I've ever known.
me eager or not. I know I'm not as hardy as a vampire, but I've never had any cause to envy you. How could I be jealous of something I've never had? Besides, Johann looked at Heidemarie. His smile was crooked, but he smiled still as he said, his face horribly waxy. Envy is a sin. I would not wish to displease God, not when I've spent all of my life trying to serve him. Yes, that does make sense. You've always been an awful bootlicker, Johann. You would call my faith bootlicking? Well, what else is it? You might act like an upstanding citizen, but I know the only thing you really care about is being called a good boy. You do good because you wish to feel good. You want to be praised for it, and you want to be accepted, too. In that sense, you're awfully sycophantic. But you really should practice some moderation. You can't help everybody you meet. Some people are past saving. And now it's too late. You've given up too much of yourself in service of others to your flock and to me. And to God, too. Heidemarie looked at Johann, her expression impassive, in a cool voice, icy, just like midnight frost. She said, At this point, it doesn't matter what I want. You are going to die regardless. You do know that, don't you? Johann laughed wryly, though how he was able to summon up the strength to laugh at all was something of a mystery. He looked up at Heidemarie, the little vampire girl to whom he had become so close, his dearest companion in all of the world, and said, Well, I am aware. But you could stand to miss your words a bit more. Why, it is almost as though you want me to feel bad. Perhaps I do. Perhaps I think you deserve to feel bad for putting me in such a bind. A bind? Of all the fathers I've been assigned to watch over me, you were by far the most amusing. And your blood was like nothing I have ever tasted before. When I think that you will die, and for what? That dowdy Fraulein and her silly impulsive mistress, I can't help but feel disappointed in you. I know you did what you thought was right, so I shouldn't take you to task too much. But did you never stop to think about me? Heidemarie. Johann sighed. There was a moment's pause, a soft sigh as the wind blew through the trees, and then, Of course I thought about you. I think of you every day. How could I not when I cherish your company so dearly? So why, then, did you decide to throw your own life away? Why are you abandoning me? I would not say that I'm abandoning you, per se. I would simply be moving on to another plane of existence where my soul might be free from my prison of flesh. Provided you would grant me such a peaceful ending, of course. I beg your pardon? What are you suggesting? I would suggest nothing. I would not wish to influence you, dear Heidemarie, but you are right. It would be rather rude of me to pass away here and to put an end to our friendship. Johann smiled crookedly. Are we friends? Well, I do not consider you an enemy. And neither do I you. I am quite fond of you as it happens, and I shudder to think what would become of you if I did die. As mouthy as you can be, I always get the feeling that you are on your best behaviour whilst in my company. I would not necessarily trust another to keep an eye on you. I think he is suggesting to be turned. I think he is. That's so funny. So perhaps it would be for the best if I remained upon this earth for just a little longer. I am sure there is more I have left to give, even if this were to stop my heart from beating. And I would not want you to be lonely. That is the real poison, after all, which tends to kill your kind, to drive you mad. Is that not right? Johann. Heidemarie continued to examine Johann mutely, her fair curls shifting about her heart-shaped face. She inhaled, drawing in a breath she did not need to fortify her heart, which did not beat. She took a step forth. Then, taking Johann's shaking hand in her own, she said, Are you sure this is what you want? Well, I've no particular desire to die. This seems like a proper poor way of repaying the churches for taking me in all those years ago when I first appeared on their doorstep. I am sure there is more work they would have me do. I can keep going. And things would be easier, would they not? If I wasn't such a weak and fragile human. Once again, Heidemarie pressed her lips together. She examined Johann. saw the determination in his face, the furrow of his brow. She drank in his eyes in particular, which were very dark. So brown they looked like the carapaces of beetles set into his pale skin. Then, lightly, she laughed. Oh, Johann, I knew there was a reason why I liked you. You might be an awful do-gooder, but you know how to keep me on my toes. I never can predict what you are going to do or what you are going to say. And I think if you were to die here, it would be an awful waste. The world needs more men like you, Johann, whether your heart still beats or not, so please, allow me. Oh, shit! Welcome in, Raiders. Hi! Oh, shit. Hi, Adrian. How you doing? What were you up to? What the fuck does Gazimdra mean? What are you up to? You were gaming? I figured. That makes sense. That checks out. Yep. Oh, you're on. This is Gadrian. You were looking outside some more? Oh, that's good. It's important to do that. Sometimes we forget that outside exists, you know? Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Priscilla. I am a doll. I read a lot of visual novels. Today we have, I believe we are going to finish this one today. It's called Cage of Roses. This lovely twink of a priest here has suggested to his dear friend who is a vampire to turn him into a vampire because he's just about to die. And she was like, oh, well, I don't really want you to die, so sure. It's very fun. Which one is the twink? Actually, that's a good question. It's the priest, the one with the black hair. They do both look very twinkish, don't they? I would not be surprised if someone had told me that this little diminutive curly-haired creature was also a twink. You were wrong? No, that's fine. The caps was funny. Yeah. No, she does. That is actually a girl. I know, shocking. No, but she would be a very good twink design. Not gonna lie, like that is accurate. Yeah, that checks out. That's 100% real. Yeah. Yeah, no, she would be a very good twink. You're right. I hate to raid and run, but I need to sleep. No, that's totally fine. If you guys need to like go and eat, if you need to sleep, that's totally fair. I appreciate the raid, Adrian. I hope you had a good stream. Enjoy your food, Joe. Thank you. I will. Bye-bye. Marie leant down. She pressed her gloved hands to Johann's shoulders, her fingers curling against the dark fabric of his robes. She closed her eyes. Then, parting her lips, she said, I promise I will be swift. I have a lot of experience, and the moon is very full tonight and very round. The chances of you turning successfully are very high given my long lineage. The light of the moon. This should not hurt. Well, not too much, at least. Wickedly, she smiled. Her incisors, filed down to sharp points, flashed in the moon's light. Then she dipped her head, taking Johann's fate between her teeth. Ugh. And summarily shattering it like a piece of pottery. Little vampire priest. Remember earlier when I said it would be funny if he turned out to be a vampire when we first met him? It's almost like fate. Oh, we're jumping back to the lesbians. Okay. Micah lay unconscious for 2 days, tucked up in her bed, while Henny and Magdalena tended to her. Drained from her brush with death, she drifted, unaware of how tightly Magdalena held her hand throughout her convalescing. We love vampire Johann. I do too. I think it was fate. I think he should have been it's so fitting that he became a vampire. Micah knew not as she slumbered that Magdalena sat beside her, praying to a god she did not believe in for her safety. But when she finally awoke, shaking off her exhaustion as a duck ruffles its feathers free from water, she soon learned the anxiety her slumber had caused. It was early in the morning when Micah opened her eyes. It was cloudy and overcast, and only weak rays of sunlight could spill through the moth-eaten holes in the fabric. all pale and washed out thanks to the bower of clouds which hung in the sky. Henny sat in a chair by Micah's side, and when she saw Micah's eyelashes flutter, she cried. I think he knew it too. I think he knew he'd just seen vampire-y. He was like, yeah, this is going to happen at some point. It's inevitable. I have to ask. I'm almost dying. I'm like so close to death. And if you think about who I am, I really should be a vampire. It would be a waste for someone like me not to be a vampire. It's so real. Oh, Micah, my Micah, I'm so relieved. Everyone, Raiders, that's my wife Henny with the black hair. That's my wife. My marriage happened within seconds of seeing her. It was a beautiful ceremony. Henny. Micah looked at Henny askance. Her head was pounding fit to burst, and her thoughts, which were far too numerous, seemed to weigh heavily upon her like rocks. Weak though the sunlight was, it stung her eyes, and she winced. The pain which had pierced her following Heidemarie's attack had vanished, but now she ached all over. Her arms and her legs felt horribly leaden. These aches, at least, reassured Micah that Henny's anxious face was not a fabrication of her addled imagination. This could not be a dream, for she felt too uncomfortable. It took a considerable amount of effort for Micah to sit up in bed. She winced as she did so, and Henny had to lean in to aid her. Careful, Micah, don't push yourself now. You really have been through the wars. Oh, yes, how could I forget? Micah smiled wearily. I apologize. I'll try to be more careful. Yes, you do that. I'd hate for your wounds to reopen. Though come to think of it, I'm not entirely sure if that's possible. Johan did quite the thorough job. There aren't scars. I can't even see any bruises. You don't look like you were injured at all. It really must have been a miracle. A miracle, I suppose it must have been. He is a priest, after all. Micah looked down at herself. She was wearing the same nightgown Magdalene had bequeathed to her, but the tear which had rent the middle of it had been sewn up. The stitches were neat, thread white, so it was hard to tell from a distance any damage had been done to it at all. Micah recognised this neat needlework. Henny must have fixed this gown for her as she slept. Her maid really was dutiful, down to the smallest of details. Micah placed one hand to her chest, trembling as she did so. She still remembered what had happened, exhausted though she was. She had come between Heidemarie and Magdalena, and she had been skewered for her best efforts, her blood splattering all across the carpet hall like spilled wine. That pain was not something she would forget in a hurry. Wincing, Micah looked away, and in so doing saw Magdalena. Magdalena was sitting beside Henny, her pale eyelashes closed, her lips pursed in silent slumber. Her hands rested upon her lap, and her head hung forwards, like that of a doll's. She was quite motionless, despite the weak sunlight which played about her pale skin, her even paler hair. Oh, Lena. Micah sighed, then turned to Henny, desperately seeking reassurance. Is she all right, Henny? She isn't ill, is she? Her? Henny glanced at Magdalena as though seeing her for the first time, then frowned. If she is ill, it's with nothing more than worry. You needn't fuss, though. She's fine, at least. As far as being an undead being can be fine. She's just sleeping, and I don't blame her for it. She's been sitting at your side ever since we brought you up here. She's not had a single wink of sleep all this time, not until she dropped off a few hours earlier. Really? Micah's face flushed, touched at Magdalena's thoughtfulness. She cares for me that much? Ever so much. Her actions make it blindingly obvious. I'll admit I didn't think much of her at first. Can you blame me after all she put you through? But my opinion of her has really turned around. I didn't think vampires could be so caring, but it's plain as day she adores you. She was beside herself when you collapsed, she was. She looked like... oh, I don't know, like a woman who'd lost all her will to live. She fell onto the ground, and then, well... Henny shook her head and smiled. Why are you asking about Magdalena, Micah, after all you've been through? Shouldn't you be more concerned about yourself? Maybe I should, but I worry regardless. I know I have you to care for me, Hen, and you do a wonderful job at it, believe me, but Lena, she... She hasn't had anybody to care for her for a long, long time. She's been all on her own. That's why I have to worry about her. Nobody else will. My, you must like her an awful lot. Though I suppose you wouldn't have leapt to her defense if you didn't. You were just like a knight back there, Micah. You were just missing the sword and the shining armor. And the dignity. Micah smiled thinly. I caused quite a scene back there, as my mother might say. But I was so afraid I wasn't sure what else I was supposed to do. I could only think about helping Lena, but now I fear my rashness has hurt her. She's been in a bad way, I won't deny it, but the blame for that can't be laid wholly at your feet. I think she's been upset about the young mistress of hers too and her death. It was all very sudden. She hasn't had nearly enough time to get to grips with it. Why, it's almost enough to make me feel sorry for her. And all this after she kidnapped you. I think she's quite the sorry creature herself. Her mistress? Micah's brow furrowed. She could remember her own agony clearly, but the events which had led up to her chest being cleaved were less lucid. Her thoughts were all disordered, like an unfinished jigsaw puzzle, and trying to slot every piece into its rightful place seemed almost like an impossibility. She thought she could recall, however, a faint memory which had imprinted itself upon her mind. She could remember the stench of blood. Henny had come to her bedroom, which had been in her nightgown, and bade her to escape. Taking her hand, Henny had led her through the hallway, Micah's bare feet pounding against the floor. Together, the two women had passed a large bedroom, its door ajar, and upon the bed Micah had seen... Micah winced, then pressed a hand to her mouth. Yes, she could still remember that. Micah let her eyes fall upon Magdalena once more, who continued to sleep. As Magdalena had no need for air, she slept quite soundlessly. Her chest did not rise, and neither did her eyelids tremble. In sleep, she really did look like a doll, one which was devoid of life. Her mistress wasn't that young girl we saw, was she? That's right. Magdalena talked to me a bit about her circumstances while we were both tending to you. But if you want to know more about her, you'd be best served asking her. I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to explain everything properly. It's awful complicated. Oh, but look here now. Henny glanced at Magdalena, then drew back. She's beginning to stir. All our talk must have disturbed her. What? True to Henny's words, Magdalena was finally starting to shift. Her pale eyelashes fluttered, still drowsy from sleep. Her once still chest, meanwhile, rose and fell in a parody of breathing. Henny is such a sweetie. Yes, I love Henny. She's so cute. It was unnecessary, of course, being undead. Magdalena had no need to breathe, but it must have been an instinctive action, something which only ceased when Magdalena's consciousness did. I think I'll make myself scarce for now, Micah. I'm sure you've a lot you'd like to talk about with Magdalena. I'm sure she has a lot she'd like to talk about with you. She wouldn't stop talking about you, you know, while you were unconscious. I'm starting to worry she's even more devoted than I am. Henny withdrew, laughing softly as she did, but before she left the room, she paused to say, I'll be back to check on you later. I'm just glad for the present to know you're all right. I really was worried about you, Micah. The door closed behind Henny with a thud, leaving both Micah and Magdalena alone together. Magdalena was sitting up now, her red eyes wide, and with a sigh of relief, she exclaimed, Micah! Oh, Micah, you're awake! Are you all right? Micah began, a response half formed upon her lips, but she hadn't the time to fully formulate it before Magdalena flew to her. Micah felt flattered at Magdalena's affections, and she wanted to relax into her hug, but... Ow! Micah tensed. Pain began to ripple through her every nerve ending on fire. Feeling Micah shudder and hearing her gasp of pain, Magdalena drew swiftly back, abashed. Magdalena had possessed the ability to blush. Her face would surely have turned pink. Oh, I'm so sorry, Micah. I apologize. I was just so relieved. I've been watching you ever since you collapsed for the last 2 days or so. I've barely slept at all. I know you have. Henny told me. Oh, she did she? Magdalena pouted. I ought to have expected that she would take the wind from my sails. That maid of yours is such a busybody. She was lecturing me, you know, to take better care of myself, as though I'm not a near immortal creature. who has been alive for over a century. She talked to me like I was a hopeless young girl, or maybe a weak human like me. Yes, that's right. Though I don't think you're weak at all, Micah. It was very brave of you to come between me and Haida Marie like that. Though it was also very, very foolish. Well, I can see that now. It didn't occur to me at the time, though. What did occur to you then, pray tell? Only that I wanted to protect you. Protect me? Magdalena smiled, bemused, and shook her head. The sentiment is sweet, but you need protecting far more than I do. Now more so than ever before. I'm starting to think it's no wonder that maid of yours is such a fusspot, having a mistress like you to deal with. Looking after you would turn anybody into an anxious wreck. I do wish she hadn't lectured me so, though. But I suppose she meant well by it. Henny always does. She's a sweetheart. She's always watched out for me ever since we were children. I could tell when I watched her tend to you. Her concern was palpable. It made me a little jealous, I must admit, to see another fuss over you so, and to know that she was the one alert when you finally did awake. I wished to be the first person to see you when you regained consciousness, but my foolish body betrayed me. I might be undead, but even I need my beauty rest. Yes, you do. You haven't been getting nearly enough of it. The bags under your eyes are frightfully dark. Oh, Micah. Magdalena smiled bashfully. Do you mean to admonish me too? I've been getting earfuls of it from that maid of yours already. You can rest assured I've seen the error of my ways. My caring for you might, I admit, have been too effusive. But how can I not worry when you mean so much to me? I was terrified for your sake. You humans are much too delicate for your own good. Magdalena brushed her fingertips against Micah's cheek, tracing the contours of her face. You really must be more careful in the future. If you were to sicken or to get hurt, it would destroy me, especially with that Henrika fussing over you so much. I started to feel distinctly like a third wheel. Lena. Micah smiled, touched by Magdalena's concern, and let her fingers rest upon Magdalena's. Don't tell me you're too horribly jealous of Henny. She is only my friend. I know that, yet it hurts nonetheless to know she loves you so. Not that I can blame her. Who wouldn't love you, really, when you are so eminently unlovable? I think you're exaggerating. Hardly. There is a lot to commend you for, though your intelligence may not be on the top of that list. Here Magdalena smiled, as did Micah. The two women shared laughter, soft and pattering like falling rain. Micah is subdued by the ache in her chest, which had yet to fully shift. Once their laughter had passed, and Micah had reassured Magdalena that yes, she was all right, and no, her unexpected embrace hadn't hurt, not that much at least. Micah then dared to ask the question which had been playing upon her mind since she had awoken. I was just wondering, when Henny tried to turn away with me last night, or maybe it was the night before, I don't remember, my head is all a jumble. We passed an open bedroom and saw... Well, I saw a girl shackled to a bed lying in the shadows. I didn't get a good look at her, but she seemed very young. And she had been very dead. I don't want to pry, and this might be a peculiar question, but... Was that small girl your mistress? Silence descended between the pair following this question. Micah glanced at Magdalena from beneath her eyelashes, and Magdalena glanced back, her face deadly pale. For a while, Magdalena was quiet, her lips pursed. Then after heaving a small sigh, she spoke. Ah, yes. So it comes back to this, that girl. I thought you might ask about her, and for good reason. She was indeed my mistress, and she really was a poor thing. My mistress's name, that poor creature, she was called Crystal, though perhaps she had no need of that title after she was turned. Names are a courtesy only humans are granted, while she might have looked like a person, but any humanity she might once have had was stolen from her a long time ago. She couldn't talk. I'm unsure whether she could even think beyond thirsting for blood. She was less a girl than a force of nature. She was always hungry, and she was always angry alongside it. It wasn't always that way, though. Crystal used to be a sweet young girl, though I can scarcely believe it myself. She changed so much, but it wasn't her fault. She didn't ask for any of this to happen, and neither did I. It was all very unfortunate. What happened? Micah posed this question quietly, her pale eyes upturned. Would you mind telling me how you and Crystal came to be vampires? And how you came to serve her for so many years? It's fine if you wish to keep it to yourself, but there's so much about you I don't know. I want to get to know you better, Lena. I know I won't be able to undo the past, but talking about it might help, unless you think I'm being presumptuous and asking too much of you. No, it's fine. I don't think you're overstepping your boundaries. How could you after what we've done together? You know so much about me already. Spilling a few more of my secrets could hardly hurt at this point. But I'm not entirely sure where to begin. At the start, maybe? With my birth to a poor yet happy family in Inningen of little note or consequence? Oh, that is to go very far back indeed. More than a century ago. I would only get sentimental if I started to talk of my mother and father. Not that I would cry over them even if I wanted to, so I think I'll spare you all that. I think I'll begin instead at... let's see. Maybe it would be best to commence my tale when first I met Crystal. Magdalena shifted in an attempt to make herself a touch more comfortable before beginning her tale in earnest. I was only 15 years old at the time and naive for my age. Perhaps I was too young to work, but my parents needed the money, and girls younger than I often went into service. It's not so very different now, or so I've gathered after speaking to Enrica. Does that mean you were a maid? Indeed I was. I was a maid, and I worked in this mansion years and years prior for Crystal's family, the von Schleifens. That was before this house had fallen into wreck and ruin, before the hallways were thick with dust, before the air reeked of death. I was young and fresh-faced, and Crystal... She was not yet 3 years old when I began to work here, and during my employment I watched her grow. She wasn't particularly pretty, bless her, and she was horribly shy. She used to shrink away from the other maids, but she had a soft spot for me. She would sit with me while I was cleaning sometimes, though her parents had warned against it, and I would try to cheer her up. She was neglected by her parents. When they spoke to her, it was only to chastise her. And she didn't have any friends her own age to play with, nor any siblings. I think she was lonely. That must have been why she sought my company. I was one of the younger maids who worked for the von Schleifens, and I tried to pay her especial attention. She rarely smiled around anybody else, but my silly stories and jokes were able to make her laugh. She wasn't pretty, like I said, but when she smiled... Magdalena sighed, then shook her head. I so badly wanted to protect her smile. I had 2 younger sisters of my own, and Crystal reminded me of them. I suppose I've always been protective, and I took it upon myself to look out for her. Eventually, even her aloof parents took note of their daughter's attachment to me, and they decided to make me Crystal's nursemaid. Crystal hadn't gotten along very well with her previous nursemaids. She'd been sullen and sulky with them, and sometimes she even bit them. Perhaps that was a potent for what was later to come. But I can't blame Crystal for lashing out. She was constantly being pushed around at the whims of others. As a lady yourself, I imagine you know how she must have felt, rattling around in this empty house on her lonesome. Yes, I can imagine it. My childhood was much the same, though I never bit anybody. I used to climb the trees in the garden, though, and pick the blackberries in the summer, and once I sneaked into my family's mausoleum. My mother was furious with me. I knew she would be, but I did it all the same. I think I was tired of listening to her all the time. It was stifling. I suspect it was the same for Crystal. This house... Magdalena gestured about Micah's bedroom, at its high ceiling and the wide window with the drawn curtains, though which the grey garden could be seen. Might be large, but it's lacking in warmth. It was cold even then when it was full of people. It was nothing more than a cage. Crystal couldn't stand it. In fact, I rather think she despised it. She was at her happiest when the 2 of us were walking through the garden hand in hand, and she could be free of the servants and her parents and all their guests. Crystal and I became so close I would even accompany her when her parents attended luncheons or soirees further afield, in Augsburg and beyond. The von Schleifens were well known, and they were much in demand. If they didn't have half of Bavaria staying here, they would be paying visits to the nobility all across the county. These near-constant festivities occurred for 3 years until an unfortunate event put paid to them quite quickly. Magdalena paused, one hand resting against the base of her throat. Her expression was pensive, her brow furrowed, and it took her a few moments before she gathered the thread of her tale once more. It was on a dark, stormy night. Don't those stories often begin like that? When it happened. The von Schleifens were returning home after visiting a noble family in Regensburg, I think. It's been so very long, I don't remember. The von Schleifens didn't often take Crystal with them when they went on their excursions, but I believe they had stayed with these people for over a week of festivities. Perhaps there was a special occasion, maybe a wedding. I had been ordered to come with them to keep an eye on Crystal, who was too young for dancing and drinking. I remember the carriage was wending its way through the forest. It was a cold, foggy night and the moon was full in the sky. It was round, just as it was a few nights prior, like a giant eye. Crystal had fallen asleep and was lying her head upon my lap. I was trying to stay awake myself, but I was also beginning to doze. It was well past midnight and I was tired, and we had been travelling for hours and hours. A handful of other servants had come with us to attend to von Schleifens, but they were in a different carriage. We were almost at our host's home, at least I think we were, when it happened. Magdalena's expression darkened, her fingers clenching into fists upon her lap. We were attacked while we were in the forest, not by bandits as you were, but by being much more sinister. It all happened so quickly I wasn't entirely sure what had happened. It was only later, with the gift of hindsight, I can say what must have occurred. It was a vampire. They must have been desperate, attacking a carriage full of people with impunity. 2 carriages, in fact. But I suppose the new humans would be no match for them, no matter how many there were. Perhaps they were not desperate then, but lashed out solely because they could, because it amused them to do so. I have no idea. I cannot say. It happened so quickly I never saw the face of the creature who attacked us. Not for more than a few moments. I don't even know whether they were a man or a woman. All I know is at one point the carriage was wending its way through the woods unmolested, and the next. Magdalena's voice trailed off while her fingernails sank into her thighs. She inhaled, perhaps gathering her nerve and her scattered thoughts before saying, I knew something was wrong when I woke up. I hadn't thought that I would ever wake again. I was in so much pain. The darkness had seemed absolute when I fainted, but I soon realized this was not the case. I was lying upon the forest floor among the strewn, scattered leaves like a discarded doll. My head hurt, and so did my limbs. There was an awful taste in my mouth, and I think I vomited. I don't even remember. I do remember feeling that something was wrong, though, that I wasn't myself. I pressed a finger to my neck and found 2 marks there which perforated my skin. That shook me, but even then what happened didn't fully register until I pressed my fingers to the inside of my wrist. I thought I was being silly, fantasizing maybe. I'd always been one to get swept up in my own daydreams until I realized I didn't have a pulse. My skin was cold to the touch and hard. It felt like marble. That was when I realized that, though I had opened my eyes and appeared to live on, I was not the same Magdalene I had been. And I wasn't really alive either. I was dead. I didn't need to breathe and my heart didn't beat, but I could still think and sit up and walk. It was quite the shock, but I came to terms with it more quickly than you might think. I had to come to terms with it, lying in the middle of the forest as I was. I had no other choice. I don't know how I knew, but I was grimly aware that should the sun rise while I was still outdoors, I would turn to ashes. I looked around and soon found the carriage I had been travelling in. It had been tipped to one side, and Lord and Lady von Schleifen were still inside it, their bodies mangled. They were dead, at least, properly dead, unlike me. I didn't need to check their pulses to tell. The other servants they had travelled with had been similarly dispatched. Some were in one piece, but others had been butchered, I suppose is the only word for it. Bits of them were strewn everywhere. Why I had been bitten so cleanly I know not. If my assailant had torn me apart like they had the others, I doubt I would have been able to sit back up again. But never mind that. No good will come of trying to guess the motives of my attacker. I don't know who attacked us or why they spared me, in a sense. It was probably a whim. I wasn't the only one who survived this assault either, though I wish I was. I found her lying upon the forest floor unconscious, her arms and legs bent at broken angles. I thought she was dead, but when I reached out to feel her pulse, she shifted, and that was when I knew. Crystal had died, but she was still alive. She had been turned, and she was only 6 years old. Magdalena winced at this and reached for her chest. There, her fingers twisted as though seeking to wrench out her own heart, which no longer beat. I was able to retain much of my rationality after I was turned into a vampire, but my young mistress was less fortunate. The sweet, shy, stubborn girl I knew had vanished when she woke up. She had lost all sense of right or wrong and knew nothing save her own insatiable lust for blood. Her desire was so intense I think it overwhelmed all her other senses. She could no longer talk upon waking, could no longer smile. She was out of control. I did not realize that, however, until I took her back to my home. We made it back before the first rays of the sun rose, with me carrying Crystal on my back. She had been half asleep as I carried her and had been docile enough, but she changed when we returned to her old abode. There were still servants who resided there, to keep the place in the von Schleifen's brief absence, and Crystal, she... Magdalena gritted teeth together. I couldn't stop her. I didn't expect it of her. I had no idea that she was capable of such cruelty. I soon learned that I had erred in my judgment, however, when she tore her way through the servants who still resided there. She slipped into their quarters quicker and swifter than a cat, and she made short work of them. She murdered all the scullery maids in their beds, and the housekeeper and the footman. By the time I had caught her, it was too late. She had murdered dozens of servants, and she was dripping with gore. There were chunks of flesh beneath her nails, in her hair, and the smell. Magdalena pressed one hand to her mouth. But the worst part about it all was the expression on Crystal's face as she carried out these atrocities. She didn't look aghast at her actions, but she didn't seem particularly euphoric either. Her face was just blank, like a slate, and completely empty. Killing didn't seem to rouse any particular strong emotions in her, but she killed all the same because it was what her instincts told her to do. Like a rabid animal, she knew of nothing save attacking. She bore her fangs in her claws and she killed them. All of them. The servants' quarters looked like a scene from hell itself. And the blood! I'm ashamed to admit that I found the smell quite enticing. But the horror of it all helped me resist. I was no longer human, but I still possessed my sense of morals. I didn't want to behave as Crystal was. She was a child and she had an excuse, but I was an adult. I knew better. I told myself that I would act better too. I knew I couldn't reintroduce Crystal to polite society, or any society as she was. I was afraid she would harm anybody she came across. So I decided to bind her inside to her bed to stop her from causing any further chaos. Then I devoted myself to finding victims for her so she would not starve. I had hoped animal blood would be enough to satiate her, but she turned her nose up at it. She would only drink the blood of humans, and it had to be fresh. I had no choice but to kill on her behalf, to sustain her, but I tried to do so without drawing too much attention to ourselves. I've been looking after Crystal for the last century. While Crystal slept, I had a lot of free time, and with it, I taught myself to read and how to write. I made use of all the books in the library the von Schleifens left behind, and with this knowledge I fashioned myself into a lady of sorts. After being a maid for so many years, I think I wanted to act a little more important than I really was. I suppose part of me believed I deserved to act thus, being a vampire. I was stronger now, after all, than any human could ever dream of being. It was quite a rush, I'll admit, when I slew my first victim for Crystal's sake. It was thrilling, almost, to bring down a grown man with such ease. Part of me took delight in my powers. But another greater part of me grappled with the cruelty of my actions. I tried to target people who deserved it, much like those bandits who pursued you in Heinricha, but that hasn't always been possible. I've killed any number of innocents to sustain Crystal. I tried to tell myself I'm not like her. I at least am rational, but when I consider all the evil deeds I've committed over the years, I have to wonder, am I really any better than she is? I am a vampire too, when all is said and done. I should have died over a century ago. I can play at being human well enough, better than many others of my kind, and I do try to remember my manners. The fine clothes I wear are all for show, as is my affected way of talking. Crystal might have been a monster, but she was never trying to pretend to be otherwise. She was too earnest for it. I, meanwhile, gad about as though I am worth more than I am, as though I am a real lady. A lady! Magdalena scoffed, though it was without any humour. Though her lips were pulled into the grim facsimile of a smile, her eyes were dark and joyless. I could never be a lady like you, Micah. I wasn't born into nobility. I'm just a hapless maid playing pretend. But no, I'm not even that. I'm a monster, a murderer. I've no right to act with all these airs and graces as though I'm so much better than anybody else. I've no right to be alive at all. Oh, Lena. Micah sighed thus once Magdalena had finished speaking. She looked at her companion with gentle, compassionate eyes, then reached forth. I need everybody in this session to burn down the class system.
Oh, I don't think they will, babe.
I don't think they will. Taking one of Magdalena's gloved hands in her own, she squeezed and said, You might see yourself as a monster, but I don't. I could never regard you like that. No? Magdalena sniffed, her shoulders trembling, though her eyes as always remained dry and devoid of tears. You don't think me wicked after I caused you so much suffering? I kidnapped you, and if Haidemarie hadn't killed my poor mistress, I'm certain I would have fed you to her in the end, as I have so many others. Yes, I know. But it's not as though you tricked me. You lent me no illusions that should I remain in your home, I would not meet my end. You warned me, but still I persisted in remaining here. You could have let me go, remember? Had I not come to Henny's defence. Well, of course I remember. It was your self-sacrifice which first made me regard you not as another morsel for any of my mistress, but as an equal. I thought the way you treated Henrika was admirable. My own mistress, Crystal's mother that is, never would have been so conscientious. I was never regarded as a friend of the family. I was only ever a servant. In that sense, I suppose I am somewhat jealous that you and Henny are so close. She is lucky to have a mistress like you. And Crystal was very lucky to have a maid like you who was so unfailingly loyal. You stayed by her side while you were alive and continued to serve her even after the pair of you were turned. That is why you performed so many immoral actions. It wasn't for the fun of it, not the thrill, that you hunted down all those who traversed too close to your home. You did it because of your overwhelming loyalty for your mistress. You didn't want to let her die.
Calls and Karl Marx. Oh, yes. Is that not right?
It is right, yes, but oh, Haidemarie was right to scorn me. Though I had the best of intentions, I was woefully misguided. The young girl I had cared for died a long, long time ago. She looked somewhat akin to my Crystal, but she was not her. She was not a human.
Oh. Chat, even though it feels like we're near the end, it has felt like we were near the end many times.
And we are going for over 6 hours now. We have gone for an absolutely atrocious amount of time, to be quite frank. So we will continue this next time. Thank you all so much for joining me. Thank you again for the raid, Gadrian. I know you're not here anymore, but thank you anyway. Let's see if there's anyone we can attack. Oh, Burner's awake. It's Burner! It's Burner! He's only been going for 2 hours. Let's violence on him. Burner's great. He's just chilling. He's having a chatted time. Thank you all again for joining me. I will see you all on... What day was it? I will see you all again on Saturday. Bye-bye. Ta-ta for now.